Rich Ramirez died today of natural causes. Got amped up in speed and broke into house. Bunch of people to death, wrote shit on their skin and left them. They finally got him and he went to San Quentin. His last murder was south of San Francisco. A guy named Peter Pan from the town of San Mateo. A little girl in the tenderloin was his first. In a laundry room he took $1 from her first. His last days were at the Bristol Hotel. I was reading Night Stalker when I went and rang the bell. The doorman buzzed me, said you're just like them all. Gave me a key and a black cat, led me down the hall. Had a flight today from Boston to Cleveland. Got a death in the family, gotta do some grieving. Lost a relative and it's eating me up, and I'm making real bad. And I need a little love. Rich Ramirez died today of natural causes. These things mark time and make us pause and think about we were kids scared of taps on the window. What's under the bed and what's under the pillow. And the Jim Jones massacre got in our heads. In the TV headlines, Elvis Presley's dead. And the Ayatollah Khomeini hostages. And Ronald Reagan dodging bullets. While I'm there, I'm gonna stroll through the old neighborhood. Rick stands my age and still lives with his mom when he's not in jail for menacing, stalking, and writing bad checks, cocaine charges, marked dead and had such a beautiful smile. He always sat on his porch, passing the time and drinking a beer and smoking a pack until one day poor Mark had a heart attack. My friend Ben's got a good job as an electrician. His sister married the pool shark Jim Evans, and my next door neighbors whom I love so, and they love me too, but they passed long ago. And if you walk just a few blocks down Stall, there's a house that was the scariest of them all. A cute little pond with a sign for sale, but those sextons kids' life was hell. And I'm telling the truth, and if you don't believe, pick up Lyle Caulfield's House of Secrets. Had a flight from Cleveland to SFO. I got 3 months off until my next show. Gonna spend time with my girl and make a record this summer. Fix my kitchen up and hire a plumber. The headline changed so rapidly that I came to the studio to work on something pretty. Then I saw the news on James Gandolfini while I was eating ramen and drinking green tea. The Sopranos guy died at 51. That's the same age as the guy who's coming to play drums. I don't like this getting older stuff. Having to pee 50 times a day is bad enough. I got a nagging prostate and I got a bad back, and when I fuck too much I feel like I'm gonna have a heart attack. I woke up today, I saw the headlines, an airline crash and 2 people died. And I'm at a barbecue in Santa Fe and everybody's drunk and feeling pretty well. At 53, Richard Ramirez died, but in 83 he was very much alive. He was the scariest killer in the band. He had a pentagram in the center of his something. And everybody remember the paranoia when he stalked the suburbs of Southern California. And everybody will remember where they were when they finally caught the Night Stalker. And I'll remember just where I was when Rich Ramirez died of natural causes.
foot up on the gas, but somebody gotta do it. Turn this TV off, turn this TV off. 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 Ain't no other king in this rap thing, they siblings. Nothing but my children. One shot, they disappearing. I'm in a city where the flag be getting thrown like it was past interference. Padlock around the building. Crash pulling up an unmarked truck just to play freeze tag. With a boner pick like it was sea bass. So when I made it out, I made about 50K from a show. Trying to show niggas the ropes before they hung from a rope. I'm prophetic. They only talk about it, how I get it. Only good for saving face, seen the cosmetics. How many heads I gotta take to level my aesthetics? Hurry up and get your muscle up. We up the plyometric. Nigga ran up out of luck soon as I up the highest metric. The city just made it sweet, you could diabetic. They mouth get full of deceit, let these cowards tell it. Walk in New Orleans with the etiquette of LA yelling. Master! Oh man. Niggas acting bad, but somebody gotta do it. Got my foot up on the gas, but somebody gotta do it. Turn this TV off, turn this TV off. Turn this TV off, turn this TV off. Turn this TV off, turn this TV off. Turn this TV off, turn this TV off.
Shit getting crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. 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 Crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious.
What up? What up? What up?
Every light on this side of the town. Suddenly it all went down.
Yeah.
Now we'll all be brothers up.
Affiliate anniversary. Yeah, dude. If you see anybody talking about fucking drones, especially Chinese drones, you should clown on them. I'm sick of this shit, man. I was like fucking learning a bunch of shit, like, you know, like looking at like PhDs, fucking, you know, like talking about this, like mature adults. And then you log on to Twitter, and it's all these like brain dead debunkers who just look like they're having a fucking month-long panic attack. Oh, it's a drone. Oh no. Oh, it's a plane. Oh, it's something. Oh my god. Oh. Jesus Christ. Yeah, sure. But like, do they zap people with fucking microwave rays and give them telepathy when they have drone shows? Probably not, right? Like, I mean, I'm being a little bit facetious, but yeah. Well, it's just like all these assholes, they haven't solved it. It's like, yes, when something is blurry in the sky, you know, you can convince yourself it's anything. Sure. You know? That, like, the need that they feel to, like, convince everybody else. Like, if you just look at, like, any one of the replies, like, you know, fucking Think Tank or fucking Gandalf or someone like that who's just posting new videos, there's just reply after reply from these brain dead assholes who don't even have any confidence in what they're saying. They're just saying the first thing that comes to mind. It's you know, I guess it's to be expected. Look, I am confident fucking we will be fucking, you know, history will, you know, vindicate my point of view. But not that it matters. Like, this is like the fucking 10th podcast I've heard in the last couple of days where someone's like, yeah, I don't know, it really feels like shit's escalating now. It's like building to a head. And like, it's not just us who feel it, it's everybody's feeling it, you know? Where's my thing? Like, you know, like, this isn't like, this wasn't like a, I feel like I was very clearly not like, you know, like looking for this answer. This is just what fucking it looked like. I've never talked about fucking, you know, mimicry and like brain zapping and shit like that. This is things that like I fucking came up with over the last few weeks because of what we're seeing, you know? It's just, you know, which is kind of ironic too, because that's like, you know, that's like one of the reasons, like, it's like they say, it's like part of the explanation that, you know, people who are smart, who have thought about this for a long time and not just jackasses, that's one of the things they say is like, it wants you to see it, so then you try to figure out what it is. Like, it wants you to fucking think about it. Like, it's, you know. And like, I don't know, obviously we haven't seen the next phase or whatever, you know. Like, it could be evil, you know, like maybe they're trying to like trick us, people like me, to like let our guard down, like, oh, it's cool, they're good, they're here to get the deep state. And then really, you know, they come down and they got orbs everywhere, like blah, blah, like Venom. Yeah, I just watched Venom 3. It was pretty cool. But again, same thing. Is that more along the line of fucking soft disclosure? No? Maybe? It's just like, I have a hard time deciding, like, the people, it's like, I don't know, I was watching some News Nation clip earlier, and like, you look in the replies, and it's, every single reply is like, this guy's full of shit, this guy's lying, like, it's like the people are figuring it out, you know, like, just regular people who aren't being swayed by these fucking douchebag debunkers. Like, they're figuring it out. Like, I don't know. Let me see, what do I want to... Oh, that fucking dude, that teenage guy. I think he's a teenager, he looks like a teenager. His shit, his new video is really good, check it out. In case, you know, in case anybody's confused you lately. And then we'll finish watching this guy. This guy I was listening to some of in the shower, and he was less annoying than the last time I heard him. But this guy, I think, is on it. Dr. I don't know what his name is. Jim Segala? So they're doing like they were already in the middle of doing like a study on this, of like people who have like telepathic experiences or some sort of, you know, paranormal experience. They were doing it, they were able to like do it with these headsets on that were like monitoring their brain activity, and then they were writing it all down, and they've been working on this for a couple months now already. And then, yeah, this guy's got a unique theory, this YouTuber, he's all about trying to tie in the ancient fucking leftovers to the modern phenomena. He's like, you know, if I'm in an ancient valley and I come home and have a weird hitchhiker experience, you know, what's up with that, right? They live situation got worse. The they live situation is the fucking the debunkers. They're the ones who are gonna have to be they lived, you know? Oh, and here, this is, what's his name's new article? Chris Sharp, and Josh Boswell. Here, we'll start with this. This is really good. Oh, it's not on the screen. Hold on. Sorry. Look. Yeah, motherfuckers can go check the tape in a few months and they'll see that we were on it. We were on it from the beginning, dude. I'm fucking proud of it. Okay. Oops. And again, the same thing is like, I mean, maybe it's China, but...
Unauthorized drones have been zipping across U.S. military bases at speeds of up to 100...
Like, the reason I don't think this is China is because it's not... It's completely out of the ordinary for them, right? This is not something that they've ever really done. You know, like, they have been, I think, model citizens for the most part, at least with their relations with us. And we've just been aggressive at them nonstop and just, you know, and I don't know, like, they keep arresting these people that they say are doing, you know, like drone crimes. And it's like, it seems like every incident I find out about, it sounds like it could just be a fucking bad faith interpretation of something normal that the person, you know, the grad student or whatever was doing. I don't want to say that they're fucking perfect or angels or whatever, but at least with regards to us, they seem to be not not poking the bear. I mean, it's smart.
Unauthorized drones have been zipping.
Yeah. I mean, you would love to believe that, wouldn't you? No, I'm sorry to you, Kairos. Like, you guys are desperate to believe this. All you fucking people who have no idea of any of the fucking surrounding details, you all want to convince yourselves that it's just American citizens. Ooh. I mean, or that's the other answer people have. If you guys don't know, you don't have to like act like you know. You can just say, I don't know. I'm confused by it. This is an anomaly to me. Like, you know, you can say that, but like, you guys look foolish. Like, we're fucking adults in here who are like taking it seriously, and you guys say shit like that, and no one's laughing. You know, like, you listen to this article and you tell me that this sounds like, you know, American citizens, you know? Like, it doesn't. I just wish people would say, no, I don't really understand what's going on. And not pretend like they have all the answers figured out. Because you don't. Again, that's because you don't know what you're talking about. Exactly. So just admit it. You know, like, if you say something like that, then yeah, you're letting everybody know that you don't really know what you were talking about, and just a few minutes ago you were running your mouth. Like, that's it. I'm just getting frustrated with this because I log online and it's all these people, like, just have no clue what they're talking about. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, okay. Again, no one's laughing. Like, ooh, Americans are dumb. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. What does that have to do with what's happening here? Again, just say you don't know. You know? No. Some of them have, and I'm sure you've seen those ones shared over and over again because it fits your narrative. And you've ignored everything else, right? Okay. I don't care. I mean, again, you're not being funny, so I guess you're not joking. Nothing eludes me. I'm asking you what part eludes you. Because you can check the tape. I've been on it, dude. Guarantee you, like, we've delved so much deeper into this than you or any fucking douchebag that you're following who's telling you that. Just like, look for the self-serving narratives, okay? Oh, guys, the people who think everything ever is always prosaic, yeah, they think this is prosaic too. Oh my god. You got any drones that go 170 miles an hour? Like, no, I don't think so. No, I don't. Yeah. Again, so then you obviously haven't been looking close enough then. So, you know, again, you're revealing that you haven't been looking close enough by the things that you're saying. So you don't have to tell me. I already see it. It's okay. You can just say, I'm confused about this. I don't know. Okay, so you just said it was fucking hobbyists a second ago. So hobbyists have drones that go that fast? Which again, you could just say, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm unfamiliar with how fast commercial drones typically go. That, you know, that would have been like a much more productive thing to say. Instead of pretending that you know what you're talking about when you clearly don't.
Unauthorized drones have been zipping across U.S. military bases at speeds of up to 170 miles per hour, easily dodging radar and signal jamming systems. But contrary to the non-answers intelligence officials have been dishing out as New Jersey residents panic about car-sized drones flying over their homes for the past month. The government has been aware of this threat for over a year, DailyMail.com can exclusively reveal. Exclusively obtained images show one craft photographed by specialist military units over a U.S. airbase in England last month. DailyMail.com also obtained excerpts from a joint U.S. Air Force, NASA, and FBI report on previous airbase incursions, and an account from a senior officer briefed on the incidents. This news follows repeated widespread sightings of drones near military bases in New Jersey
no one's
and other
befuddled.
states over.
Again, no one is befuddled. You are the one who's befuddled. You are. Everything you say, you're indicating convincingly how befuddled you are. Nobody in here is befuddled. Nobody here is befuddled. Nobody. No, none whatsoever. We have a fucking great understanding of what's going on. You are befuddled by saying like dumb shit, by reading dumb shit from dumb people, you know? Oh my god. Again.
This news follows repeated widespread sightings of drones near military bases in New Jersey and other states over the past month. And a public outcry over the swarms prompted
No,
a study.
I'm on the non-befuddled side. There's some befuddled people in chat, so we will try to elucidate you, okay? Okay, again, I just said the fucking first line in the sentence, but you tell me again when you're stop being befuddled, okay? Okay, so these are commercial drones. Okay, got it.
And a public outcry over the swarms prompted a stunning admission from FBI chiefs to Congress they don't know where these craft are coming from. DailyMail.com obtained an internal government report showing federal agencies knew about incursions from apparent advanced drones over a year ago, but have failed to put a stop to them. Langley Air Force Base in Virginia was swarmed with dozens of drones for weeks in December 2023, creating a security panic. The incident was kept secret until it was revealed by defense magazine The Warzone in March this year. A report authored by the Air Force, FBI, and NASA, which has a facility next to Langley Air Base, said that their detection equipment and signal jamming had failed, and a presentation slide titled Lessons Learned. DailyMail.com can reveal.
So,
Trending stranded NASA astronauts get
so
more
like
bad
what
news
people
as
do who
rescue
are
mission-
smart, you know, who don't believe the first thing that they see, they gather important data points and then they add them to their overall analysis, which is what you're supposed to do. Okay, again, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm befuddled by you, right? So, let me just say, what you should be doing, because you've indicated that you don't know what you're talking about. So, I would say maybe take out a pen and paper or just use your noodle and just try to gather information and try to put it together, okay? I mean, yeah, Palantir wishes they had drones like this. Okay. I mean, sure.
Trending stranded NASA astronauts get more bad news as rescue mission delayed 127.9K viewing now Luigi. The apparent bumbled security response was due to the drone incursions being not initially viewed as a crisis, with a delay in external resources being deployed and a delay in setting up a unified command post. Read more. White House gives major update on source of drones invading NJ as sightings hit staggering levels.
Oh my god.
The report calls for more training equipment needed for ground intercept teams, better form of communication for field personnel, a more robust notification and reporting system among partner agencies, and a better understanding of legal authorities,
again, 'cause
process,
Palantir-
and capabilities of CU.
Again, it's no coincidence that yesterday we saw Palantir and some Japanese company put out these videos that show, oh, look at what our future capabilities are. And nobody understood that that was A, not a real video, or B, this is like, you know, wishful thinking, right? Like, nobody has those capabilities now. Like, which again, people who have been fucking following closely and paying attention, they understand that it's not, you know, whatever the dumb shit you said.
A more robust notification and reporting system among partner agencies and a better understanding of legal authorities, process, and capabilities of CUAS, anti-drone...
It's like people like Mick West, they post this shit like, oh, it's just a plane. And then they act like they...
That's the deal. Secrets were revealed because they knew each other from before.
Like they're not posting on the flight tracker app right next to it. Like, no, there's no planes here. Again, like every fucking low-hanging fruit response that people put out there, trust me, this has already been looked into, right?
A more robust notification and reporting system among partner agencies and a better understanding of legal authorities, process, and capabilities of CUAS, anti-drone technology, detection systems. It listed over-reliance on RF, radio frequency-based detection equipment, failed, and over-reliance on signal jamming mitigation technology, failed. But despite the warnings in the report, a UK military source told DailyMail.com that when drones started swarming a US airbase in eastern England last month, security personnel were unprepared to deal with the advanced foreign technology. The source, a senior officer, was briefed in detail on the drone incursions at RAF Lakenheath in Suffolk, England, which began on November 20th. Lakenheath is a highly sensitive location for the U.S. military, reportedly earmarked earlier this year to store some of America's arsenal of nuclear weapons. The officer told DailyMail.com that drones were recorded flying at up to 170 miles per hour near the base, chased a police helicopter, and appeared to be controlled remotely using radio frequencies outside of the normal bands used for military or civilian drones.
Again, none of this stuff is dispositive on its own. You add it to your overall picture, and then, you should be fucking starting.
And appeared to be controlled remotely using radio frequencies.
The weather balloon this isn't the same thing. I mean, Jesus.
And appeared to be controlled remotely using radio frequencies outside of the normal bands.
Yeah, they've been sending up man-made drones to look at the orb things. And then people have been taking pictures of them, frequently interacting with the orb things, and that's, we saw how those end.
And appeared to be controlled remotely using radio frequencies.
Like, where can you even buy a drone that big? Size of a minivan, 600 pounds, like...
and appeared to be controlled remotely using radio frequencies outside of the normal bands used for military or civilian drones. The drones were flying in with no lights. When they were close to the site, they were turning on the lights going, "Here I am," and as far as I know, not one piece of our equipment could bring it down or spot it, the source said.
Yeah.
When one of the objects was detected near the Lakenheath base...
So, you hear that, right? So this is a craft that's fucking showing up at the base, and then they have nothing that can take it down. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, these details are painting a very clear picture, right? This fits in the historical record among other incidents like this. It's just people have been so cucked by this stigma, like, that they have fucking, like, they can't put it all together, I guess. Like,
when one of the objects was detected near the Lakenheath base around November 20th, police sent a chopper to investigate. The drones were flying in set formation and then immediately locked onto the helicopter, the source said. Long-range UAVs, drones, that the U.S. military use, there's a couple of seconds lag in the system.
So it's superior to anything that the West is using. Okay, got that. I mean... Again, like, explanations like that, you need to have a damn good reason why this needs to be happening on both sides of the Atlantic, for this long of a time period. To test something? What could you be testing like that,
Ripped from the police schedules have been controlled by a controller within the UK, as there was no lack in their response. When the police helicopter climbed, the drones climbed with it.
Must have been controlled by a controller within the UK, as there was no lag in the response. When the police helicopter climbed, the drones climbed with it. When the police helicopter tried to leave the area, the drones followed it. They were traveling really fast, faster than anything they'd seen before. Okay. From police helicopter footage, one of the drones was tracked traveling 170 miles per hour. The officer said one helicopter even caught the advanced drone on an infrared camera in a video, which is now classified. Yeah. It's because it's not giving off any heat. There's a 30-minute video of the incident. The camera on the helicopter was in IR mode, infrared. It's approximately 1 minute of footage when you can see a craft which looks like a fixed-wing craft, and the maneuver that it does on the screen is like a very fast banking maneuver. Okay, we saw that one. That's the one that fucking people were trying to debunk, and they couldn't. It's a very, very advanced technology. It can move very fast, and it can't be detected on any of the systems that we've currently got. New Jersey witnesses have reported car-sized drones since mid-November, sometimes appearing in groups and often remaining in the same place for hours at a time. They are also said to have been spotted in New York, Texas, and Oklahoma, and Minnesota. Okay, again, do these look like jets to you? If this fit the characteristics of another known technology, that would be one thing. It doesn't, so that's why you have to add these different details to your analysis and try to put together a coherent perspective. Because, yeah, if they were jet drones with fucking exhaust, people would, oh, that looks like a jet drone. It's not. It's not giving off any heat. It's not showing up on the infrared. It's not fucking in the RF and the, expected frequencies. It's, again, it's bizarre.
No, it's not moving
So
at all.
people see that
right
and they say, "Oh, see, it's red and green. That means it's human made." Okay.
Look at it. Look at it.
Like these people have never seen
Well,
fucking anything in the sky before. They have no idea. 50 unmanned aerial vehicles coming off the ocean. God, look at that. That's just, yeah, no big deal. No big deal. See, people see that and they're like, "Oh, that's a plane." Yeah, that's a plane, dude. Okay. Total, that's a plane. Like, just this enough alone, like, so this is the one craft that that's what a jet looks like, by the way, and by the way, the jets couldn't catch up to the thing, which again, completely unprecedented. Chased a police helicopter, followed the FBI officers home. That's my favorite detail. Again, not stars, not planes. Like, I know the things that the fucking Mick West types are online saying. And, people are just gonna choose to believe them, I guess. But you're fucking beclowning yourself. We ended up using special forces equipment and nothing actually worked, to my knowledge. Nothing ever suggested to me we knew what we were doing or what we were dealing with. The officer said the drone's average recorded flight time was around 3 to 4 hours, similar to the Langley incident, and which combined with their speed is significantly more advanced than any type of drone in today's civilian market. So, like, what kind of battery does it have? To be going that fast for that long, this is not something people, and with no heat signature is the other thing. So, something fucking bizarre. Trump doesn't know anything. Trump gave himself away because he tried to make it seem like he knew what he was talking about. And then he said, if it were the enemy, they'd blast them. As if, you know, I think revealing that he doesn't know anything, you know? Daily Mail exclusively obtained a photo of one of the drones over Lincoln Heath, taken by a specialist military group investigating the incursions and circulated in a UK military intelligence report. The photos show a dark blue sky with a silhouetted object displaying 4 yellow, red, and white lights. Though appearing to have a similar shape to a plane in one of the photos, a source who received the brief said that descriptions of the movement of the object by eyewitnesses on the base ruled out commercial aircraft. That's the part you gotta get that, you know? Yeah. I mean, Trump's probably going to try to ignore it. Let's see. Drone incursions over U.S. military bases have continued this month, with the dozens of drones spotted in New Jersey, including over Naval Weapons Station Earl and Picatinny Arsenal, which manufactures and researches weapons, including arms supplied to Ukraine, as well as reported incidents over Ramstein Air Base in Germany on December 3rd and 4th. New Jersey witnesses have reported car-sized drones since mid-November, sometimes appearing in groups and often remaining in the same place for hours at a time. They've also been spotted in New York, Texas, and Oklahoma. The New Jersey Police Department sparked concern after it revealed that a drone it sent up to track a mystery aircraft easily evaded their device before disappearing into thin air. Again, these aren't things that are, you know, these things it doesn't really happen like that, right? Usually the police drone is the most advanced thing up there, and it, you know, they don't easily evade them. If it evades it, you can fucking see it where it's going. Ocean County Sheriff Michael Mastronardi said a drone was launched after one of his officers saw 50 unmanned aerial vehicles coming off the ocean. December 10th, FBI Assistant Director Robert Wheeler Jr. spoke at a congressional hearing on the drone incursions, saying the Bureau is stumped. Again, when have you ever heard the FBI say they were stumped? You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones in New Jersey are? Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez asked. That's correct, Wheeler replied. The government response appears to be in disarray, with apparent contradictory statements from civilian and military branches. A joint statement from the FBI and Department of Homeland Security on December 12th tried to attribute the sightings to conventional airplanes and claim there are no reported or confirmed drone sightings in any restricted airbase. I mean, again, it's like, when do you see them willingly clowning themselves like this?
An airplane caught this very high quality footage. This was recorded by Easily Amused EE on Reddit, and he posted and said, "Some video clips from my flight to Newark, New Jersey. The flashing blue lights were interesting because I could never see them with the naked eye. So I got in contact with this person and many others who are seeing these things up close. There's also another person who got almost in direct contact with one of these things just recently. I'm going to show you guys these videos right now. So let's just play this one so you understand where we are right now.
I literally think it's fucking a non-human intelligence.
Completely bonkers.
Said that.
Let's take a look.
You know, I'm gonna say it. You can laugh all you want. I think those are orbs too, by the way.
Look at that.
Like, again, like we've seen several videos of them changing shapes, right? Which you would think that would be enough to convince most people, but I mean, don't believe your lying eyes. No.
There's a crazy amount of these objects in the horizon. If we look closely, we can see some of them blinking in the distance. This is wild.
All these fucking things.
They don't look like drones, do they?
It's just Venus.
So I'm guessing that this was a very long flight.
Look at
I mean, he
Venus
started
moving.
recording this during the day and then he's still recording it at night. Either these objects are so
Look at
many
Venus zipping around
that
like
he was able to record it the entire way, or they were following the plane.
They fucking turn into like a.
What's interesting is that they
a
don't seem to be interacting
plane-shaped
with the
thing,
plane or interfering
right?
with
Like,
the plane at all.
Here, we'll watch the orb video again in a second.
Look at that.
Which-
That's a drone.
Again, it's like people testify, like people say that, and it's like what people have been saying for a long time. You know, like there's a paper on this. Project Blue Book wrote a report on this in like 1965 or something, right? This is a long observed tendency, right? Like, which again is what I'm saying when it's like, it's okay to not know all this backstory. It's just what's annoying is people pretending that they have the whole thing fucking, you know, handled when they don't even know these details. It's like, how could you fucking think that you have a good handle on it if stuff like that eludes you? You know, it's like, it's, you know, that's what I mean. It's like we know what they're going to say. Like people who have predictable self-serving opinions on every topic that comes up, I'm not interested in them, you know? No, I mean, there's been some stuff in the air, probably, if I had to fucking try to, you know, figure it out, there's been FBI and, you know, other, like, law enforcement drones have been sent up to investigate these things when they think nobody's watching, and that's the things that have been captured, is the ones who have been sent to monitor it. Like, that is such a not really compelling detail that everyone keeps saying. So the fucking non-human intelligence that is imitating human craft, is shape of human craft, it can do that, but it can't do the lights. That's the giveaway, really.
See, that's a drone.
See.
I guess this is what the drones are doing. They're surveilling these objects.
The drones are monitoring the orbs.
My gosh. This is amazing footage. There's also this video coming in from TTAL313 on Reddit. He posted this 15 hours ago, basically the same time the other video on the airplane was taken above New Jersey. So this guy was taking out the trash, and all of a sudden this thing comes very up close to him. I'm feeling as if at any moment someone's gonna have a very close contact with one of these orbs. And besides this video that I'm about to show you guys, we have now people reporting volcanoes going off in New Zealand. We also
gets
have
all this other weird
airports
stuff.
being shut down. More of these
Yeah, he
crazy
glossed over
interferences
that.
that are happening in the
That is the important detail here. First of all, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is in line with the special, like, you know, the places that are seeing these is Langley, and then the Lankenheath base in the UK, and Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. These are all, like, you know, very closely associated with the UAP phenomenon, right?
US, and not just in the US. Now it's happening in the UK and many other places. Finally, someone who decodes.
See, the PSYOP opinion, I think, like, at least that is like, I guess it could theoretically be true, right? That this is something that they decided to do with no coordination between any levels of government, or none of their media assets, none of their fucking, you know, like their foreign allies. They decided to just fucking bust it out without any preparation. So, we're just going to do a massive psyop all over the world and not tell anybody about it. And by the way, we don't have a villain in mind. Usually when you have a psyop, it's because you want to either, you know, like, damn some, you know, some actor, or you want to, like, prop up your own people. This one doesn't have either of those. It has, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be China, but I don't really know. Maybe. Like, you have that, and then you have a bunch of fucking, like, officials from various levels of government running around looking like absolute fucking morons. So, no, I don't think it's a psyop. And again, what would be the point of that? What would be the point of that? Like, it'd be one thing if they said, oh, it's aliens, right? And then they sought to, like, make the aliens look bad. But it's another thing when it's like, it's, you know, it's probably not China or Russia or anybody like that. But it's also probably not aliens, or, like, you know, like, it's just, that's a huge red flag for those theories. Which, again, is why I would advise people to think through all these aspects before you fucking come up with your opinion. Because, you know, everyone's got, like, incoherent takes. Like, it's not just GeoChase. What's up, dude?
Noted the interferences on the radio stations, experienced divers hearing radio static in the ocean without using any kind of equipment.
Yeah.
And I actually got in contact with these guys, and we're going to be taking a look into what they have to say about this. We also have videos of swarms of these objects hovering above Florida and many other places all over the world. So whatever these things are, they are showing up in numbers now. And last but not least, we have Grush's lawyer, Alessandro's lawyer, Danny Sheehan, who gave a talk at Yale 2 months ago saying that aliens are coming to intervene because they can't allow us to destroy the life-generating capabilities of the planet. And they know it. So then I thought about the Deagle report about 2025 and how the population of the entire world massively decreases.
I don't know that.
Someone knew about this. So why are these orbs here all over the world? If they're alien, it could just be that they're here to warn us about something. Could have anything to do with AI, quantum computing, nuclear power plants,
goofy when he goes off
or
like
even
this,
the sand theory.
You know,
we're going to be taking a look into all of this, but before, let's start with Trevor, who went to take the trash out at about 8:53 p.m. in New Jersey and almost had an up-close contact with these orbs. Check this out.
I mean, in Childhood's End. Was that Childhood's End? Is that the one where they don't let us see them because they look like literal demons? Yo. See, classic orb behavior. See, these are like the Bledsoe orbs.
Oh my gosh, what was that? So whatever this thing is, it got really up close to him,
No sound.
He recorded a 360 video so people understand that this is not the reflection of his window or anything like that. He also has
It doesn't matter.
CCTV
They'll find
footage
something
of
else
him recording
and
this
say
object.
you're not doing
So
whatever.
it's really nice that he did all this. He went through all this trouble to show people that this is legit. And the thing is, we can't discern or acknowledge what this thing is. This is what makes me think that this is either superior technology,
Look how it's
as it
moving.
seems to be transforming and shifting from invisible to visible object, or this is possibly a hologram like some suggest. But there are more videos, so let's take a look at them.
Hologram.
So this was posted on Twitter yesterday, and this is supposedly in Iran. Check this out.
Ew. Not Starlink.
That is a massive fleet of objects. It seems like some of them are blinking in and out, like we usually see these orbs doing. The only problem is the video is 9 seconds long. So I clicked on the link to the Reddit post. It was deleted. Here it says that it was deleted because it was not quality content. And then someone actually posted a link to the explanation that the Public Relations Department gave in Karaj. And here's their explanation, their official explanation to what really happened. And they say that these suspicious luminous objects are indeed balloons.
Yeah, balloons you can see in the
Suspicious,
dark.
You say, huh? Weather balloons. Just weather balloons. I mean, it could be balloons, but this is the typical response you'd expect, an official response, right? Then you have this same thing happening in Florida on December 16th. So the video is quite short, and I don't trust short videos. It could be balloons, it could be drones. I hear something in the background.
How is that balloons?
Or it could just be that we have these objects massively flying over different places in the world. The video was posted on December 16th, the same date a similar event happened in Karaj. So let's try to find other similar videos posted by other people on social media to see if this is something that's happening. Okay, so while searching Reddit, I found this video was also posted on December 16th. I think we see something similar here. Let's check this out.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. They're switching sides. One's going down, one's going up. Oh, wait. They're both going down.
Yeah, it looks like the orbs.
Sitting there.
This is crazy. What is that?
Orbs.
Some new alien technology or something? Like, I ain't never seen no colors like that. No, nothing like that. No, that's not airplanes. That's not airplanes. That's not, like... what the f***? There's like 5 of them in one spot like that. You're just like doing like a... And then 2 of them went down. You see them, they disappeared. What is going on with little? There's just a spots and
Yeah, it seems like these are the same orbs and not the drones. This was recorded in Texas.
Yeah.
So that one right there. Oh my god.
How many are there now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That one.
Look at that line of them.
They're hovering. See
And
how
now they're
hovering?
moving.
Yeah.
So apparently we have something similar going on in Phoenix, Arizona. This was recorded on December 15th.
How do I get to it?
Keep chasing it. So all you can do is follow it because we don't have. I can't just text and be like, hey, can you give me your location?
Baby, yo, Dora's getting scared. Look at him. On camera, they're both moving together right now. Holy shit, there might be another one behind it.
Yeah, I see it. Honey, whatever this giant bright thing is, these smaller ones are leaving it.
Yeah, they don't want to.
See, that's what we've seen. The bigger orbs can emit the smaller orbs. That's what I was
Whatever
saying.
these
Like,
things are, it seems that they're showing up in numbers and they're not just flying over the ocean anymore like they were before. This is new. Not only that, it seems like they're getting closer and closer to people. So at this point, a lot of people are asking themselves, are these orbs possibly alien or something like that? And Jessica Capo recorded a few interesting videos on her TikTok, and there was this other lady who recorded a video in which she kind of talks to these orbs and they seem to respond. Very similar to what happened to Paranormal Ash in her video, where her and her kid talk to this orb, ask it to blink, and it does. And it's kind of far away, so are these things actually able to listen to us and respond? Because when we zoom in, they do not look like they are physical, they look like plasma or something like that.
Yeah, orbs.
So in this video, Jessica Capo recorded something that started happening to her 4 days ago. These things started getting closer. Check this out.
I am literally freaking out right now. My Ring camera is going off every 5 seconds with the neighborhood notifications that the drones are getting closer and closer and lower. I'm in Toms River, New Jersey, and every minute my phone keeps going off and people's cameras are showing like these drones.
So the next day she records one of these drones that are flying really close to her house.
Yeah, that's what they said.
My live got disconnected. Go figure, right?
Good people have nothing to worry about. Bad people should be terrified. That's why you see the government are all terrified.
There is... Oh, what the is that?
I don't know about San Francisco, but...
What is that?
Okay,
Arizona.
Going on.
Look at that red
going
thing.
On. What is that next to it?
Oh my gosh.
A part of me is starting to maybe think like...
Oh, it's got FAA lights on it.
Drone is someone's drone. Like someone here putting it up, like police or something like that. And the one above it,
I think it was Bledsoe.
The unidentified drones. I don't know. That's not accurate. I am just saying my theory. Because that red drone is really low. It's kind of weird. And you... Oh my gosh,
Official statements
look at that one
from
going. What the
Look at that.
Going.
Wow.
It went close. It went close.
There was a classified briefing this morning, I think.
Not a drone.
That red drone.
Which again, classified briefing, really? For hobbyists?
What the fuck, guys?
It doesn't fly like a drone.
What is happening? It's going low. It's getting lower.
Well, it kind of flies organically. It doesn't look like something mechanical or anything like that. And when she says that her live was disconnected and that thing shows up, it kind of means that maybe there are certain interferences that these objects cause in our electronics. So I was thinking that, right? These things are possibly interfering with our electronics.
The people chased it,
also
and
possibly
it fucking
interfering with animals, like birds.
Fucking with their clock. I mean, birds do weird shit all the time.
Yo, what the?
What? Chris Bledsoe? You never heard of Chris Bledsoe? He's the guy we were watching last night. The old guy.
Where they going? I would have cut. It's like 10,000 birds, yo.
That was in New Jersey 2 days ago, and before you say it's a murmuration or it's just migration, there are more videos of other places in the US of something similar going on, and people are noticing that it's different than what they're used to seeing when they see a murmuration or migration. There's also a bunch of videos of interferences happening in England and other countries, apparently in the ocean also, and a guy who tried to decode one of these radio signals. But first, let's take a look at Pauline Morgallo's account. She has some interesting videos where she zooms in one of these objects, and this is her video.
See if I can do this today. Where am I? In between those two trees.
So she sees one of these orbs. She has a Nikon P1000 camera, which is a really good camera. She's gonna give it a good zoom in, and apparently these things are organic. They're not mechanical.
Look at that thing.
But the craziest part is she's going to try to talk to this thing.
Let's see if I can zoom in more. I know I can, but my fingers don't work. Look at that. Can you talk to me? Can you hear me? God is good.
What does that have to do with Wright Patterson?
Oh, you know Jesus.
I mean, we heard the audio of the pilots discussing it. Quote, heavy UAS activity, we have to sanitize this area. Like, you know.
So she continues on talking to this thing, and in my opinion, this could be a major coincidence. Whatever's going on here, it's crazy. This is not the first time, however, this happens. In Paranormal Ash's video, they ask it to blink, and it does.
Will you ask them, say, if you can hear us, will you blink in and out?
Yeah.
If you can hear us, then
This just looks like a coincidence.
out, please. Say to the aliens in the sky, we love you, we welcome you. We love you, we welcome you. It blinked. It blinked. Did you see that? Yeah. It's blinking in and out. Oh my god, it's blinking in and out for you, Kai.
Just Venus.
So whatever these things are, I'm thinking that they can hear us and respond. So this makes me think that either this is very advanced technology, possibly alien, or these are, like some people believe, possibly a hologram, and this could be a psyop. However, if this is a psyop, it's a really elaborate one, because we're seeing how interference is happening all over the world. And these are some of the videos that I've been talking about. Check this out. So this is coming in from Pittsburgh.
What is the lights?
I don't really know, bud.
Show to Mom.
Yeah, I'm gonna show it to him.
Oh, please.
From Gcast on Twitter.
And listen to this part.
You can actually see one of the orbs up there in the sky. And there's more.
Oh my god. What are these Teslas doing? Oh my god, my phone's making funny weird noises too.
One person says this is how Teslas update their system, but someone said he's a Tesla owner, that's not how it works. So this is...
Yeah, obviously they're fucking funding different stuff. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with Wright Patterson, though. You know? Like, it's a very important base for them as it currently stands, and they have so many, quote, UAS, heavy UAS, that they have to shut down, like, runways. Like, that's not a common thing. Like, that's completely out of the ordinary. Right?
This is in Southwest Houston.
What? The
Brian's new video is about that too, by
encounters
the way.
of the third kind is going on here.
So, like, I mean, this is just whatever.
This is coming from Susan Mills,
it's kind of a
42
stretch.
on TikTok, but this is in the month of August. It could just be that this all began
It's
way
in
before
August.
we've noticed it.
Well, I mean, it's
This
been
is coming
going on
from
for
Anthony
years.
128 on TikTok. It was
Like,
recorded 1 week ago.
They were definitely at Langley last December. So it's been going on for last year. And in Germany
the
over the
United
summer.
Kingdom. So the thing is, if this is not a coincidence, if this is a real interference that's happening because of these alien ships, then it could just be that they're interfering with animals and migration patterns and all that. And I found a couple of videos suggesting that something of that sort is
3
happening
jabs
in
and
New
a
Jersey.
UFO. No, but... I mean, that doesn't... I mean...
So while researching this topic,
Sure,
I
but,
found a
like...
bunch of these videos, mostly
Well, I
coming in
don't
from
know.
people in New Jersey, and I started...
Is the head of the Armed Services Committees there, Mike Turner? And it's important. It's very important as it is now. That district, that fucking the politicians who control that district, like, it's possible that they might move stuff further out west, or to Guam or something, but not not right now, right? Oh. I mean, I don't know about that. Like, I mean, they have ITER, which I think is their big thing. And they're working with the EU on the moon, on Artemis. That's about all they need right now. I mean, I think they're trying to fucking, like, you know, they're like isolationist tendencies. You know, like Trump and his fucking people, you know. I don't know how much they're actually into that, but I think that they would probably, you know. Their people, like the MAGA people, are not going to appreciate that, you know. So even if they do it, I think it'll be de-emphasized. You know, like they don't have another. You know, there's not a direct replacement for the ISS, and then America like has that fucking the Church Amendment or whatever that says they're not allowed to work on any projects with China. Because they claim that China's space program is dual use. I mean, behind what? I mean, you know, it would be a good fucking project to figure out what these things are. You know? I mean, I think they would like to, but that's like, they don't want to spend the money, and there's nobody who wants it. Like, nobody's asking for it. Like, they want our government to spend more money on research, yes. But, I don't, you know, there's no indication that they want that to be, you know, like an international project, right? I mean, they might try, but like, the point of that would be to get, so if you could get buy-in, you know, get a trade deal with some country they wouldn't otherwise sign because you were dangling that. And I'm trying to think of like where that would, you know, where that would come in, you know. Well, luckily there's nobody to fight in space yet, so, you know. Yeah, again, but like, they have all the, they get all the money they ask for, right? The Pentagon gets literally more than it asks for. Every single budget, every year, they get more money than they ask for, right? So, I don't know why they need to do something incredibly expensive and elaborate like this and reveal their brand new technology, you know, for any kind of like effort to scare people. Like, the truth is, if they wanted to get billions of dollars more, they could say, oh yeah, these are Chinese. Case closed. There you go. Right? This elaborate, like, you know, fucking stage show is not, it's like, I understand the people are used to like, you know, having like the cynicism with the way the Pentagon operates, but like, you gotta look at the cold hard facts. They get more money than they ask for every year. The military-industrial complex lobbyists control every fucking member of the House and Senate. They do not need any kind of psyop to get more funding. Okay? And if they did, it would be certainly like China is doing X or Russia is doing X, right? That's it. That's all they would say. Just like the original Cold War, right? They didn't say, oh, aliens. They said, yo, Russia. Right? Like, and I know it's a sexy theory, but yeah. There's a lot of cheap Chinese drones on the market. You know? No, again, it's like, guys, come on. Think about what they did to the fucking weather balloon. They shot it down, like, fucking, they cried about it for a week, and then they shot it down with fucking Sidewinder missiles. You know, like millions of dollars worth of missiles. Right? Like, if they thought it was another country, they would have shot it down a long time ago. Right? If they thought it was hobbyists, they would have fucking zapped it with their anti-drone. They don't even zap it. Like, their drone technology, it takes control of it and then flies it gently back down to wherever we want to land it. right? It doesn't just zap it. It takes over the remote control, right? So, like, you know, trust me, like, everyone's big brain theories has been considered, you know?
Started researching if this is common, so I asked ChatGPT and Google and all that. So this is what I found. On December 17th in New Jersey, you are well into the winter birding season. Migration has mostly ended. And then while looking at some of these videos, I looked at the comments, and it seems that people are noticing that
they don't have anything that can take out a hypersonic missile, right? Yeah, they just ignore it. You know, I'm sure they would like something like that, but like, you know, you know, they have too many Patriots to sell, right? Like, that's like a big seller for them. So they're not gonna like make a big deal out of like, oh, we need to do a new missile defense thing. I mean, I think they understand that like they're not, you know, that probably like, I mean, we've seen in Israel too, like, you know, they call it the Iron Dome to fucking describe, to get away from the fact that it's like a Patriot, you know, it's the same shit. Like, again, don't like, again, I would advise people who don't like, you know, America has a, like, I was just talking about that. There's a law that says they can't work with China on space stuff. I'm sure they would love that though. Again, like, I think look, it's like no China space program is behind the West, right? But that's just a question of them not wanting, you know, they could spend money on it and then, you know, like they probably will start spending money on it in the back half of the 20th century, you know, of the decade. But like they're very obvious. They're very, you know, we keep trying to frame everything like a race with them, and then they don't really get into it at all, you know? Again, no, like if you don't know something, why would you just make it up? You can just like not say anything. Like, you know, it's like I was just complaining about. What up, y'all? No. What up, y'all? Affiliate anniversary. Yeah, good. You come to the right place. We're getting close to the bottom of it. Getting fucking close. So everyone has to take their stigma, your stigmatic residue, and throw it on the floor. So we're just looking at the evidence and trying to fucking, you know, put it together. You just missed this video too. I think I'll summarize at the end. Anyway, welcome in. We just started. This is the first thing.
That these are starlings and that they are migrating north. Yeah. And this is what I found out. The starlings in the northern hemisphere generally migrate southward or remain residents, so it's not common that they're migrating northward. And I guess this is why Just Eric posted this video 2 days ago and noticed something bizarre about this. And while searching his TikTok account, it seems that he is a nature lover and someone who observes nature, so he must know something about birds.
They going somewhere.
You're a real nature lover.
My God.
I mean, again, this is just birds.
Now what's interesting is that he recorded these on December 15th. And it was apparently throughout the entire day that he saw this migration pattern that apparently is heading north, the opposite of where it should be headed.
Yo, What the? Yo, what the? Where they going? I wanna go. Yo, it's like 10,000 birds, yo.
Okay, so this could be just a coincidence and maybe birds are migrating north for some reason on December 2024. But it could be also related to this phenomenon of the orbs and all that, who knows?
He looks like he's
Are they leaving New Jersey?
It looks like it's moving towards the north.
So a couple of days ago, El Duets posted a video in which he messes with the pitch in one of these interferences that were recorded on radio. Check this out.
How do you know that was the drones over the radio? Drones, the UFOs.
Constant support and
Yeah, that's just like the radio. They don't emit on regular frequencies. That's why they can't track. They're having a hard time tracking them. Like I keep saying, if it's human technology,
In
it's
this
the
other
most
video,
advanced
a person
shit there
sped
is.
up one of the interferences and got this message.
He says it right there, midnight on New Year's, man.
So apparently this person sped up the video 8 times. This was posted by
He gets good
Money
videos,
Pilot
but he's
Fitness
not really
3
good
days
at
ago.
like fucking.
Now when it comes to trying to explain what's really
theorizing.
going on, there's a bunch of people posting videos with very interesting explanations. And here are a few that I found.
Hey everyone.
This
My
guy
name's John
is so
Ferguson.
full of
I'm
shit.
the CEO of Saxon Aerospace
Saxon
here
Aerospace.
in Wichita, Kansas.
Like,
I'm not normally.
This is so fucking like reckless too. It just shows you like how fucking cynical the entire military-industrial complex is. This guy starts off the video like, "Oh, I'm a fucking drone manufacturer guy," and like, yeah, I think this is totally like they're looking for a lost nuclear material or something. It's like he knows this isn't true. Like he knows that's not true. Like he knows they don't have the capabilities to do that. He knows like the type of radiation they can pick up from orbit. And he makes this video. I don't know if somebody asked him to or if he just like was trying to capitalize on the moment, you know? But like they're all so fucking horrible people. Like none of the shit they spend money on is anything useful. Like so again, that's the thing. I think people, by and large, I've seen them this week, people think because we spend a lot of money on the military, that means we have a good military. And that's just not true, right? They've been fucking wasting their money for decades, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they are. No, honestly. Yeah. I mean, Ross Coulthard said he thought they were pinging people to, like, fucking awaken latent telepathic abilities. Which, you know, like, I just heard that podcast with the autistic kids that have telepathy. So I'm down, you know, like, sure. But I think, like I keep saying, I am confident that, eventually it won't, you know, it'll be undoubtable, you know, like, everybody who's a hater now, who's disagreeing with me, I know you will be on my side soon enough, you know.
Yeah, TikTok kind of a guy. I like watching this stuff every once in a while. But I'm a manufacturer of unmanned aircraft.
The kids know too. The kids know too. It's like they yeah, they're on the same page. You know, the kids are like, it's not even that they're socialists because they understand socialism. It's that like they're kids and they understand right from wrong. So they understand like what has to happen, right? You know.
Unmanned aircraft, as you can see, one of my systems here. There's all of these mysterious drones going on off the East Coast, and as a professional, as a subject matter expert, I wanted to give you all my opinion on what I think could be going on with these drones.
It sounds like a lot
I
of
don't
effort.
particularly believe that these have a nefarious intent. I could be
Just send them
wrong.
to work in the space
But I want to
mines.
give you the truth and what I believe. It's my own opinion.
Yo.
And I've not bounced this off.
He said that shit last night about the structures on the moon. I forgot about that. Wow. That's nuts.
Off of anybody,
Moon is
so
too perfect.
This guy goes on and explains how he has information from a buddy of his that there is a missing nuclear da-da-da. And
Da-da-da.
apparently this thing went missing in Europe when it was headed towards the United States, and they can't find it. And so there's a lot of things going on right now, and he believes that all this that's happening with the drones in particular, it's because they're scanning and trying to find this nuclear blah-da-da.
Is it how long I've been on the platform, or how long I've been an
And he
affiliate?
explains this theory very well. If you want to watch his video, he's John Ferguson730 on TikTok. He's got a
dumb
very
theory.
interesting video on the
Bullshit theory.
topic. Now, when it comes to explaining the drones, he might be on the right path. I'm not so sure about that, but it kind of makes
dude,
sense.
that's such a dumb
But what about
theory.
the orbs? What about the birds?
Yeah.
The interferences?
and
all over.
It doesn't pass the initial barrier. Why are they flashing lights at everyone? Again, it's like the theory, to try to state something else, your theory has to take in all the relevant facts, which is, you'll notice, something that fucking debunkers never do. They will debunk, they'll find one little section of it, and then they'll debunk, like, you know, like they'll put forth an alternative explanation that could be happening, right? For, you know, some aspect of it. Which again, to do that, you have to ignore all the other details. You have to ignore, like, you know, the fucking sky tracker, the first-hand witness accounts, like all things that are, like, you know, admissible in court, they just ignore.
For the world. How do you explain that? And being that everyone's zooming in on these objects, these orbs.
We have like half a dozen warheads missing, right? Like, just from before we had ICBMs, again, this is the late 40s and the early 50s. Curtis LeMay and the other Air Force people, we literally did a program for years where they just would circle the North Atlantic with nuclear warheads in the plane, just in case they got the call to go nuke Russia. Like, they could get there a little bit faster if they didn't have to scramble the jet, like if they were like already halfway there. We did this round the clock for several years. The most dangerous, like, reckless thing you can possibly do, like, for psychotic reasons, you know. That's the you know, they dropped a bunch of warheads when they were doing that. And then by the way, this is the same people, coincidentally, that everyone assumes, like, you know, they let UFOs fly over their territory, not shoot at them, right? I don't know. I mean, this is a quintessential orb, right? And when you zoom in, you see the fucking wheels within wheels thing too, by the way. That's what's in the inner core of that. Which we've covered with those cold fusion magneto hydrodynamics guys. That's the optimal. This is this is what you would build, you know, if you had a plasma cold fusion reaction going that was sturdy. You would do that. Yeah, right. I saw that's in the Discord. Yeah. That's why they don't shoot at them. Yeah, that's why they don't. People assume that our military is the best in the world and we would be able to shoot these down if we wanted to. But that's not true. If they can catch them, they can't shoot them down. And again, it's my theory that other people, again, ask yourself, like, why the people who have been following this the closest, the people who have been paying attention to it the most, who have looked at every video that's come out, you know, who have like talked to witnesses. Like that red panda koala guy, again, has the exact same opinion I have. Right? The other guy I know who's been following this flap as closely as me, and he happens to have the exact same opinion as me. And, you know, Ross Coulthart. People who know the subject, they agree with me. Right? Fucking people who know how to repeat like self-serving, you know, fucking made-up narratives are going to continue to do that. You'll notice too, the debunkers don't even have a set thing. Like, it's one thing if it's like the, you know, like the gimbal video or whatever. They have a thing that they all say. You know, they have a take that's like, you know, they agree with this like version of events that they've decided is like, you know, like conceivable and does not change at all. With this, they're saying something different, like for the same fucking object. You know, like you'll see them like in the replies, it'll be like they're saying, half the guys will say plane, and then they'll say like Venus or Jupiter or whatever. Like, again, it's not what we're seeing. Okay, it's like it's frustrating too, because it's like they act like people are going to share these videos without checking whether or not like Venus is in the background. Right? How about that one we saw last night where the fucking thing was like, that one was crazy, the red one? And again, they want to be seen, right? That's the crucial detail of this. Whatever it is, they could turn the lights off and they'd be very hard to see. But you heard the testimony. They fly to the site and then turn the lights on, and then they shine their lights at everybody. Their lights are off before they get there, wherever they come from. So if they come from the ocean, right? Like, but they don't know where. I mean, there's no boat there, obviously. So assuming there's some submarine there, they haven't been able to look for a submarine. Like, how could you hide a boat or a submarine that big from the coast? And both coasts, too, because we have them out west as well. So you think, like, the Iranians have a submarine there? The Russians have a submarine there? I don't think they run off Earth's natural energy. I think they run off cold fusion. Get it? This looks like the shit Bob Grenier makes in his lab. Like, this is what I think it is. And I think either some group of humans have figured that out and they're going to hold the world hostage, right? Because that's plausible, not talked about enough. It could be a terrorism event, right? Or it's fucking aliens, you know? I mean, I think they get the bubble to form, right? Like he talked about with the, like that's what Malcolm, what's his name's thing does. It's got the bubbler. It makes the bubbles. And then the bubbles pop, or the bubbles form, and then they're stable. I think that's how it goes.
She's nutty in relation to my base station. I had it sealed. That's the deal. Secrets were revealed because they knew each other from before.
I mean, yeah. Fucking, I hope it's China. Suspect it's a conspiracy of assholes. I mean, again, which conspiracy of assholes has these fucking orbs? Like, that's the thing. The thing that makes me think it's not humans is the advanced technology. You know? Like, that's not, you know. That's what I mean. So, could it be China? Yeah, I get. Yeah, I mean, sure. Why would they be doing this? I don't really know. Because again, it's like really hard. You know, usually when there's something that happens, people take credit for it and or blame somebody. God, the fact that they're not blaming anybody and no one's taking credit for it should be a huge red flag. What do you think's happening then? I think the assumption has to be then it's not somebody from Earth, right? It's not, you know? Like, there's just no motivation. What's the incentive to do this if you're not trying to, like, hold for ransom, you know, and you're not trying to serve some geopolitical interest? Because, again, the U.S. government is completely paralyzed. There's no narrative. They're not coming up with any, you know, they don't have any, they don't even, like, the political parties don't even have, like, a way to frame this. They're all just fucking running around with their heads cut off. And that's not normal, you know? No, I don't think it's the Ayatollah. Yeah, we can't even shoot him down. How could we fucking put him up there, right? Exactly. Again, I think the evidence is all there. I think the stigma has done a number on people, and I think that's causing us to fucking not put it together. But again, I think the fucking facts are all there, right? And, you know, I don't know what's going to happen next, but I mean, I do know that, you know. Okay, well, I mean, then there's no video. Like, if you're going to say that every video we see is fake, then, you know, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, we have Provenance, like, we have the guy, like, there's been interviews with, like, the people who shot the videos, you know? But I guess if you're just going to assume everybody's lying and making it up, then I don't know how, you know.
Orbs. It appears as if they are organic.
What is that? I'm not even sure.
Not obeying the laws of physics or gravity and all that. So
a lot of this stuff is like live streamed,
dark matter.
You know,
and
like
in a few minutes, I'll explain why I think this may have something to do with it.
Oh my god. Y'all, the UFOs, the drones in New Jersey are chasing these things. That the drones are not plasmoids, and I
that was on
100%
ABC News.
agree.
Yeah, the plasmoids.
So what the F are
she's on it.
plasmoids? I'll tell you. Okay, plasma is the fourth state of matter. It is in plasma balls, it is lightning, it is ionized gas that creates fluorescence
Cold
when
fusion.
the electrons are flurrying around the nucleus and they're free. Crash course on plasma. Non-plasma, plasma, free electrons, not super tied to the nucleus. This can create fluorescence, which is in the aurora borealis, lightning, fluorescent light, neon lights. It's also, plasma is also the sun and any star. Plasma
These are
has to do with
plasmoid
sacred
creatures.
geometry, and now let's get into plasmoids. There are several theories that plasma is intelligent, including the intelligent plasma hypothesis by Dr. Massimo Teodorini, who is an astrophysicist, and of course an electronic musician, because plasma is sound. There's also a book, A New Science of Heaven by Robert Temple, which is
That's the
literally
guy
about
who
the
said-
science of plasma transforming
That's the guy who said the thing about
humanity's understanding of its
Cornell.
place in the universe. It talks about plasmoids.
But
and
Cornell
then
being
this is
anti-Semitic.
Dr. Massimo's book about consciousness and plasma. So basically, these plasmoids have literally been studied by since the 50s. There are several
Yeah,
and
what's his name?
physicist papers on plasma. Just Google plasma UAPs. You can also look up this and this in the Journal of Modern
Bostic.
Physics about new
Bostic
studies on
did
plasma and plasmoids. This was recent.
So while researching this plasma being thing, I found this article. You can find it too. It's plasma being formed and maintained inside TAE Technologies fusion machine. There is a video of humans, us, creating this plasma being for a few seconds inside this TAE Technologies fusion machine. This is apparently new technology that we are developing since 2021 in California. So whatever this thing is, it seems that, well, it's being studied indeed. It seems that she knows what she's talking about. Then I found this other article. Look inside this lab where scientists are recreating the energy of the sun, plasma, to produce nearly unlimited clean energy. And then I was, So this kind of makes sense of what Alessandro's
plasmoid
lawyer
is
was
stuff that
talking
they
about.
observe in
We may be
space.
reaching a point in which we have
Like
technology.
that Robert Temple guy, I told you I turned the podcast off, but I think his theory is that they're observable in space. That there's like plasma clouds that are filled with plasmoids. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's CERN. Maybe CERN has something to do with it. I don't know. Again, I think that what's his face guy? Bledsoe. I think Bledsoe is I think he's telling the truth.
Technology may again be dangerous and used with.
I don't see why he'd make it up. I mean, I guess sure, but he was like a successful contractor. Like in the not a UFO guy. Like, I don't see really. That guy just makes that up out of nowhere. He's like religious, and seems really bizarre for it. I think that actually happened to him, right? I don't know. It's just like, I don't, you have to assume that so many people are lying all the time. Like, I mean, I don't know. Seems like there's a phenomenon is real. It's been happening for a long time, right? We've been observing it in all these different ways. We've got tons of credible witnesses of the entire vast, all walks of life, right? We've got the crop circles, right? We've got these mass sightings that happen periodically. I mean, we have a very clear pattern that's emerged. It's just to assume that, like, the plurality of people in that scenario are all lying all the time for no discernible incentive. I don't, I don't have that view. I think, I'm sure there's some liars in there, but I think, it's the odd, handful here and there. Like, the majority of these people are just regular people, and you can see that incredible things happen to them, and it's like, I think, like I said, the evidence, I think, is staggering. I think we just choose to ignore it and find ways to write it off to, protect our worldviews. I think we need to, like, just, like I said, be honest with ourselves. And, like, it's not... What's the opportunity cost? It's kind of like, a great big screen gone to white. The Nexus, like in Star Trek. I don't know. It's like, this is a very exciting, like pro working class, series of potential events, right? Like, I think the fact that, like, the the spooky types have taken a step back from Bledsoe too, I think is also, like, they understand that, like, he's not with them, like, which I think is, it's good. So, like, and there's other people, supposedly, right? There's supposed to be several people who are in communication with them. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say I know the whole picture. I'm just saying, like, I can recognize, like, there's something going on, right? Like, I think when we're constantly having to, like, prove everything exists all the time, it's frustrating. And then we can't go to the next step.
With bad intentions. While reading this article, I found out that they're using nuclear reactors to power this technology. And, well, we have a lot of nuclear reactors in New Jersey. This is a quick list, actually. So yeah, it's a bit far-fetched, but still, it may have something to do with these UFOs that are apparently coming from within the ocean.
Just had another one show up about my 1 o'clock, about 1,000 feet high, zipping towards us and then back out towards the ocean. It's red in color.
And there's another explanation when thinking about the ocean, and that would be the sand theory. I don't know if you know about this, but the world is kind of running out of sand. We use sand for absolutely everything. Your car, paved roads, your computer, television, buildings, your houses, glass, everything uses either silica or sand. And we, of course, usually mine this sand, but there's also something called illegal sand dredging, where we get this sand from the bottom of the ocean. So this is what it looks like. Usually illegal sand dredging involves a ship in international waters going to extract this sand. While it does so, it's going to create this possible erosion from the coastline. So what happens here is, as we extract the sand from the bottoms of the ocean, we're changing how the bottom of the ocean sits. So the more you extract from one place, the more it erodes from another. And this, of course, messes with the Earth's crust and many other factors. And if these guys are coming from the bottom of the ocean, let's just say that they have an entire ecosystem there, they might just be pissed. Not only that, they might have noticed that we reached a point in which, well, something might actually happen. Now, I don't know if you know about this, but between 2020 and 22, we had a global quieting of seismic noise. In other words, earthquakes. Almost zero. And this is basically because everyone was inside their homes. We had no industries, no cars, no airplanes kind of running. And this ended up quieting down the seismic activity. So that would mean that we humans have reached a point in which we are interfering with the Earth's crust that much. Whatever it is that we're doing, it might just be that we reached a point of no return. And these guys are showing up saying, hey, look, yeah, this is it. I wouldn't go any further. Now again, these are all theories. And there's also the theory that these plasma beings or UFOs are just a psyop, because like some state, it looks like holograms, and it could be. So I want to know your thoughts. What do you think is really going on? Leave a comment. Don't forget to leave a like, smash that like button, the notification and the subscribe button also, and I'll see you guys next video.
Yeah, it's plasmoids, okay? Just get used to it. It's a plasmoid future. I've been saying it, you know? Future is plasmoidial. UAP Ghostbusters. Is this new? Oh yeah, Rogan had Ryan Graves on today. It was pretty good. Same thing though, right? I actually exposed the truth. Your shadow agent confessed to me about the New Jersey drone. Yeah, what did he confess? Again. This guy. NASA's forbidden alien study finds proof of spiritual beings. I mean, I guess, they'll just call them aliens. Yeah.
This sort of vision happen. And what's weird is
your gravity vector starts getting bigger and things like that. But then sometimes you get a lull. In other words, you get things that are taken away. That means that something is actually destroying these things and actually coming in there and doing is actually overpowering these things. So you get a lull. So it's not easy to tell the difference between what type of vehicle.
The doctor is doing the experiment
you
on
can
him.
tell from the data that it's a classification of what these things are actually doing to your signals that are in your environment. So, like for instance, when a drone goes over and it's maybe it's a passive drone just taking readings, and all you're going to get maybe is just the motor noise and things like that. So you'll pick up some infrasound, you'll pick up some sound, you'll pick up some electromagnetic energy. So if you marry those together, and you start seeing patterns. But all in all, I mean, you physically are not going to be able to look at this thing and say, oh, this is going to be this. What we do is we go through every night, we look at them, we look for anomalies. And we say, these anomalies happen at this time. And we look at the cameras.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of these, I don't have a device with me, but our devices have a camera now.
That's where the good shit happens.
It does infrared and it does regular visible light. So if you can then put this thing, put it in a window, face it up to the sky. If you see something like the red and green, the red and green navigational lights on a drone, and at the same time, you're going to get some type of signal change. So like electromagnetic energy, like went off the rails and went really high. That's when the system kicks out and says, look, I don't know what this is, but it's really weird. And it'll ask you, can you tell me what this thing is? What happened at the exact time? And that's the data we're looking for. So the system's not smart enough to say it's a drone, but it knows that it's weird and it knows that it's different. and it's going to ask you, oh, by the way, here's an instance that happened that day. That's part of the alert. Can you tell me information? So the next time it happens, I'm a little bit smarter, and I can alert you to say, look, the last time this happened, you said it was a drone. Is it a drone? It could have been a drone. Because people don't realize this, but 99% of the times they don't see the things that they should see. A drone could be 100 feet away on the other side of the house. You never saw it. But the one that you did see is on, it happened that time. But just because it's over on that side of the house doesn't mean that it didn't make the same electronic noise. So then it goes back and looks at the data and says, oh, by the way, the last time you told me about this signal did this. It happened this time, but you didn't see anything. But pretty sure that is probably the same thing that happened. So it looks for anomalies. That's what the whole idea is. It's constantly looking for anomalies. It doesn't like the first time it saw a bird fly over it, it said, oh man, that's an anomaly. But it said, oh, no, it's a bird. Don't worry about it. And now it's after seeing thousands and thousands of birds, it says, oh, don't worry about it. It's just a bird. But if it sees something it doesn't understand, it asks, it says, what the hell was this?
Gotcha. So something like a drone flying over might just pick up basic electromagnetic signals or kind of subtle shifts or even the sound and things like that maybe. But if you get some weird shift in GPS or in the gravity or infrasound or gamma radiation that it's something that like a drone, a normal man-made or private-owned drone could produce, then something just flew over your house or interacted with you that is unknown or is anomalous. And then, like you said, pairing that up with the witness stories, that's been the whole thing, is because sometimes I'll have strange experiences where I'm not even outside. I'll be in my house and it's like almost some sort of a vision, like I'm sucked into a dream and I experience things, and there's all these chains of coincidence and synchronicity where I'll get texts and phone calls and emails and all on the same topic, and then I have this sort of vision happen. And what's weird is even in those instances, I've been able to log into the device, go onto the website, and sure enough, right when I was having that strange moment that normally I would just be like, that was weird, and move on with my day, the device is, the MUPOS is capable a lot of times of capturing simultaneous spike in EMF, microwave, and gamma, and you can see it jump off the charts, whereas the rest of the day it's been completely baseline and normal. You can see like the sensor's used to my house, it's used to these waves, all the lines are flat, and then right when I'm having this weird experience that I can't explain, the sensor in my house in the other room is measuring that. It's capturing that something actually happened. And so this is another one of those layers that helps us understand how some of these experiences, while our subconscious mind and our anticipation and imagination might fill in the gaps and paint the picture, it's
the ruling class is doing cyborg to us, and we're not even fighting back.
These things aren't just imaginary. There's actually an energy or an interaction that's happening where something is coming into your environment and triggering these events.
That could be what this is.
Right? So can you share maybe some of those experiences that you've witnessed that are significant to you, or that kind of first stood out like, wow, there really is something to this that's not just imaginary or a hallucination?
Yeah, I mean, I
just don't know why they wouldn't have planned it better and coordinated it.
The first study where we had 36 people that lasted 3 years, we had thousands
the lack of coordination is a huge red flag too.
Narratives that were sent in, over the website to say, this happened, I don't feel good. But a couple stand out. There was a lot of instances where people would report that, they felt as though they were being watched. And they were felt to the point where they would actually not leave the house. They would actually, stay within the house. And then what they were doing actually was kind of interesting. What they were doing is actually using the device to see whether or not they should go out. They would see that the levels would be rising and things like that. They would say, oh, wait, what the hell's going on? Maybe I should go out. But then the levels would start, falling down. You wouldn't get so many ripples in the levels. They would feel more comfortable going out, and they would go out. So it's, those are the type of things that, gives you a little bit of pause, whether or not, you want to make sure that, everything is very viable. So a lot of instances like that, where people would go someplace and they would, feel like they would see a UFO, or they would feel anxious or feel like there's somebody watching.
Sound like they got some like pre-existing conditions.
The device registered something that was out of the ordinary, something that, maybe a big microwave spike, or maybe at that point a big gamma ray spike.
I mean, maybe hopefully they can be vindicated with the fucking.
There should be an option to share screen. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let me just, I guess you can pause at this point.
Sure.
And then I also have a device right behind me. I think. My wife must have one on her desk.
They felt
that I can.
Carbon monoxide, right?
So the one I have is like one of the first models, one of the early.
Carbon monoxide gives you visions and shit. It's like people who have haunted houses. A lot of times they had like a carbon monoxide leak somewhere. It could be that. But I mean, if you read the thing in the EM, like the, something's spiking in the EM, then you can go from there. I don't think you're like I don't know, maybe that's interesting. Is there enough voltage in a human to like affect the surrounding like fucking, background radiation, whatever? Could you zap the room, kind of? Can you zap the room? I don't know. It seems like we do have a lot of charge in us if we were able to fucking like deploy it like all at once somehow. Right? I bet you we got it fucking little bit, couple. Let's see. What do you think? Like mega electron volt? Maybe something like that? Like a boom. Yeah, that's true. When you move around, because we still have antenna TV, and yeah, but like that's just, I think, an obstruction. That's not that's not like giving off charge.
That was the original model. Yep.
The original, yeah.
I guess it kind of is in a certain sense, but not what we're talking about.
Yeah, no rush. This is super easy to edit all this out. I'm going to just throw it in the software
Dude,
and
you didn't
put my
edit
intro.
it out. What are you talking about? We're watching you say that.
This is just a collection of.
This guy has 3.3 million subscribers.
What the system does. So this is a great example right here, which I'm sharing.
You see this?
So but the system here, I think this is 11.
Yo, he's got 3 million subscribers, and only 7,000 people watched this in the last 6 hours. That seems off, man. Seems like, especially right now with all the shit going on, this would be killing in the numbers. Right? 100 watts? That's nothing. I'll bet you I could zap shit at least, maybe the FM bandwidth. No, maybe not. Maybe the AM. Yeah, dude, I can get it up on the AM, dude. I am an AM radio station. I think so. Carl Crusher. The name sounds familiar, right?
Microwave radiation.
It just seems like the algorithm is probably suppressing him, even though his video is incredibly timely.
If you can think of what the system's doing, so there's a sensor in your environment, very, very close to you, that is reading the electromagnetic signal. It's got an antenna in, it's got all that stuff, and it's reading. And you can see over here, you can see my cursor, right? So it's reading and reading and reading. It's very, very flat. This is just noise from your cell phone, from your microwave oven, blah, 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 just everyday stuff. Then all of a sudden, you get these points
look,
where
that's
you
a
have these
spike,
incredibly
man.
large
Holy
spikes.
shit.
And associated
That's
with
a
this
big spike.
is
It's
a narrative.
420.
And this would be a narrative that somebody would write in. So this happened a few years ago, and I got permission to put this in here. But
so that's like their
basically-
journal entry attached to that
Exactly,
spike. What they
exactly.
experienced
Right.
personally, they type it in there. Yeah.
Right. So I have a system that people go in there and they can put in their thing. They can upload photos. They can do all sorts of stuff. But then after, like I said, at night, I process this thing and I look for correlations. And this is a particular instance where you had these incredibly large microwave
the
spikes
energy level.
associated right next to a narrative
And the
that somebody put
wavelength.
in. It says, I've had some problems, or I had some things, or something. And so this is very typical of what kind of situation that this would happen. So you could be going along your everyday life, and all of a sudden, maybe you're sitting in your house and a drone flies over that, pumping out serious microwave radiation. It picks it up. It does something to your psyche. It has some effect on your brain physiology, and you start basically hallucinating or having some kind of an experience. And then, we ask people to, they do have these experiences to put this in. Now, it happens during this study. Nobody actually ever saw the data until 2 weeks later. So this is all blind.
Yeah, they got to hide
nobody
the
actually
thing
knew
from
that
them
this
while it's
spike
going
happened to
on.
this particular person until 2 weeks afterwards. So
That's
they
what I
put this
said.
thing in when they had the experience, whatever day it was. And then since then, they were.
I'm telling you,
since that time,
I'm a killer
they were,
electron volt. Okay?
surprised as hell to
That's
see
what
that
I
there
am.
was a correlation between a very large
I'm a
microwave
kilo.
spike and this thing happening. Now, exactly what flew over their house or what happened,
call me
we
kilo
don't know.
kilo.
This is not capable of identifying that. All it knows is anomalies. It says, this is weird.
The anomaly
something
hunter.
strange happened, because normally if you look
Killer
at their
Kilo,
data,
the
this is
anomaly
it.
hunter.
You know, they can be making cell phone calls.
Yeah, I think it is
or,
Wesley Crusher's
their whatever.
prank
it could be
uncle.
their computer or whatever, their Wi-Fi, and then all of a sudden you get this monster spike. So this is one of the examples. And then here's another example. All of these examples that I show you are what had some type of correlation between what somebody felt and then what the equipment read. So there was all this noise on this particular one. This is.
Can you zoom in just a little bit on that page?
Yeah.
Does it let you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's better.
Oh yeah, this is an acceleration vector. So if you think about the acceleration of this green acceleration vector, this is what keeps you pinned to the earth.
Subscribers.
If you didn't
the sensor thought that it was moving, like
something was going on. It was like something wacky was going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to explain it to my fucking family around Christmas.
Not in any particular direction. It looked like it was all over the place. So, and this was actually quite interesting. But this is, the person actually, I don't know exactly what sometimes we don't get permission to actually put this on here. So we have to actually get permission from the person if they want to share their data publicly. But this person did. Then there was other ones like this particular one. This is a gyroscopic. No, gyroscopic is interesting. Gyroscopic means that we're sitting here and we're actually, space-time metric is actually sitting still normally. But every once in a while, it starts rotating. And it rotates because something big and energetic is flying by or doing something weird around you that makes us twist a little bit. Now, when I say a little bit, it's in the nanometers. It's so small, but these sensors are sensitive enough that it picks it up. It picks up a little gyroscopic effect, like your whole environment. And it's not you wouldn't feel it, but your whole environment's twisted. And you can see that this thing just took a big deviation.
No politic here, man. No politic here.
And it was just one of those things that they
know,
reported
right?
something happening.
Like a wave in space time, like that, like you're in a ripple or a wake. That would be like
exactly.
Like someone might experience a deja vu or a strange experience, and then look at the device.
So this would actually create this situation right here in the jar. This actually creates a lot of air problems because your body relies on understanding where you are. Right, you need to have that. And if your station tubes, if you kind of move that a little bit, even slightly, your body picks that up. And its reaction is, something's wrong. I'm going to throw up. So it makes you nauseous. So you get a lot of that kind of stuff. So probably that's what was reported during this period of time.
Interesting.
You get like this. This was like really weird. This particular case, I don't know the case, but this is again, you have some microwave data. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. And then all of a sudden you get this very, very large.
So which ones are the flying saucers, man?
You have to have the door on your microwave open and the device inside the microwave to get this big spike. And so it's been tested by these guys. And so every time you buy a sensor, you get the spec sheet on what you'd have to do to actually bring it to the rails. And so these are the kind of things that people are finding in their houses. Here's another.
And these are overlapping with them putting in their journal entries like that they had some kind of an experience or they saw a UFO, and then the device is capturing some kind of a proof that there was a ripple in space-time or in gamma or gravity was shifting.
Maybe
whenever they saw this.
so it comes. So it's a
telling
wormhole.
Stories and pictures on their cell phone that something anomalous, something more than just like maybe a drone or the regular activity of their microwave and air conditioner in their house and their Wi-Fi router. All of that can be eliminated by that baseline, and suddenly there's this massive spike that we can look at that correlates with the experiencer witnessing and having the phenomena affect them, and you can overlap that up. And then imagine just really quick that we've got one in this neighborhood, and then the next block over, your neighbor also has a sensor, and then a few blocks down or across town, maybe someone else has one, and you could potentially track the movement from sensor to sensor as something flies overhead, right? Right. And how it affects people who aren't even talking to each other. Different participants. There might be another participant in the same community that I live in, and I would have no idea if I started getting a microwave and gamma radiation spike and my sensor starts to go off and I have an experience outside. The guy across town might also capture the exact same or similar experience, and then that data can be paired together, and we have evidence of an event, right? Yep.
Yeah. So in this situation, this was weird because normally, so if you look at the right here, normally their day is like this, but then they had this day that everything just seemed weird, and all of a sudden they went along, they had these big spikes, and then something unplugged itself. It says we had something unplugged itself, and then ever since then it just went quiet, and that was it. Looked back at the data and saw this crazy stuff all day. Most of the day it started before 12 o'clock, and then it ended up just after probably about 1900, probably 7 o'clock at night. And it unplugged. They checked it out, and then we went back to the data a little while later. We saw that there was this incredible amount of stuff, but they physically went to a room and they said something got unplugged. I don't know what it was, but something got unplugged. And they said, it's in a room by itself. Nobody was. I don't even think somebody was home. It just got unplugged by itself, and it was kind of weird.
Right.
This is another spike somebody had that they had a big correlation. Normally, it's just this, and all of a sudden they had this big spikes. So these are examples that kind of jumped out that we found very, very strange things going on when something happened. So in other words, like this might be a situation where something was flying over the house and just sitting there going back and forth or doing a pattern around the house. So just going, maybe there was a high energy, something. We don't know what it was. So these are all the examples that, we've had a lot of examples, but these are like, this is a weird one. You can't even figure out what the heck this is.
Whoa.
But this was
what would cause that? That's like a complete separation and a jump, like it vertically.
It just jumped up.
And which signal is that? Is that the,
this is
microwave?
Then. Yep. Microwave's a biggie. Yep.
I always get microwave paired with gamma. It seems like the gamma radiation and the microwave both will spike.
Yeah,
like
crazy, right?
To give people an example, like let's say I will go and hike up an ancient canyon that has petroglyphs, and I'll spend the evening there, maybe even film strange orbs in the sky with my night vision and stay for a few hours out there. And then I'll come home and go to bed. And then like in the middle of the night, I'll wake up and feel like
I don't have to argue with my family about that because it makes sense.
My family's sensible. A vibration or like a vroom vroom, like this wave is going through my body.
They follow
and it feels, my intuition feels like it's coming up through the earth, like from deep underground. I would almost think there's like a train going underneath, like some secret military tunnel that's boom 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 going, like the train cars are
actually going. I don't know if I've ever talked to my dad about it.
That will lead sometimes into these total sleep paralysis episodes where I'll see a weird shadow figure in the corner of the room. How much you want to bet I can convince him? I'll have a whole out-of-body experience or dream or vision where I'll even see my deceased father, or I'll have visions of interesting things, that I'll report. And then you wake up in the morning, and I've even had instances where you've messaged me and said, hey, your sensor went off last night, and it's before I even have time to make my coffee and type in the journal report.
What did he think it was?
Last night was pretty wild, but it's amazing, and it's been really validating for me, just to realize that I'm not making this stuff up, and these aren't just like
the longer it goes on,
nightmares I'm having. There's actually an energy, whether we know what it is or not. There's something coming into the environment, and the device and the sensors are catching the evidence of that right before I'm experiencing this. And so to me, it's been really validating that I'm not just schizophrenic or something or crazy. Maybe I am, but I mean, there's now
just don't know how you can
evidence like that can be measured and captured to support those experiences, or at least lend some validity to the fact that you're not just imagining these events.
So let me show you some other actually interesting things if you got a couple more.
Of course.
So there's a
I think this is just so relevant with all, I mean, they're seeing like over 50 drones a day coming off the ocean and flying over people, hundreds of them. People are seeing these things flying all over, and they cannot tell whether they're actual man-made drones or something weird. Now everybody's talking about plasma phenomena and strange experiences. And then the government comes out and releases a thing today, and they basically just say they're all misidentified, just drones and helicopters, and they we're supposed to, like we're all stupid. I don't know. It's just crazy to me. Like
well, again, I just want to, I don't think they know a lot. That's the problem. And now we're going to have a change, right? We're going to have a big change. So that means all the top tier guys get replaced by other top tier guys. So it's going to be one of those kind of things where, it's always going to be, they don't stay in office very long. So they get switched out. So I wanted to share this with you. And this is a project that we launched into a property that is very, very active. And I just want to show you some of the very interesting videos. So these are the videos that we took. This is November 2020. So this actually happened just recently, like maybe a year ago. So this is a situation where somebody was filming. Let me just run these things. So you can see it's snowing, but there's these orbs that fly, a lot through the house. And you can see this. So they got a close up of this. And this is also, so we equip this particular person with a sensor so they can actually film. So there's two sensors, right? So the camera's one sensor picking up all these orbs, and then the other sensor is, in the background recording all the environmental signals. And some of the interesting things that happen.
Can you go back to that page really quick?
Oh, sorry.
First one. I was just going to point out personnel who are familiar with and have expressed interest in the property Jim Simivan, Dr. John Alexander, Jay Stratton, Travis Taylor, Gary Nolan, David Crush, Lou Elizondo, David Fravor, and you, Dr. Jim Segala. So these are all the who's who the government's UAP research program, including Skinwalker Ranch and the development of all of this tracking. So when you hear basically the government talking about UFO disclosure and crash recovery programs, these are the guys. These are the guys they're talking about, right?
Yep, they all weighed in on this particular case where this guy is, first of all, I think this goes back to November 2021,
Orb phenomenon.
where he started seeing things, and it's like he got really scared.
Orb
because he wanted to
phenomenon.
sell the house, get out of there. But then he said, okay, wait a minute, I'm an engineer. I'm going to go figure this thing out. So he put some recording devices back there. About a year, like maybe 8 months ago, he got a hold of me and said, is there anything you can help me with? I provided some equipment for him to instrument his house. And it was very enlightening what happened. So let me just skip to the, this is one of the, so one particular night on 3/11, so this is just, this is March 11th, there was a particular situation where they started seeing this thing. We went back to look at the data and it looked very, very strange. So there was so right here where this magenta line is here, between here and here, is when they actually in the camera spotted the orbs. But during that time, the sensors.
I don't know how this could be done in New Jersey. It's so insane to think that.
So this bottom graph here,
it's so
blue,
vast.
This blue line is the microwave data.
Like
normally, that blue line just bounces in between.
The kind of technology you would have to do this.
It's just dark red line.
Well beyond almost everybody. It's like there's really like
it's just sitting here bouncing
handful
around,
of
mostly flat, just like a little vibration. But this is like huge peaks and valleys.
I mean, the fucking oligarchs can do anything. They're like fucking gods.
It looks like it escalated all day long to the pinnacle of when it happened.
I don't really see what they're doing, what their incentive is.
4 hours later, or something like that, it just completely.
What are they doing it for?
So that's the microwave. Really went crazy. The green line.
It's not like some dumbasses.
One, because normally the green line is
that's the least likely outcome.
This might be a big bump down here for a normal day, but all of a sudden,
maybe if it was just like a one-time thing, dude. Hoaxers are lazy.
The biggest spike in the data. So that tells you that's whatever this thing was out there was kicking off radiation that was actually causing the radioactive material in the ground to actually release gamma rays, and we were picking it up with the sensor.
So it's actually affecting the Earth itself. Started giving off gamma waves because of this orb that appeared.
Right. When you excite some of these, there's radioactive material in the ground all over the place.
See, what the fuck is this?
Usually has
what is this?
Half-lives, but
what is this?
Excite it and you bounce it around.
What is this?
You get a lot more spontaneous emissions or actually decays. And that's what this
somehow it like releases that potential radiation, and then
like the radon. Everybody's got radon, right? So, but when you get certain energies that enter the ground, it could make the radon actually decay faster and release its energy. That's
wow. So that
I've never heard of anything like that.
Gamma wave or that gamma radiation, that green line is supposed to be flat, and instead you've got
flat, yeah.
Wow.
Or maybe a little shaky, but not like that. That was pretty big. And then at the same time, the magnetic vector went crazy. So normally the magnetic vector is just bouncing between this line. All of a sudden, it just
the magvec going crazy.
Way up and came back down again after the orb left. Same with the gyroscopic. So whatever flew by not only affected the gravity vector, which is the vector holding you to the Earth, but it's actually the spin vector actually got affected. So that's this line up here. So that's the gyroscopic. So the gyroscopic vector. So this is a big deal for us. This went back. Gary Nolan took a look at this. Travis took a look at this. A lot of people looked at this and scratched their head and said, "Boy!" But this particular instance was the first time we actually filmed orbs in the air, anomalous orbs in the air, and at the same time recorded anomalies in the electromagnetic, the gamma, and the other IMU sensors. So this was a big thing. And subsequently, there's been at least 3 more of these since then. So this is back in March. So we're looking at what's that, 8 months later now, and or
that was
9 months later.
this year. Can you say?
This year. It's just recently.
Can you say where it was? What state it was?
It's in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
Can't get their secret. It's this is a private residence, so they didn't really want to. But it's in New Hampshire, and very quiet piece of land. There's no. I went there and there's nobody around. And, at first they thought it was drones and things like that, but it's, we don't know. We had no idea what this thing, whatever it is pumping out a lot of energy. That's all we know.
Wow. It's fascinating.
Yeah. And then, there's some other stuff in this thing, but, just to give you an idea, there's something else. Just one other thing I wanted to show you is that, some of the devices that we have out there, like for instance, let me just, if you bear with me here. So this is real-time data coming from a sensor. This is just a test sensor that I have. These are all the things that it measures. So this is actually this is the portal. So this is the portal that we provide to everybody that has a device or wants to monitor a device. So this is like the real-time view. So this is our portal. And
yeah, he saw a big red thing, right?
This is what the website looks like when you log in. Yeah.
So this is the real-time screen. That's why it has the picture. This has a real-time screen.
I think we all
and what you get is that this is like, for instance, this is the electromagnetic energy. So this is nothing. There's nothing going on right now. There's nothing.
I mean, I think that like it seems like there's a lot that makes me think we built this place for ourselves. Like we live like outside of this, and we like prepared it for ourselves to participate in this experiment or something. Something like that. Or like, I don't know, maybe it's the, maybe it's the apocalypse and we built the simulation for ourselves to like, live out our lives and, maybe try to figure out how to prevent it. Kind of like Travelers, but not really, Maybe they're trying to remind us that we have something to do. Maybe that's what it is. Like we're here on a mission and we forgot the mission. Like the kings, like capitalism took over and prevented us from doing the mission, whatever the mission parameters were. We were, What do you think? Why is the moon like that? Does the moon really have ancient structures on it? I mean, I was thinking more like a glitch in the fucking simulation or something. Not that. I mean, I think the UFOs are maybe a different glitch. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I firmly believe the Akashic Records is real. Oh, by the way, I saw that Masterson guy that I mentioned earlier. The guy with the time travel aliens hypothesis. He said he was reading a book about the Akashic Records. Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know, maybe fucking the Romans? Something like that? Who knows?
No big spikes. If you see something like, if there was like a big spike or like a
that
drone
moon thing threw me for a
you
loop.
get a big spike here when this cruise by. This is the magnetron, but I can switch this over to any of the sensors. So I can do micro.
He said the NASA guy told him that. Why would he make that up? Why would either of them make that up? The Tim Taylor guy. I think he's a literal demon, by the way.
Microwave. I can do the Geiger counter. We have a microwave
He's trying to
spectrum. I
tempt
can not only tell you what the
Butso
energy is,
doesn't
but I
know
can
it.
tell you what frequencies it actually is. This is all of the IMU stuff, like accelerometer, magnometer, gyroscope. You were asking about all the different things. The environmental, we can do temperature, pressure, humidity. Temperature, pressure, and humidity are biggies. Those are really good indicators of what's going on. We can capture imagery if they have a camera attached. You can do the GPS number of satellites in the connection. We can do the infrasound, and we can also look at the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is another good indicator that we don't really know, what's going on.
Yeah.
So I'll just add that to this one. So this is the sound, but we can switch it to.
Didn't RFK say
so
that?
we can look at the pressure.
The Wi-Fi gives you fucking brain cancer.
And what we're seeing even right now, that's live data. So that's tracking.
Oh, this is live data. Yeah. This is live data.
I don't think so.
People are going to ask. It says Blind Frog Ranch at the top. Is that where the sensor's at right now?
No,
kind
it's actually,
of.
this tab is
Well,
RI.
I don't know.
So this is.
Oh, we're on RI. Okay, Rhode Island. Yeah.
This is Blind Frog Ranch.
I don't know. It's hard to say. It seems like that's in the range of possibilities, right? Because it looks like we were evolving this way anyway. I was thinking more like the Sumerian tablets were real. Toth. Wi-Fi gives you COVID. I forgot about that.
Right, so this is another device. Oh, this is actually. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, 52 is gone. So yeah, they go
Again, it's really incredible to me that humans like they moved into cities and stopped doing hunter gathering, and for basically the first time either ever or for the first time in thousands of years, because I think they used to have I think there was a pre-flood civilization. I do. But they moved in from the plains. They retired to city life, and the first thing they did was like develop a language and then chisel into thousands and thousands and thousands of tablets, just like hacking the shit out of it in order to write the most epic space opera that humanity has ever created. I mean, I guess that makes sense. You got a really good idea for a story, you want to develop writing, and then move into the city and stop hunter gathering and develop like division of labor and, you know, figure out how to like, you know, live communally, you know, and then, you know, just figure it out.
Does their generators turn off? 52 is off, so I get no data for 52.
No worries. Yeah, I just figured people are probably going to ask.
Like the first thing humans did when they moved into a city.
You know, I don't know if you,
very first thing they did when they settled down was fucking write a space opera.
Blind Frog over the summer. They were having some significant problems with strange anomalous things going on in the environment, and there was just crazy stuff going on. So what they asked me to do is come up there, instrument, see if you could find anything.
We got an orb situation.
You had some
significant. You got a plasmoid invasion
that had happened on.
And you're talking about
almost. So we left some
killers
sensors overnight, and there was some crazy things happening. Like some of the machines shut down. The generator, you know, had a problem. But we saw something actually orbiting above the property, and that was actually part of what happened. I mean, it was like the most amazing thing. We left it overnight. We went home.
We
got
a little
dinner. We came
touch
back
of the
next day,
orb
looked at the
fever
data,
over
and
here.
Sure enough, it looked like there was something orbiting that was pumping out some serious. It was actually affecting the magnetic vector. So the magnetic vector was going crazy, and also we picked up a lot of electromagnetic energy.
Orb
so there was something really weird.
Fever. The only prescription is more orbs.
And they said most nights there are just so many weird things going on. So that's what they invited me out there to see if I can figure out what the heck it was. But you know, and then part of what we can do is like this is.
Dude, it says the name right there, man.
Normal stuff we can go back, you know, and do
Blind
historical
Frog
things.
Ranch.
You know, actually go back.
He said he wasn't going to give him the name, and now it's right on the top of the thing.
What's happened over the week? So we got some, you know, really weird things going on over here.
Oh wow.
That's the Z-axis is somehow affected.
Oops, don't do everything off. I don't want to do that.
Z-axis.
Yeah. Oh, this is the magnometer. Yep. So the blue one. Let's turn everything else off. So we got some weird stuff going on here. So you know, this is kind of like it's stable, and all of a sudden, you know, it's going. So this is X. So this is going across. And then the Z looks like that. So this is the Z actually looks pretty good.
Z looks
pretty flat.
Z-axis.
That's the thing holding you to the Earth.
Right.
But it does bump up every once in a while. And then let's see, take a look.
There's some kind of an uptick in orb activity, and this idea that there's actual living plasma interacting with us in some way, like UFOs, is a huge topic of conversation. I just want to know and give you an opportunity to talk about what's going on in the news and give your opinions.
Well, I think that there's no doubt in our minds now, after all these years, that there is things in the sky that we don't know about, and we don't see them all the time, but they're there. You know, they might not be visible to us, but they're there making, you know, whatever signals there are. So the big question is that, you know, are we being affected by these, or are they completely harmless and they're not affecting our lives, or not affecting our psyche, or
they're orbiting us. They're orbiting us so hard. We're being orbed every day.
Anything you put in our environment is going to affect us. So even though you say, well, you know, it's just a drone, it's just a normal drone, you don't know what payloads they have. They might be pumping out some serious RF, and that could affect us. It could be, you know, if it's looking for lost radiation, or lost radiation material, it's pumping out some serious. It's not a passive sensor. It's pumping out some serious stuff. So, and then, all the talk about orbs and UFOs and, all these things all throughout the years, you can't discount all the reports and people's narratives. They say now 70% of the population has
That's what I'm
had
saying.
these anomalous experiences. You
I
can't
never had
discount
an
that.
anomalous
You can't say, well,
experience.
they're all crazy. Well, that means everybody's crazy. So
I am
you
crazy.
can't, in science,
Crazy
when you
like a
have
fox.
enough data, the law of large numbers says that it has to
That's
be
what
true.
I say.
Exactly. You can't discount it. So
that's what I
if
say.
there is something in the environment that's affecting us, and it's happened all these times, we can't just slough it off and say that, we'll let it go. So you have to, there's something that was said, way back, people that have the ability to find answers have the responsibility to find the answers. That's been, basically Hal Puthoff's motto for all these years. He said, I'm going to take an initiative. I'm going to go figure out what's going on. Because there's people out there that are getting hurt and they're scared and they're afraid to leave their house. They have all these trepidations. So, we're here to help these people. So it's
Coffin, where you been?
Carl, and myself and Travis Taylor and all those guys that are in this business trying to understand this thing. My hat's off to everybody, because it's like we're there to try to figure out what this thing is. And when people say, "Well, I just saw this thing and I don't want to tell anybody because I think I'm crazy," well, that's going away. That whole stigma of people not being able to own up to what's going on and what they're seeing is going away. Look at the social media; everybody's talking about it now. So that whole thing is that if I say something, they're going to put me in the loony bin. Well, that doesn't happen ever. It's never, it doesn't happen anymore.
No.
So
Orbed out like
my
crazy.
thoughts to everybody is that if you think something's going on, don't think you're crazy, but take action. Don't just let it go. Try to figure it out. Look at it. Buy a camera. Take it with your cell phone. Whatever you have to do to prove that there's something going on.
Yeah, I think that's really powerful. You're right. I think we can sit and we can wonder, and I got sick of it. I think 5 years ago, waiting for the government to give me answers, or for other people to tell me what it was, and even organized
Stop calling
religion
it
Mm-hmm.
and everything,
drones.
trying to look for answers all over the place and just not finding anything that was making
They're
sense to what I was
UFOs.
experiencing.
It's a UFO
And,
flap.
yeah,
We're
when
in
I
the
started
middle of a
working with you
UFO
and
flap.
looking into this kind of stuff, it's lent a lot of validity and credibility to where I can understand myself better and these experiences. And I
Flapping.
agree. I think it's wild to come out and tell everybody that we're just misidentifying things, and the evidence is there that there's something going on, and it's affecting people, and it's now
can't
just
believe
that
they're saying that.
matter of capturing the evidence and having it be valid. And Jim, I think you're doing an awesome job with that. I had no idea we had that many sensors out right now. So
Yeah, it went fast. It just, and that's why when all these, I don't want to call them, they're not really orders. They're people that are signing up to participate in the study. That's the whole idea. It's not like it's not a financial model there. It's more like we need statistics. We need to raise the number of devices. So when something does happen, so let's just say we were in New Jersey, for instance, and these, let's say a year from now, when we've got thousands of drones out there, we have a large population of these sensors. We would have seen a drone fly from sensor to sensor to sensor, and we would be able to almost pick that thing up and say, this is where it is, this is where it's going, and this is where it came from. Just because we have a population. And that's the idea of the study, is now we said they're out there, we know they're out there, let's get enough density out there so we can actually monitor this thing. So if it is an orb, we can see it, figure it out, triangulate it, do a triangulation on it, figure out where it's been.
Look,
and,
the orbs need us
get more
just as
information
much
that
as
way.
we need them.
I think that's the
You know,
solution. I mean,
or
we
else
can
they
look at the
wouldn't be
sky, we
here.
can use flight trackers and apps on our phone, and we can wait for the official reports to come back. But we're getting so many different convoluted stories with the MUPOS devices. You can literally, if we had a cluster of those around New Jersey and upstate New York and around all that area, you could literally track these mysterious drones and UFOs as they went across the city. You could tell, oh, it flew from this place to this place to this place, and know where it came from and where it went, the energy it was giving off, and be able to get a good baseline, especially if you line that up with people taking videos and typing in what they saw. We would get a really clear idea that, I mean, what's going on. And I think that's kind of where we're at, right?
Right. So what you do is you move away from anecdotal type information to scientific information, where you can say, well, definitively, this is, you quantify, basically.
Fascinating. So what's next now? We've got all these
we
drones,
need to get.
we're developing the sensors.
They're not really here for us. I think they're here. They chose America because they want to troll the deep state. What are you talking about? What do you mean? That's an awful take, Nixon. Ew. It's like I said to that kid earlier, man, if you don't know, you don't have to fucking weigh in with an idiot take. Just be like, oh, I haven't really been paying attention. You know, like, it's really interesting. Like, I think, it's really hard to ignore. Like I said, everyone's been stigma cucked. If you fucking, like, look closely, you'll see what I see. Otherwise, like, you haven't really been paying attention. You know? Like we decided earlier, unless, like all of these videos are fake somehow, coming in from all over the world, live streamed, like, you know, I don't see how you can disagree with me, unless you think that this tech is like well beyond anything I've ever seen before. Like, again, well, I have, it's the kind of thing you see on UFOs, which is what I've been saying the whole time. They're fucking UFOs. This drone shit is a fucking cop out. They never really looked like drones. They look like weird misshapen planes. No, it's not. No, it's not. Every fucking ufology has a bad take on it too. Like, Ross Coulthard's the only one who has a decent take. Like, Stephen Greer, fucking Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, I think was leaning in my direction. But like I said, I'm confident I will be fucking vindicated. I'm not gonna argue. I'm trying not to argue. I'm just annoyed when I look on Twitter. I mean, what do you mean distraction from what? Like, what are you distracting from? That's the thing. Nothing is a distraction, guys. Nothing. Okay? They don't do things for distractions. Like, they might turn the volume up on something or down, like, if it's, like, politically, like, noxious. But they're so reactive. Like, look at the way that, like, so the CEO gets killed, and then the mainstream media goes on, like, a, weeks long, like binge to, like, vindicate the asshole's life and work. And we just see that play out. Like, we see what they're doing. It's not like they're playing 5D chess. They're, like, chasing clicks in the short term, and there's no coordination. They're not coordinated. They're coordinated in the sense that they're pushing imperialist, like, they don't need to coordinate because they're all fucking working for the same team, right? There's an understanding of what gets covered and what doesn't get covered. Like, they don't even seem to have any coordination on UFOs either, to be honest with you. Like, the Pentagon is, since 2017, the Pentagon has moved to, like, protect its, make shit harder to FOIA and not releasing as much stuff. Like, that's been their reaction. And then this, like, Arrow group that we see in Congress is very clearly not above board. I don't care what you say. There's no way you could convince me, like I said, somebody who's discerning and knows Watch that Ross Coulthard thing we watched last night. My man puts it down. Like I said, if you were honestly engaging with the material and not saying, you know, oh, like when it gets too hard for you to explain, you just say it's fake. You know, that's what the debunkers do. It's like, they don't, you know. Mm-hmm. No, well, like I said, Trump might accidentally fuck up. Remember how I keep saying Trump might accidentally do something good? You know, he might fuck up and do disclosure. You know, especially now, there's probably a lot of pressure on him to do so. You know, Don, you gotta do disclosure. The people need to know the truth. Don. What do you think he calls him? You think he calls him Don? Don't his friends call him Don? Now, Donald, this is why you gotta do disclosure. What do you mean worth it? Do we have a choice? Is there an alternative on the table? Because I would pick something else if we got the choice, but maybe. I don't know. What would you rather have? Would you rather have Trump do disclosure or see, I gotta think of a good alternative, because it's not really fair if it's like, or fucking privatize Medicare, like, because that's, you know, that's just no fun. Yeah, what if Baron is emperor for life, but we get, you know, UFO disclosure and fucking, you know, we get to have a diplomatic relationship with it, at least one, no, how about, let's do at least 2 ET species. But Baron is emperor for life. Or how about, let's do 25 years of Baron.
You know, for years I have believed that if the mainstream media were to cover
Baron could be a lid, we don't even know.
UFO
That's
reports
part of the film.
fairly and honestly, as those reports actually happen around the world, that we would be inundated with these reports on a daily basis. And that's actually true. Like, one thing people seldom realize, because who has the time to follow this subject all that carefully, is that UFO or UAP reports come in from around the world every single day. The National UFO Reporting Center, one of my favorite websites to go through, it's a completely free, open source of UFO sightings, mostly from North America, but definitely reports from all other parts of the world. That site tracks reports in the thousands per year. As of today, right now, December 17th, 2024, the New Fork site has collected 3,228 UFO reports for this year. That's with 2 weeks to go. So that's a bit more than 9 per day, every day. And in fact, 2024 has been something of an off year for UFO sightings to New Fork. Many other years, recent years, have seen in excess of 5,000 sightings, or even a couple that are higher than 7,000 sightings. I'm going to show you just the recent, this is the current site as it is right now. It's up to date. It's not always, the sightings are not always made up to date, but they've been working extra hard with the mystery drone sightings. So you've got 9 cases from yesterday, December 16th, and you've got 19 from the day before, that is December 15th. Of those, that's 9 plus 19 is 28. 3, I think, are from New Jersey, 3 of them. And then it goes back. I mean, you can just see how they're coming in from pretty much everywhere. Some of these are good cases. Some are you shrug your shoulders and it's like not that great. Typical what you get with UFO sightings. They're not all that exciting. I would say, maybe 1 out of 5 might make you go, And I'll bet that at least 1 out of every 10 might make you just say, wow. They often do for me. A lot of them, though, it's just like a strange light seen at a distance in the night sky. How excited are most people going to get about something like that? But there are some good ones in there. My point is that unless you follow UFO sightings on a regular basis, which is something that I do, you could be forgiven for not knowing just how much activity is being reported and tracked all the time. Doesn't mean it's all aliens.
Hillary was going to do disclosure.
And I say this as someone who does believe in aliens. I actually believe they are here. But the fact is that there's always a lot of noise mixed in with that signal. So now here we are, practically a month into what is becoming nonstop coverage of these mystery drones. We're dealing with many reports of these sightings across several states in the northeastern U.S., primarily New Jersey, but also New York, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maryland, and Virginia. I'm sure other states. I'm hearing California. I'm hearing other places where these mystery drones are being seen. So it's no surprise that with daily coverage of this subject that people have been wondering all kinds of things, coming up with all kinds of theories. You have official agencies, including the FBI, DHS, FAA, and the Department of Defense. Supposedly, according to them now, they've investigated over 5,000 supposed drone sighting reports. 5,000. All right. Their conclusion, and this is all official stuff here, most of these are lawful commercial hobbyists, or commercial drones, or hobbyists, or law enforcement drones, along with misidentified aircraft and, of course, stars. They're pretty adamant about this being like no national security threat. John Kirby's mentioned this a couple of times. No foreign involvement has been identified.
That's definitely not true.
Funny, I just caught an episode of the Rubin
they just
Report.
Don't want to have
Dave
to
Rubin.
Deal with anything.
He's talking about this. He's a mainstream guy. He's not a
Trump.
UFO guy, but he puts up videos of this, which is interesting. What is the provenance of this? I have no idea. It's from someone's
Rubin,
X account, which is listed
Rubin.
up there. And also this. This is actually still from a video clip.
That's fake.
Looks like a couple of flying saucers there, but of course, we really know? Do you have any idea what the provenance, what the legitimacy of these videos is? I do not. Maybe those are legit. Over the years, there has been quite a few very intriguing and compelling UFO video and photographs that have been taken. So I'm not saying that those are not genuine UFOs. I don't know what those are, but they don't look, if they're legitimate, they don't look like law enforcement drones. They don't look like lawful commercial drones or hobbyist drones. I got to say that. So they do look a little more interesting than what the federal government is claiming. The government agencies have also stated that they have deployed all kinds of advanced detection technology. They're increasing their monitoring. They're telling everyone to stay calm. And they're saying, well, we're being very transparent here, which is the last thing that they actually are being. More on that later. Some of the lawmakers are saying some very interesting things. I'm in New York. We have Governor Kathy Hochul. She is calling for much stronger FAA oversight and all kinds of expanded local authorities. I'm going to come back to that later in this program. Public seems genuinely annoyed at the federal officials, especially a lot of state officials, local officials, people who are talking to the media. They are clearly ticked off at what they feel they're getting blown off by a lack of answers, lack of transparency from federal agencies that they are dealing with. Some of them, like President-elect Donald Trump, are saying, look, government knows what these things are. why are we not shooting them down? And actually, a lot of folks are wondering this. Why are they not shooting any of them down? And there are some interesting theories about what is actually going on. I'm going to get to that, I think, in just a second. But before we even get into any of the theories, I want to just share with you what I, at this time, currently think is the biggest problem that we are dealing with this entire drone flap, if we can call it that, which is that we are getting almost no details of nearly any specific alleged sighting of these things. We're getting a lot of alleged video, often without real provenance or without details. And most of the videos, frankly, do look like just interesting but not unusual lights in the sky. It's like, how are we supposed to get excited about that? What we are not getting is what any real UFO researcher would want to look for. When you're dealing with a wave or a flap of sightings, you know, a concentrated number of sightings in a certain geographic area, which is what I think we can call this, then what you really need to do is you want to get the specific details of each individual sighting. That is, where did it exactly occur? What time did it start? What was the observed behavior of the object or objects in question? When did it end? How did they depart the scene? Did they exhibit maneuverability that seemed very unusual? Things like this. You want to do it one sighting at a time. Specifics, always with specifics. There's really no other way to do this. And yet that is precisely what is missing from nearly all of the reportage of these so-called drones. I'm going to say so-called because I don't know what they all are. For example, there is one, actually several that were reported over the Picatinny Arsenal that's in New Jersey. This is described as an important military research center. So New Jersey media has reported that there were 11 confirmed sightings of unauthorized drones flying in the airspace over Picatinny Arsenal in the recent weeks. Actually, there were supposedly 18 sightings in total, but only 11 could be confirmed. We have a couple, very, very few facts about this. The first confirmed sightings supposedly were on November 13th of this year. Okay, so that's at least a fact. That's about it. That's about all the facts that I have hunted. It may exist somewhere, but I've not been able to find it. I think it's probably very difficult to get the details. We know that the FAA issued temporary flight restrictions prohibiting drone flights over the Picatinny Arsenal at the request of someone in the federal government. That's about it. Any other specific details about the exact times of the sightings or the behavior of the objects? I don't know where that is. If you know where that is, write a comment below. I would like to know. And I think a lot of other people would like to know. But I have a feeling it's not easy to find. So this is what I'm talking about. Or another example, you have Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey made two very significant claims about sightings. One having to do with potentially emergence of objects coming from the ocean. And what he stated was that on one night,
real-time
law
fucking
enforcement
data on
tracked
military-based
approximately
sightings.
50 objects either emerging from or coming in from the ocean. And even that is not clear because I heard variations of both of those possibilities.
Dude,
Did
maybe
it come
if
out
he
of the
was
water?
watching,
well, that would be pretty darn interesting.
maybe if he was watching my man Ross and not fucking Dave Rubin, he would have better data on the fucking flap. Jesus Christ, Dolan. What a fucking angry old man yells at cloud moment. This is like a version of the John Greenwald thing. You know, like John Greenwald doesn't trust anything that doesn't come in through FOIA. And he's just constantly like, you know, he's irrationally fucking throwing shade on people in every event that doesn't originate with like him fucking FOIAing something. This is Dolan kind of doing a similar thing here. Like, he doesn't like how the data came in. Like, I mean, it looks just like, you know, an old flap. You know, I don't know what to say. Like, he knows that too.
We all would agree. But did it? I don't know. Did it come in from the ocean? Apparently it did come in from over the ocean. Maybe it emerged from the ocean. Maybe it didn't. The exact date is not offered. The exact location of where, exactly where this incident happened, was also not provided in any source that I've been able to find. He made another statement.
It's
I'm
such
not
a
saying this didn't
California
happen,
attitude.
by the way. I'm just
You
saying
pretend that shit that happens in
for
Jersey
a
doesn't happen in the real
genuine,
world.
meticulous
Come on.
investigation.
California
This
chauvinists.
is the kind of information
California
we
human
are missing.
chauvinists.
There was the other claim about
Ignoring
the
the
Coast Guard.
plasmoids.
So Smith also stated he was in contact with a commanding
Ross
officer
interviewed these
of
people.
the United States Coast Guard who described an incident where 12 to 30 objects followed a Coast Guard vessel.
The sheriff of this Ocean County, Ross interviewed him on the show, and he said, like if the sheriff of the county on the record telling the details of the report is not good, you know, I don't know what else to tell you. What do you mean upload it to my channel? What channel? The Unelectable Airways YouTube channel? I've been uploading to my personal channel pretty frequently. And still no one subscribes to it. There's like fucking 80 subscribers and I'm putting out bangers on there. Fucking thousands of fucking followers on Twitch and can't get, you know, 100 subscribers on YouTube? Seriously?
Now, that's interesting. But once again, specific date. Don't know what it was. Specific location of this event. The Congressman Smith made these during a hearing or public statement. So, and the other thing is worth just noting here is that these claims were presented as eyewitness accounts relayed to him. So he didn't even see these directly. And again, this is not to criticize him. This is not to say that I don't think these occurred. They probably did occur, but we're having a difficult time getting specifics, and that is what we need. Even looking over more news from the last 24 hours, which I did do, got a couple of specific things here and there, not a whole lot. There was a senator from New Jersey, Andy Kim, posted a video of what he saw over a reservoir. He described seeing 5 to 7 lights moving low over the tree line. I did look at this video. Very little of it was shown on television or social media, little snippets here and there, hovering, maybe moving across the horizon. It was interesting, but not a whole lot in actual detail. You have the former governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, another one. He also posted a very short video clip that has been out there, and he just said this appeared to be dozens of large drones over his house in Maryland, not far from Washington, D.C. Several others of these have been reported kind of specific, but not with the kind of detail that ideally you would want if you were actually to investigate this. Now, I will assume that federal and other authorities probably have access to more detail than we do. Fair enough, but they're not sharing that. So we are left with vagaries and allegations of all kinds of unconfirmed data. And I mean, literally unconfirmed. Again, I'm not saying it's untrue, but a lot of this is not confirmed.
I don't know. Why don't you ask around, bro?
There is almost certainly something
people have this
real and
information
important going on.
I don't know why
there are
doesn't just ask
UFO
anybody.
reports. Forget drones. UFO reports that are coming in from around the
These fucking
country,
orbs
around
are
the
off the
continent,
charts,
around the
man.
world that are interesting, and they may be related to what we're hearing about with this the mystery drones, or it may be a totally different thing for all I know. I'm not sure. So I think there's.
I couldn't automatically upload from Twitch to the unelectable account because it was under Tony's email. So it's just too much of a hassle to do it. You know, I have to basically download it and then, you know, re-upload it.
Something important going on, but it's just that we're not really getting a
You should
lot
watch
of
more
genuine
Persians.
data with which to work. That is a problem. Now you've got legislators who are all too happy to do something about this. I'm in New York State. We have Kathy Hochul, our governor. She is calling for something called the Counter UAS Act. I look at this, it seems like a thinly veiled attempt to expand state reach into the skies. Phil Murphy is governor of New Jersey. He basically has the same types of sentiments. He is demanding that Congress.
Okay, but I mean, that's just them doing what their constituents are fucking demanding, you know? Like, that's not like them using the flap to push it. That's just like pretending that you're taking it seriously because your constituents are mad about it, you know? I don't think they're gonna like pass any new legislation. And then to say that like this is somehow like a psyop to like get, you know, consent for something like that, I think is also far-fetched, considering they just do shit like that all the time. They don't need any verification of it. There's no vote about any of it. It's like, you know, no accountability for anything. Like, literally none. You saw the election just happened. You saw what it was. It was a referendum on Trump.
Congress hand over drone authority to the states. Every hall of power you can go to, they are buzzing with talk about new laws. All these politicians are very eager. They're smelling the opportunity. They are pushing for all of these expanded counter drone powers.
You would have this
talking
take
about
going.
takedown authority. What is that? Advanced detection systems and all this,
this guy.
iron-fisted FAA control. It's a familiar dance. We've all been through this dance. Crisis turned into a power grab. The White House has joined in. No surprise. President Biden is calling for a bipartisan solution to, he says, plug the gaps and seams between the federal and state powers. I love the language that these politicians use. They're all trying to sound noble and high sounding. What really they're talking about is just very conveniently
honestly,
expanding government reach at every direction you look.
Okay, dude.
All of this proposed legislation, there's a lot of different ones out there. They'll read like a wish list for control that, you know, for the local authorities, they want to have the power to disable drones. States want to have military grade tracking tech.
Again,
and all of this. Like,
show me a state that doesn't already have this capability and like the ability to do this.
All in the name of security, of course. So it's, you know, as the drone panic grips the nation, the lawmakers always are going to see their chance. The skies, looks like anyway, are the new or one of the new frontiers for government expansion. All right, so let's put that aside. With all of that, what are we likely dealing with? Well, I mean, first of all, I'll just say I don't know. I don't know any better probably than you do. I do think it's likely that we can rule out a couple of things. Foreign adversaries. We've heard about Russia. We've heard about China. We heard about Iran. That was absurd. But someone actually, in all seriousness, was trying to tell us that there's an Iranian mothership launching
they
drones.
don't
like,
know
what
the fuck to say.
No one believes
That's
that.
what
Just
I mean.
Stop. There was
so
talk about one of the
confused.
drones looking like a particular Russian fixed-wing drone design.
Yeah, right.
Maybe. I would be shocked. I would be very shocked if the Russians were flying their drones in this manner over.
Tell me who's
American
flying the Orbs.
installations.
Okay.
For all kinds of reasons.
We
Just
can move
saying,
on.
this is not how they would operate in this context. Ditto China. And there's really no one who is seriously putting this forward. I heard a couple of one conversation a couple of weeks ago where the idea of Russia was put out there. Look, is it absolutely impossible? No, I would say it's not totally impossible, but it seems very unlikely. I don't know anyone who actually believes it. Hobbyists, kind of the same thing. There's a lot of reasons to say not hobbyists. First of all, not with things like 5-hour loitering times or hovering times, which some of these apparently, and I say apparently, have been alleged to do. So if you've got a drone that's going to hang out for 5 hours from like, when it starts getting dark, 5, 6 o'clock till close to midnight,
and fly
that is almost certainly not
over
going to be a
100 miles
hobbyist
an hour.
drone. Commercial hobbyist drones do not have that type of extended capability to stay in the air that long, nor do they have the ability to go dark.
The
as
technology
one person said.
is
That
what
is
makes
when they
me say
approach a sensitive installation, they can kind of make themselves
unlikely to
either
be human.
visually invisible or somehow be lost to any kind of tracking that the military bases are employing against them. So they can go dark.
They track
supposedly.
planes
ultra
and they
kind of
track
stealth
drones.
mode. Doesn't sound like a hobbyist to me. Or the ability, at least sometimes, to be silent. A number of witnesses have made this statement that the drones were either silent or seemed like they were silent. Now, in one case, there was a drone from I think Cape Cod, where
Like they have fucking just
saw
like
this bright lights,
geofence too,
very
very
bright, but there was no sound coming from them. So if it was a drone with very bright lights, you would think it's bright enough that it would
Why
be
does it have
low,
very bright lights?
and you would hear it. But this was something
Why
where
would
there
it
were
have
bright
its
lights,
lights
and it
like
was not.
that?
Nothing
What's
was
the-
heard. So very strange.
Who
I'm
would?
not saying
What
that's
kind
an
of
alien
spy would
craft,
do that?
but to call
Why-
it a hobbyist drone seems unrealistic. Also, the fact that these are being seen over a fairly wide geographic area, not just the tri-state area of America, but really going quite a bit beyond that. So, are we talking
He's
about
gonna
hobbyists
say it's Joe Biden's
coordinating
deep
their
state.
activities in this matter, and no one's finding any reasons for that? And there's no evidence for that. There was
I
one
think we
interesting
can't roll out
theory
a Dr.
that has been
Evil
getting a lot
style
of play
madman.
from a gentleman named John Ferguson. He is the CEO
That's such a dumb
of a
thing.
drone manufacturer called Saxon Aerospace.
Again, watch the
He
self-serving narratives.
proposed a theory that that basically these drones might be searching for a missing
So dumb.
nuclear warhead. So he stated
It's
that the
like
only
they
reason
think
that
you're
gonna
that
wanna fly
dumb,
drones at night
that-
is
that
if
you
you're
believe
looking
that.
for something specific. So his claim is that the
With bright lights
drones
on.
are equipped with thermal sensors
Hmm.
and what he called sniffer devices.
Sniffer
that would be able
devices.
to
Dude, that's
detect
such a
radiation
fucking
sources on the
sci-fi
ground.
movie.
They'd have to fly kind of low
Like
over the
he-
ground
dude.
to do that.
Yeah, he thinks you're dumb.
Claimed that a nuclear warhead
Yeah, that's so
from
dumb.
Ukraine
Yeah.
had gone missing and
Yeah,
was
it's such a
possibly
preposterous
smuggled
story.
into the United States. He
And
was
it's like-
theorizing that the government might be using these
And the
drones
point,
to
too-
sniff out the radiation.
This is like with the crop circles, and it's like sometimes like the cover up is so heavy handed that it gives the game away. You know? Like the attempt to discredit and debunk is so over the top that it's like, you know, my lady doth protest too much.
Radiation source without alerting the public. Okay, you can kind of see the logic there. And there's a lot of folks out there who actually are taking his speculation seriously. He did emphasize that flying drones low to the ground at night would only make sense if they were trying to, he says something like smell something on the ground. That's very important.
Trying to be
So
seen.
that
They're
is
introducing
theory. But,
themselves.
of course, I would just add, I mean, I don't
saying
know of
humans.
any confirmation
Humans.
or actual evidence supporting
Humans.
this theory at this time. Not saying it isn't true or couldn't be true,
Humans.
but to me, it just sounds like another theory. So that's how I look at it. Basically, let's just.
I mean,
break
their
this down into a
capabilities
couple
are
of different
incredible.
possibilities.
Is the thing. Like you.
Could it be alien? Could it be clandestine
Yes.
U.S. government? That's what a lot of people are wondering. I think most people seem to be looking at clandestine U.S.
aliens.
government, even within the UFO.
Yeah, because they're
community.
idiots, man.
My sense is that most people are looking at
And
some
people are
kind of,
putting out bullshit.
op
Yeah,
being
what kind
run
of
by the
op?
government. There are some
I
people
mean,
who
Dolan,
think,
come on,
don't
man.
rule out non-human intelligence.
Yeah,
And
what
I would
are you
also say,
talking
don't
about,
rule
man?
that
What
out,
kind of
just
op?
because
What
there
for?
are
Come on,
good
man.
UFO
Think it
sightings
through,
that do
dude.
happen around the world all the time.
Think it through,
Some of
Dolan.
them might be part
Come
of what
on,
we're
man.
seeing here with these so-called drones. Definitely, some of the witnesses believe that. There are witnesses who have
Yeah,
said
because they
this
think
was
that
not a
America would
drone.
never,
I'm
like...
telling you, it was an orb, it was this, that, it was
Yeah,
not a drone.
that's what I'm
So
saying.
I
A
think
lot
we
of
should
these are
keep that in
fucking
mind.
orbs.
But what I'm thinking is, whether
Like,
it's alien
most of the
or
good
whether
ones
it's
are
US
orbs.
government,
Shape-shifting orbs.
I ask myself, was this meant to be a secret that
No.
was discovered
What?
inadvertently and unintentionally, or was it intended
They
for
have
us
their
to
lights
see?
on, man. Their
There's two
lights
different
are
things there.
on.
So it's secret.
What are you talking
So
about?
if
They're
it was
flashing
a secret
lights.
program, for whatever it would be, you would have to ask yourself, why keep it going when the whole world is now aware of it and watching? Like, you would think
The lights have been
if you were
on for
running
the whole
such an
time.
operation, that once it was found out,
Oh, they
or
just need to
once,
get testing data.
not found out, but once everyone started to see you, like everyone in the world noticing this, you might order the operation to quiet down for a little while and wait for things to cool off, right? I mean, that would be what I would think. Now, that's not necessarily what everyone would do, but you would think it's not an illogical attitude to take. Well, that has clearly not happened. Now, the only other reason I can imagine a secret op continuing during all this time, even while everyone's aware of it, is if it is so important that it must continue.
Like what?
Despite any of the risks of people observing it. And that could include Ferguson's theory, by the way. You know, that could be one example of something like this. It's too important to stop,
like it
despite
was
all of the attention it's getting. And there could definitely be other
trying to
reasons
ransom the
we
world.
are not aware of,
right?
Might prompt something like
That's one,
this. It's
like a
totally
Dr.
possible.
Evil style plot.
So then there's the possibility
$1 million.
that whoever is doing this, human, alien, whatever, that they want the attention.
$1 million.
Is that possible? They want the public mystery to deepen. Why would that be? Well, let's look at the human side of this. So you've got the possibility of a genuine psyop or psychological operation. Would that be in order to make you afraid and go running to the government for
Daddy,
protection?
government, help me. Dude,
or
that's such a
some
right-wing
variation of
conspiracy theory.
Dude, there are
they
people who have been
fucking
saying that, you know, this is pure fear-mongering.
right-wingers
about
always
aliens.
fucking have that
I would say,
opinion.
well, considering
and
how
it-
much these
it
sightings are
never
being covered,
bears
I
fruit,
see very
and then
few
they still
people
come up with it again.
talking
That's
about
like the
aliens
Schneider
in this.
theory.
Very few.
We're going to
actually.
take your guns away.
Even in the UFO community, I think it's a minority opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
possibly that this is an alien phenomenon. I mean,
What are
you know,
you
folks in the
looking at,
UFO
man?
community are going to be much more
Seriously.
likely to say, yes, I think it's aliens, than people who
What?
have not studied the phenomenon, obviously. But even in that community,
Because it
I'm
looks like
not
fucking
hearing a lot of
yeah.
people saying, I'm
Because
confident
they're
that it's aliens or
dumbasses.
anything like
I'm
that.
confident it's aliens.
And then once you get to the more conventional
Oh
or
my God.
establishment types of sources, I don't think anyone
Ross.
is seriously suggesting that it's aliens.
Man.
So if it's an op to get you
Work
to
is.
be afraid of aliens, I don't
Mhm.
think they're doing a very
No.
good job. Of
You know,
that. They're not
exactly.
really
Dolan.
voting that angle.
Oh my God.
As far as I could see, I don't think that's the direction that they're trying to go.
Dude,
here.
like I said, I'm confident he will
Um,
eventually eat crow. So, you know.
So maybe if not to scare you up about aliens,
why is it
maybe
still
that's
going
not what
on,
it
man?
is,
Why
but
is it
maybe
still going on?
They want to do something else. Is it
It's so dumb.
in order to pass these new laws?
No.
That we're
Why did
now hearing
do that?
discussed. Is that the whole point
What?
of this? Would that be
Dude, Trump hasn't even
why it
mentioned
would
it.
happen? Oh,
Like,
I don't know. Maybe.
They do something like that in
Maybe.
between presidents like this?
Or maybe
Like,
there's something else going on
it's
that
like-
we don't know the whole play.
Oh, they're doing it.
That's going
and
on here.
They're
Like,
like,
it's very difficult when
who's
you've
doing
got
it? Biden's doing it to
one thing
Trump?
that the U.S.
Really?
military is good at is psychological operations. That is something they study, and they may be better at that than just about anyone else out there. And they're certainly better at it than we are.
Like I said,
in probably detecting
all these
what they're
other
doing.
theories are
we like to
incoherent.
think, oh yeah, we're astute. We can figure things out. But I don't know if we're as good at this game as they are. And they might be several steps ahead with whatever's going on. If this is a psyop.
When you peel
And I
back
just
the
want to point
layers,
out that there are
none
again,
of it
some
makes
of the
sense.
witnesses who do seem convinced that what they saw was not a drone, but something much more
Come on,
interesting,
Dolan.
like a genuine UFO or UAP.
Come on, bro.
And
You
then
can
there
do
are
it.
definite
You can do it.
images and video and
Break with the
reports
herd.
that what they saw was a drone. So
Break with the herd.
we're seeing a variety, potentially a variety of different things here. But in terms of what the U.S. government might be up to if this is a psyop, look, let's just keep in mind, false flags do happen in the United States.
Yeah, Trump mentioned it in response to what were several reporters' questions, and his answer was like, first of all, for the first time I can ever remember, they asked Trump a question about like something that was going on in the, with the government, and he didn't say something negative about the Democrats. Like he basically was like, I trust his leadership, and I know that if it was an enemy, he would attack him, right? Was just basically his implicit comment, right? He didn't blame anybody. He didn't say what they should be doing. He didn't say anything. And then he said he's canceling his trip to his Jersey house. I mean, that could have just been, kidding or whatever, but I don't know. I think his response was quite telling. I think he is, I don't know if he's scared perhaps, but he certainly seems like, not like, doesn't see an angle for himself in the immediate, right? And if that's the case, then he's not interested in it,
Okay, the following is for reference only.
States has always been, since World War II anyway, the king of false flag operators. So there's a couple of other very suspicious, weird things about this. The fact that none of these things have been taken down or shot down.
Again,
I have to say,
why
I
does
just
that
find
tell you that
mighty
it's
suspicious.
Do you not think
You
that
know, I
if they were
mentioned,
doing a psyop, they
President-elect
wouldn't
Donald
let
Trump
you?
mentioning this?
They wouldn't
but he's not the only one.
allow them to
Everyone,
recover
frankly,
one.
Everyone is wondering. You've taken 5,000 reports, and
Yeah.
not one of these has come down.
Yeah, I wonder why.
A little
I
over a
wonder
week ago,
why, dude.
in the Russian-Ukrainian war, the Ukrainians fired 6 ATACMS missiles into Russian territory. And these are highly sophisticated and dangerous missiles. The Russians, for their part, claimed that they shot 2 of them down and disabled the other 4 with electronic countermeasures, or ECM.
That's what we
You might
usually
choose
do to
believe
drones.
the Russians or not. It's up to you. But it's definitely true that they are very sophisticated with their ECM capability. They use it every day in the course of the war in Ukraine. Now, are we supposed to believe that the United States ECM capability is so bad that we cannot take down a single drone? We're not even talking about hardened missiles. Then there are some sophisticated drones that are equipped with anti-jamming technologies and things like that. But most drones can be gotten to. They can be jammed. Even military-grade drones
Yeah.
are definitely not immune to that.
I mean,
So are we saying
again, what was the implication
United
of what
States
Trump
military
said?
Cannot jam a
Dude, Dolan needs to
single
get with
one
my boys,
of
the
these
Tedesco
drones
brothers.
to take it out of the sky?
They'll tell him what's up.
Is it that it's too dangerous?
Tell
If we
him about
do
that
it, it falls
angel
out of the
hair.
Sky, someone might get
They be
hurt.
dropping
Are you
angel hair
serious?
everywhere.
This is what
Fucking plasma waste
this
products.
is kind of what they're implying. There's too much of a
So
danger in
plasmoids
shooting
poop.
them
They
down
poop.
or taking them down.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
If
They
you
come,
if you
none of
jam
them over the
drone
ocean.
electronically, it's not going to fly into 1,000
None of that
little
shit
pieces.
worked in the
It's just
UK.
going to fall out of the sky and
None
land
of that
somewhere.
shit worked in Lincoln Heath.
You can't tell
They've
me
definitely
that there
tried
were
it
no
here, too, by the
opportunities
way.
to do that.
They've definitely tried
any
it.
Instance. So, if this is an op, it is one that is showing the embarrassing nature of the United States military. The embarrassing inability
That tells me it's
of
not
the
an
United
op,
States
dude.
to protect itself.
Like, what was their rush?
drones.
Like, they didn't have to do it. Like, they could have.
Well, maybe that's the
you know.
case. Maybe the U.S. is more of a paper tiger than we were led to think. Is that possible?
Many people are
Spending
saying this.
billions of dollars on bloated platforms and programs that fatten defense contractors but add little to nothing for actual defense. Well, I mean, how hard is that to believe? So maybe there could be some truth to that. But most people don't seem to think that is the core of the issue here. They seem to think that the U.S. military is more or less omniscient, or at least knows mostly what's going on here. That was the position of President-elect Trump, who seems to think that. And I think a lot of people actually, and myself included, to be fair, thinks that the military knows a lot more than what they are saying. But are they actually as on
this
the
is
ball
not without precedent.
as
We've seen these
we
incidents
are
before.
led to think? Oh, I don't know. There's a lot that is unknown here. So I think they probably know more than they're letting on, but we're just guessing here. And as far as what I think that I know, I can't say that I know what's going on any more than anyone else who's talking about this or thinking about this. I will never rule out the possibility.
Like, when I go through that analysis, I come to this conclusion that because of all these factors, like, why would the military be doing this massive op? Like, get everybody on board to, like, not shoot them down or whatever. You got to control, like, all the sheriffs around the country, whoever. Really? You do all that for some undisclosed legislation that they might try to pass? Come on, man. Come on, Dolan.
Of a non-human intelligence behind at least some of this, because the fact is, good UFO sightings do happen frequently. It's not impossible that some of them may be involved with some of these sightings that we're hearing about in New Jersey and the surrounding areas. Not impossible. The case of the objects coming in from the ocean. Do we really feel confident that those are definitely drones? Could they be something else? Yeah. Well, they sound like old-fashioned UFO reports in many ways. So let's not forget that there is a genuine UFO phenomenon. At the same time, we're talking about
He's doing like that right-wing thing where you like develop a preconceived reactionary opinion and then don't like, you know, try too hard to like look for any new information and then go, oh, it's probably this Chud thing, you know? Like, he's just salty about it. He's like, you know, I don't know. He's not interested in like, you know, like I said, East Coast flap. I mean, that's what I'm saying, dude. There's no reason they would do that for any voluntary reason. There's no reason they would do this for huge stakes. And like, maybe trying to pass some increased drone protection thing is really not it. I mean, like, and like, there's really nothing you could really propose. Like, okay, so they want to raise the military budget more? Was that in dispute? Like, I'm sure we are already supposed to have, like, I think most people assume that the $1 trillion a year we spend on the military entails, you know, protecting the airspace around the Air Force Base. You know, I'm sure that's already covered under another program. I mean, like, he comes through that analysis and then he thinks, well, they must be doing it to themselves so that everybody sees how inept they are. They must be like revealing all their fucking strategic like shortcomings to the entire world, to the entire universe. To own something? To what?
So-called drones. And, you know, it is entirely possible at the same time that we are dealing with something that is being operated on by the United States government, operated by the U.S. government for either a clandestine program or perhaps a PSYOP. All of those, I think, are on the table now, because the one thing we're not getting
Oh shit, it's fucking morphing. I fucking told y'all. Dude, it saw him looking and stopped.
What the fuck? What's with the colors? Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's probably an angel. Or an angel
This is
mobile. The
plain
angel must be on the
fucking
inside.
spooky shit.
Angel whip.
Wow, look at this shit.
See, it saw him looking and it stopped morphing. Look, now it's going black. Wow. Yikes.
Look at that.
Oh. Oh. Wow.
It's gone. What the fuck was that?
I think it's still there too, isn't it? Wow. Unless it was in the process of changing back. That's Venus. Yeah, that's Venus, and they couldn't tell. It zoomed in on Venus. Look at it. God damn, dude. That one's crazy. Oh, this is the one from 1994 Nellis. 1989, 1984. We've all seen this one. Yeah, that's nuts.
Okay, again,
Maryland?
same general direction as one I've already filmed tonight. And look, it's over the same house, or in the same general area as that house, and at about the same flight level. It's, you know, really low.
Probably a regular drone,
And then if I
hobbyist drone.
here, again, the same thing.
Right.
Going in a different direction. Then I go over here.
It's probably the Cubans.
And that one's really bright. And that's like very similar to the one that I chased earlier. That's
I wonder
the
if there's like a
same general
CIA
direction
agent that lives
as the
there,
drone that I chased them-
and they're
chased
just
them
terrorizing
earlier
him.
That basically came back and flew back over my.
Didn't they like go to they like threaten Jim Semivan?
On this one, 'cause this one's really bright.
I believe it.
Maybe this one's actually a plane, but it's really low. It's not really moving that much. That one's very interesting.
Interesting theory.
I promise that's not a star.
Yeah, Venus. Next.
This one is coming up on the scene. I don't think that's a star. It's changed in intensity a bit. It's not a star, right?
It's definitely not a star. Look at it.
It's not a star because it's blinking. There's definitely blinking
moving.
happening on that stationary hovering object.
It's
hovering above the
moving
trees
way
right
too
now.
fast.
And that's the same place that the one was at that I chased with my Cybertruck earlier. And now I kind of really want to go chase it because it's right down a road. There's, like, go left out of my driveway right here. There's a road on the right that I can go down that'll take me underneath wherever that thing is. But I kind of just want to hang out because it might be coming towards me now.
It's coming to get your ass, man.
Dogs are barking. It's definitely not a star because it has moved. It's no longer over the trees where it was. It has moved super, super slowly. And it's pretty damn bright. And I don't think it's a helicopter because I don't hear any rotors. And also, look, over here in the moonlight, you can see another contrail from a jet. That is clearly a jet. Very, very far away in the distance. This is not a jet.
Yeah.
And it's not a helicopter. And I see blinking lights. Here, it's gonna fly over us. It's coming towards us.
No, it's clearly just Jupiter.
And this is uncut video. So you can see how long it's taken for that thing to go from over the trees to right here. It's been several minutes.
Oh, that's a balloon. A Cuban balloon. It's a Iran-backed Cuban balloon.
There's the trees that it was over
Iranian-backed Cuban balloon.
Now it's just kind of quietly making its way here. Let's see if we hear any noise from rotors. Because it's getting real close. It's almost overhead.
It seems like it's
directly over my farm right now.
It seems like it's making a noise.
I'm looking up at a 45-degree angle.
It's like the wrong sound.
I do hear something.
Or is that a different sound?
But it's very quiet. So, yeah, that's only a few hundred feet above me, right? If that was a drone, a quadcopter, with high-pitched propellers, you would clearly hear that. Everyone knows what a drone sounds like. They're very noisy. That thing just flew directly over my farm, over my cows. It took several minutes to go from the trees in the distance over my farm. So it's only going 20 miles an hour. So that's not a jet, it's not a prop plane, it's not a helicopter, and it sure as hell doesn't sound like a commercial drone with lots of propellers that would be going very, very fast. What is going on?
What is going on? Jet it up. Jet bang.
Okay, this is getting wild. So about an hour ago, I saw a drone in this area right here, and I chased it with my Cybertruck. And I got to that part of the sky over there because there's a road that goes over there. And as I got towards it, it started coming back towards me and towards my farm. Okay.
You didn't have the karmic balance to contact
I'm back out
it.
here, and I'm filming, and I think that's a star. I'm like, but that's too bright to be a star, and it's too low in the sky. And I filmed this thing, and I just uploaded that 5-minute video, and I filmed this drone from this part of the sky exactly where these trees are, and it flies over my farm. It flies right over me. And guess what? I'm in the car, I'm in the truck warming up, nothing's happening, the dogs start barking, I hear the dogs start barking, and I look up in the sky, and guess what? The same lights are back in the same part of the sky. So I'm gonna sit here and film it, and I bet this thing's gonna fly right over my farm again. It's almost like it's doing a pattern.
Yeah, it wants you to see it.
I don't know if it's the same one or if it's a different one, but I'm pretty convinced that this thing that I'm
It's
filming right
zapping
here
people
is
looking for the
right back
X-Men.
over my farm, low and slow,
Yo.
300 to 500 feet, 30 miles an hour.
Secrets were revealed
It's really cool, but I'm gonna
each
sit here
other
and
from
film
before.
This is crazy.
37-1. You see that?
So this will be the third time that this thing has come over my farm. The first time I chased it.
Wow.
And then I had to turn around and come back. The second time I was sitting
I think
here
that might be
filming
the longest.
it, and here it is the third time. And we're
Damn,
gonna be really
dude.
quiet when it flies over. Let's see if we can hear anything. My dogs are very upset.
Adventures.
And now I hear dogs off to my left that are not mine. So I know it looks like on video, it just looks like a white smudge. In the sky,
You just
it's
saw
a
it
very
go over
bright
your
white.
house. Yeah, and it's got weird lights on it.
The light temperature is like a bad LED light, like a really white, bluish white light. I know it's not coming across that way in the video, but that's what it looks like in person. It looks like a LED light that's like a
There's no plane flying by now either.
Whitish blue almost. Like basically the LED color temperature that everybody hates, the non-natural color temperature, even though the iPhone is making it look like it's a normal temperature. All right, so I've been recording for 2.5 minutes now. You can see how far it has moved in 2.5 minutes. It is moving very, very slowly. So, like I said, I'm estimating these things are going 20 miles an hour, maybe 30. It's taking its sweet time. Oh, the light just changed color. Wow. So the light just went from a really bright spotlight looking thing to now it's just the dimmer red, green, white pattern. Did you guys, I don't know if that came across in the video, but it's like a spotlight turned off. It's like it had a really bright white blue light, and then it just turned off, and now it's like either at a different angle.
Did it just take like a dive through the air? Wow.
But the light definitely changed, and it got dimmer.
God, maybe it is a nuke sniffer.
And it seems like it's going higher. Almost like it's avoiding me. So it's not going to go directly over my farm now. This is going more down the road, like it's going parallel to the road that runs in front of my farm. All right, so there's that one flying in front of the moon. Here's a buddy over here, about the same height. About the same height. Oh, no, maybe he's coming over my farm. Yeah, these are only a few hundred feet in the sky. This is not high up at all. Like you can see, there's houses right there.
Jeez Louise, look at that.
That's not that far above the houses.
That's creepy as fuck, man. What is that? I can see why these people are freaked out. Holy crap.
There's a buddy over there on the right. Another drone. That one's higher.
It's not like a helicopter doing fucking loops around his house. We know what that looks like.
They're definitely flying over my farm. Leave the cows alone.
Uh-oh, yeah. You're eyeing up those cows. For people, like, for good, like... Helicopters and planes fly by people's houses all the time. You know, they know what those look like. For the most part, they know what a drone looks like, too. It's like they're not... Clearly, there's, you know...
And hey, what do you know?
A lot going on here.
You're not going to believe this, but the drone that just was flying over those trees, now there's another one. And
did we watch those in the wrong order?
This is not the same drone. This is a different drone. What is happening? So now this one is hovering over the same set of trees. This is so freaking bizarre. What is it about that group of trees right there where they hang out, like they hover, and then after some time period, they decide to come over towards my house and my farm? What is happening?
What if this is like them trying to, you know, document something that looks like the nuke sniffing thing so they can go with that?
Twitter thread.
Like, oh, we'll just go with this. Like,
you can clearly see that's not moving. It's hovering, it's stationary over those trees. And it can't be more than a mile away from me right now. It's very close. This is over a road that I drove down earlier. And you can just see that that guy's hanging out there. He's not moving. He's not coming towards me. He's stationary right now.
And then he zips across the yard.
Now it just started moving to the left a little bit.
Goddamn, so weird. It's hard to tell if there's like a neighborhood over there where it's hanging out. Like there could be people down there that it's looking for. What if it was looking for John Connor the whole time and it like finds John Connor and fucking explodes his head? Whoa.
This is so not far from me.
Whoa. It's moving erratically.
Okay, now look. Over here on the left. Like this guy did a big circle.
Adrian. Look at that.
Again, there's no noise, guys. It's perfectly quiet out here.
Yo.
But this one is coming
Oh, yeah.
back
Thanks, Adrian.
over the trees. Where this other one is hovering right now still.
So,
So now they're both in frame.
Something like that, right? I mean...
Okay, the one that was over the trees is now moving, and it's coming towards me.
They're
It's like
fucking
they've handed
moving
off.
around, like...
It's gonna fly right over me.
Yeah. God,
this might be the best one of the night. Yep, it's definitely moving
it's
towards
got
me.
red and green. That means it's human.
So I'm zoomed out. You can kind of see the horizon, the trees. It's gonna fly right over the cornfield. I'll let you know when it gets right above me. It's right above me right now.
That looks like a crop duster or something. Wow.
That definitely sounds like an engine. What is happening?
I mean, that should be in like the flight tracker app and shit. Wow. Who would be? Dude, fucking, this guy's a sus lord, man. Corbell, he's doing that same thing like, no, my sources are telling me. Dumb. Oops, that's the one we just saw. Drones. New York City. I don't know anything that just sits there like that. I mean, I live right on the flight path for O'Hare, so like I know what the planes look like when they're coming in for a landing or taking off, and they all you can see them moving, and you can see. Morris County. Yeah, dude. Dumb. See, I heard him on the show, and he was saying that like he thought they were prosaic, and I'm like, what makes you think that there's like a prosaic reason for this many drones to fly over your house? This is crazy, dude. I wonder if there's a lot of activity because he's like a fucking, a UFO guy. Like that there's more at his house. Like, what if it's like a Freddy Krueger situation where, like, the more you fucking buy into it, the more dangerous and, the more escalated it comes. Like, I'm not, like, totally, like, definitely still entertaining the scenario that it's like, all in our head somehow. We somehow, like, it's like a tulpa, we, like, wish it into reality. Polish orbs. I call them Palorbs. Palorbs. Palorbic. Yeah, that's what I thought about Corbell, right? And like he's a little bit of both. They know he's just like a self-centered careers type. So if they give him fucking shit, he'll he'll report it. Mm. 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 What is this? I mean, that's crazy. Oh, March 2020. Wow. This looks good. Yeah, so people are starting to pick up on this stuff. Plasmoids, thunderstorms. This shit looks good. Mm. Mm. Wow. Bug creatures.
On the crime side, the New York Times side.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Dremzel? Check it out. I was just teaching these people about the orbs, about the wonders of orb kind. Everyone's like, oh, what do you mean? Do you cover plasmoids? And I'm like, yeah, I cover plasmoids all the time. Did we watch Chode yet? Did we watch Chode this morning? I don't think we did we? Where's my Chode? There he is. We're the only ones who were on it. Everybody else is wrong, except Ross.
Okay, we've got to talk about the drones. What else? Get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I'll talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please like and subscribe and let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Yeah, the White House is continuing to do their best Frank Drebin impersonation. Here we go. Here is Kirby from the White House.
You hear all of these officials. You've heard a lot of concern, a lot of coverage. Where are you tonight on this?
As we look at the information we've got, Brett, and we've now examined some 5,000 different sightings, we've added detection capabilities, additional observers. As you and I stand here today, to date, our assessment is that this is lawful, legal, commercial, hobbyist, and even law enforcement aircraft activity. Some of it's manned, some of it's unmanned. We absolutely acknowledge that a lot of these are probably drones, but they're flying legally, and it is legal to fly drones in non-restricted airspace as long as you're registered with the FAA. And there's thousands and thousands of these kinds of flights every single day. I think there's more than 1 million drones that are registered with the FAA just in the United States alone.
Yeah, so there you go. Nothing to see here, folks, and it's all legal.
I mean, I don't want to say easily,
right? Legal, despite the fact
he looks nervous,
drone
doesn't
activity
he?
has shut down at least 2 civilian airports, not to mention Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Yeah, shut down Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
It's all legal hobbyists, right? The Pentagon also is denying everything. Pentagon says mystery drones are common unmanned aerial systems in misidentifications, pose no security threat.
Okay, dude.
Ongoing sightings of drones over the northeast U.S. are mostly conventional unmanned aerial systems being operated lawfully, along with misidentifications of manned aircraft and celestial objects. So that's what we get from the Pentagon. I guess we shouldn't expect anything else. Of course, not everybody in the establishment is on board with this. Kirsten Gillibrand, of all people, who is very chummy with Arrow, is not buying this.
You're on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. What are you learning from federal officials? Do people know what these are? And obviously, I'm not referring to airplanes when I say these.
Correct. So we've had a number of these drone incursions over military bases, over highly confidential, secretive sites, over areas like arsenals, over nuclear sites over the last several years. And we recently had a 2-week drone incursion over Langley. We just had one a week and a half ago over Wright-Patterson. These are important military bases, and we need to...
The fact that, like, you see the government, like, letting this happen at Langley and then not do anything about it tells you, I think, we should obviously assume that they're, like, desperately trying to stop it, you know? That's what I mean. This is, no joke. I mean, this is, I mean, it is kind of a joke in the sense that they appear to be, like, you know, trolling, like, elements of the federal government, like, you know, MJ-12 and adjacent, like, the FBI agent was probably, I wonder if he still has them at his house.
have better authorities to be able to take
He,
these
like,
drones
followed him
down.
home. Turns out that's what the hitchhiker effect was. That's the part we didn't understand about it. Like, the hitchhiker effect, that doesn't make sense. What does that mean? And it's like, no, yeah, because they found out who you are and they want to come fucking terrorize you. Right? To stop doing the cover up. And does she sell crypto? Yeah, I mean, she's always sold, this has always been, like, one of her fucking niches, this the UAP shit, and, like, I thought she was more like, you know, like a... She can go hard for, like, this little fucking sliver, just like, oh, transparency. You know, she never actually says anything's interesting, but...
I don't think we do know whose they are or even what technology they're using. It's a huge concern for me personally, for members of the Intelligence Committee and members of the Armed Services Committee. I created an office with Senator Rounds and other senators, Senator Rubio, to find these unidentified aerial phenomenon, whether it's drones, whether it's spy balloons, whether it's any other kind of aircraft, and assess what are they, whose are they, what technology is being used. And that work has been reviewing hundreds of sightings over the last several years.
Okay, well, of course, she's talking about Arrow there, and that's what I'm talking about. She's a little too chummy. She also talks about greater governmental authority, and that makes me raise an eyebrow. It really does. If the end outcome of the mystery drone phenomenon is giving the government greater power to shoot stuff, then you kind of have to wonder if that was the point all along, right? That's where my conspiratorial brain goes. Maybe yours goes in a different direction. But yeah, I mean, something about that just doesn't quite sit right. But she is saying this is a real phenomenon. It's not hobbyist. There is technology we don't understand, is what she says.
Like I said,
so, you know, that's encouraging.
Right wingers never know how to fucking,
Schellenberger is also
analyze anything.
not buying what Kirby had to say.
You have the president-elect and military base commanders all saying that the Biden administration is not telling the truth. In fact, we had Mayorkas and Kirby on Thursday and Friday both claim that there was no reported or confirmed drone sightings over military bases. It's been wide.
If Schellenberger reported that Immaculate Conception, Immaculate Constellation stuff, like, and he even at all believes it, he's got to be on the same page as me. Like, this is NHI. Look, again, this is what I just, look. like either just like the level of people don't understand that like the level that you would need to have here of buy-in for something with like such a marginal benefit to any actor. Like, this is a huge L for so many aspects of the country. Like, this is just monstrous L for our State Department, who, you know, or it's not State Department specifically, the fucking, you know, the state. All the fucking bloated law enforcement and military and I'm sure countless state and local level, you know, whatever intelligence gathering capabilities, and they're completely powerless to do anything, and continuously over and over again. I mean, it's shocking. I've never seen them look this fucking at a loss. I think I guess people don't understand that. I mean, they think that they're like competent though. Like they think that like at the end of the day, like they wouldn't let this happen unless they, you know, they wanted it to for some reason. Which again is, you know, fucking naive imperialists. I mean, this is all of their L's. This is just fucking. You think this is not an L for the like, you know, Northcom, like across the board, NORAD, all of them. Fucking Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, like unbelievable. And again, like I said, it'd be one thing if you were getting some huge success for this, like if there was like a huge stakes at play, like you know, I don't know, we're like forcing Assad to resign or something like that, right? But there's nothing like that. It's like, oh, so they might want to pass this legislation that they would have passed no problems anyway, that Trump does not appear to be involved with whatsoever. Like I said, the evidence only points in this direction, and we just watched multiple different people go through all the facts, all the details, and then come to the conclusion, and then their brain give them some way to like not have to accept the truth. Like, don't be like them. Shed your stigma. Oops. I've shed my stigma a little too much. I wound up in the ancient past.
Widely reported. There was a major investigation in the Wall Street Journal for many months, actually for many years, of drones being over military bases. They then said today, Kirby in that same comment, he said that they evaluated 5,000 cases over the last few days. It's inconceivable to me that they interviewed 5,000 people to figure out where they were standing, what time of day, where they were looking to be able to dismiss all of these cases. You know, look, people do make mistakes. I think there's been a lot of mistaken sightings, without question, maybe a vast majority of them. But I mean, we obtained the conference call between the White House and New Jersey mayors today. The mayors are livid. One of them got up there and said, I had 2 automobile-sized drones hovering over my house, and they're making a lot of noises as opposed to a jet plane a very long distance away. So, you know, I think it's a remarkable situation to have Trump demanding this. I think we can count on some transparency now.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope we can count on greater transparency under Trump. We couldn't certainly do any worse. Yeah, the Biden administration, the Pentagon, they are all mum. They are all denying this. Yeah, like I said, doing their best, Frank Drebin. You know, nothing to see here, guys. Please disperse. Nothing to see. And that's where we're at right now. Sadly, you know, we have a very real phenomenon with objects that are displaying high technology that we don't understand. Encouraging, if that's a word, incurring, I don't know what the verb is of that, into our airspace. And nobody knows what's going on, or at least they're not admitting to it.
Well, they got it because Santa has a transponder on.
Foreign adversary, but he said he didn't believe it was a foreign adversary.
We know where Santa is.
He knew.
Like
I don't
most,
think he does know.
you know,
I don't think that anybody
like
in the
most
mainstream
public or
government
private
really knows.
aircraft.
But somebody knows something. Is it NHI? Is it alien?
It's NH
Is it
motherfucking
human
I.
actors,
Yeah.
doing all of this? Benny wants to know too. You know, until I see some high strangeness associated with all of this, I'm leaning toward a human cause. But it is, you know, from coast to coast over multiple countries. Many states are reporting this. Many counties, thousands of sightings alone that have been reported to the FBI. And you know how many people report these
We don't
things
have
into the
technology
FBI? You know,
like
1 out
this.
of 20.
Is the
So if
thing.
there's 5,000 sightings being reported, there's probably 10, 20 times that number at least, right? You know, just in a month. That's nuts.
It's
Now,
so
a lot of those
fucking
probably
nuts.
are
It's so
misidentified,
nuts.
you know,
Dude, it's
planes
not-
and so on. But a lot of
They're
them
coming in
aren't.
off the ocean and
So
then
what are
flying
people
across
saying?
the
What are people
country like
interacting
it's
with?
fucking
Is it
blatant.
some element within the UFO control group doing something for their own reasons? Is it a factional war within the control group, or war, or you know, something between the control group and the mainstream government? Is it to get out ahead of, you know, Stephen Greer's, you know, debunkers, or excuse
Dude,
me,
Stephen Greer's
defectors
take is the worst.
from the UFO control group itself?
They're doing it to
Could
stop
it be
me.
something like that? Is it something altogether different? Is it the phenomenon itself saying, "Hey guys, you are not alone"? If it is the phenomenon,
It's
I
the
would
fucking
expect, and I've said this from the
phenomenon, man, I told you.
beginning, for things to get more and more anomalous as
Yeah.
it goes on, for more and more high strangeness to present itself. But I'm not seeing that. We're a month into this big flap, and I'm not seeing any high strangeness. Now, there are a few things that really make me wonder,
why is
like,
that
you
a
know, those
requirement
videos of
for you,
orbs
Chug?
transforming into drones.
Yeah, that's the
if
thing
we can
that-
see more of that, if that can be corroborated as a real thing, then absolutely that would indicate to me to be, you know, alien or non-human. I don't think the control group has that technology. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. They do have UFOs and high tech, but do they have that kind of technology? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think all of this is. I'm leaning toward human at this point, but you know, anything's on the table. I would love to know your thoughts. Benny wants to know your thoughts too, so let us know in the comments below. Thumbs up, like and subscribe, buy some merch, become a channel member, channel members, channel members.
I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to get into it. I know, man. I don't understand it. I really think it's like some fucking psychological thing, or they just can't do it. And I get it. I get it, but it's just, it's crazy. Like I felt like when I realized it, I felt like heart palpitations, but then, you know, it's like, wow. What? Yeah, that's misshapen with like a fucking. It looks like the fucking Enterprise. Yeah. Mm. It kind of looks like you can see the. Or is that like two cores? Is that like a yin-yang thing going on there? Oh god, what if that's it? And the craft is what it looks like when it's doing fusion. It just looks like we just like pareidolia makes us see a plane, but really it's just like a fucking yin-yang thing going off. I mean, damn, that looks like the fucking pattern. That looks like the pattern from the fucking experiments. The three, like... Or maybe... Like, forget about it being a plane. Or being in the sky or whatever. But what if you just saw that, like... You know, in Grenier's lab? Right, well... It looks like the yin-yang thing. Like the interference patterns. It doesn't look like a plane at all. Like, it looks like... Yeah, like I said. Something's going on there. Yeah, or it kind of looks like I mean... Again, though, I don't even think it's a plane at all. I think it's... Yeah, it's weird. That's crazy. It just fucking... What? Flying around with guillotines? We watched this one. Uh-oh, they're coming to get me. They're coming to liberate me. I think they're the good guys. Yeah. I know, they're gonna have to disable them somehow. Like, turn their guns to jelly or something. Look at them all. Dude, they're moving into position. Dude. They're moving into position, dude. They're getting ready to make their move. It's the deep state trying to do a coup so that Trump doesn't take over. How about that? You guys like that one better? It's a radical faction of Ryan Ruth influenced supervillain slash liberal, you know, mega libs. What do you think? How would that play? This is for Ryan. And then they were like, fuck. I don't know, like... Assassinate Baron's girlfriend. Underwater. I don't know, I can't really tell what's going on there. It looks kind of like a drone, though. I guess. Wow.
Oh my god. What are these Teslas doing?
Anything new? Yeah. What is that? Yeah, they killed that general, huh? What a dick move. You wanna watch some Merendi?
The problem is occupation. The problem is apartheid. The way out of this is only by accepting us Palestinians as equal human beings.
There's still 100 hostages in Gaza. Whenever we try and rescue them, they shoot them in the back, execution style. Please, on both sides, make the deal.
How can you possibly have a full accounting of the
shit.
death toll when Gaza Strip has been decimated by Israeli bombardment
dude,
and so
bring
many
in the
people are
heavy
still
hitters.
buried under the rubble? They've stolen their land, and that's not enough. Now they want to wipe them out for good.
So, yeah, some of them are U.S.
that they have to
Jonathan.
take their future into their hands and start building their country. Then maybe there will be a chance for peace.
Now they're talking about Trump being assassinated by Iran. Iran has nothing to do with assassination. And now we hear...
Oh, please, come off it. How did you say that with a straight face? Seriously.
Why didn't you just come to Iran? And then maybe you'll find out that we're not Mordor and you don't live in the Shire. And I promise you we won't take you hostage.
The Middle East has undergone a dramatic and dangerous transformation in 2024, but in one specific sense, we end the year as it began. Israel remains at war with Hamas. 96 hostages now remain in Gaza, dead or alive. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu says he called President Trump this weekend to reiterate the need for complete victory. But the messaging about retaliation and defense has gone. This sounded more like mission accomplished.
Dude, Trump's gonna have to do fucking first contact. Is he up for that? Or fake first contact? Already had first contact.
עזה היא לא אותה עזה, וראש הציר איראן, גם היא לא אותה איראן. גם היא הרגישה את נחת זרוענו.
Well, Israel has pounded Syria with airstrikes since the shock downfall of President Assad.
Brian has a video
of a
about
buffer zone on Syrian land
Orbit.
and ordered troops to remain there for the whole of the winter. The so-called Shia Crescent, the
I wonder
arc
who
of
Brian
Iranian
thinks is
proxies
doing
that
the
surrounds
drones.
Israel, has been decimated. So Israel looks stronger and arguably safer than it did a year ago. But what about
Guys,
the
an
Middle
awful
East and the
take
rest
on
of the
it.
world? How will Iran fight back if indeed it can? And is Palestinian death now in danger of being normalized in a game of geopolitical chess that Netanyahu clearly is beginning to win? After the next hour, we'll hear insights from all angles of the Middle East crisis, including a view from Tehran. But we begin in the West Bank and the president of the Palestinian National Institute, Mustafa Barghouti. Mr. Barghouti, welcome back to Uncensored. It's very hard to escape the conclusion that however he's managed to get there, Prime Minister Netanyahu is now winning on multiple fronts in the Middle East. What is your reading of the situation?
Well, if you consider describing him as a war criminal, as a success, then he is successful. He has been called for by the International Criminal Court, which accused him of war crimes.
Who would win in a fight, Harry or
He has
Marv?
committed terrible genocide in Gaza, killing at least 50,000 Palestinians, 55,000 Palestinians, mainly civilians, women and children, and injured more than 106,000, many of whom will die because of his destruction of medical facilities, of all hospitals. He is a war criminal. So if you consider that a success, fair enough. But on the other hand, he is behaving as a head of an imperial power. He is dreaming of controlling the whole Middle East. His behavior and attacks on Lebanon and now on Syria, destroying all the defense abilities of Syria, is unprecedented. We didn't see anything like that except when Hitler started invading all countries around him. It's a very bad future, not only for Palestinians and the region, but also for Israelis. Look at the issue also of the Israeli prisoners who are who they call hostages. He doesn't care about them. He continues bombarding people and places, even where these prisoners are. He doesn't care if they are killed, all of them. He cares only about himself, about his reputation, and about his aggressive plans in the Middle East.
Are you pleased that Bashar al-Assad has been deposed?
Yes. But on the other hand, I don't think any regime that is dictatorial towards its people will ever be sustainable. And we don't accept any leader anywhere in the world to oppress their people or torture them. That's for sure. But on the other hand, the question is who gave Israel the law, who allowed Israel to get into Syria and invade Syria and occupy more territories of Syria to the level that they are about 12 kilometers away from Damascus, the capital of Syria. By which law they have the right to interfere in this manner and continue even bombarding Syria when they know that there is no Syrian army to respond to them. In my opinion, things are changing, of course, in the Middle East, and people want to be free and want to have democracy, that's for sure. But at the same time, Israel is exaggerating its main problem, which is occupying other people and occupying and oppressing the Palestinian people, and now occupying parts of Lebanon and additional parts of Syria. That is not a recipe for solution. That is a recipe for complicating the situation, for making the situation even more dangerous, and it will not bring peace.
I mean, the counter-argument, of course, from Israel would be that we have, for many years, been on the receiving end of terrorist attacks from the Houthis, from Hezbollah, from Hamas, all fueled by Iran, who've also had their tentacles all over Syria, supported by Russia, and that now they've got these terrorists on the run, and they're going to finish them off and decapitate them in a way that means they cannot present an ongoing threat to the security of Israel. That, as you know, is what the Israelis would say in response. What do you say to that argument?
I ask you a question. Are the 17,000 Palestinian children who were killed by Israeli bombardment terrorists? Are the civilians, the women, 12,000 women who were also killed in these bombardments terrorists? Of course not. This is not an attack on Hamas, as you said in your introduction. It's not a war on Hamas. It's a war on the Palestinian people. And the issue of Iran that they keep mentioning all the time is not the root problem. The root problem is that we, the Palestinian people, have been subjected to ethnic cleansing by Israel since 76 years. 70% of our people were forced to become refugees and are not allowed to come back to the places they were displaced from. I see the world celebrating the fact that Syrian refugees could come home, but nobody says that Palestinian refugees should come home. Add to that Israel occupied the West Bank and Gaza since 57 years, making it the longest occupation in modern history. And now it is conducting genocide, collective punishment, including starving people in Gaza, and also practicing ethnic cleansing. I saw today images of Jabalia, Bet Lahia. Imagine whole cities where more than 250,000 people lived are erased to the ground and people are ethnically cleansed. What is that if it is not genocide? That is the problem. The problem is not Iran. Israel always tries to avoid the main core issue, which is the Palestinian issue, and the right of the Palestinian people to be free, the right of the Palestinian people to have self-determination, the right of the Palestinian people to practice democracy. They ignore that and always search for some external country or force to justify the oppression of the Palestinian people. At one point, it was the Soviet Union. Then it was Egypt. Then it was Syria. Then it was Iraq. Now it's Iran. If they solve their problem with Iran tomorrow, maybe they will be speaking about Azerbaijan. I don't know. But the reality is the root issue is not Syria. It's not Iran. The root issue is the Palestinian issue. As long as Israel refuses to accept the right of the Palestinian people to be free, the right of the Palestinian people to end occupation, the right of the Palestinian people to live in liberty and freedom and not in a system of apartheid, this problem will continue. And Israel will be stuck with that.
I mean, look, I agree with some of what you just said, but the idea that Iran is some kind of irrelevance to this big picture, I think is for the birds. Iran has clearly been supporting and resourcing and funding Hezbollah, the Houthis and Hamas, and also the idea that somehow it's only a war on the Palestinian people and not a war on Hamas. I don't think that is something that is credible either, because 3,000 members of Hamas poured over the border and indiscriminately attacked anyone that they could, and they killed young and old, male, female, children. They kidnapped people, they beheaded people, they raped people. They committed an act of such heinous terrorism that, of course, Israel was going to respond in force. And this idea that only responding to Palestinian civilians is clearly not true. Now, I think it's gone way too far. I genuinely do. I think it has to stop. I think the amount of children and women being killed is now getting unconscionable. But I don't think you could fairly say that the only people that they've been targeting, Israel, are the Palestinian people. They have been targeting Hamas, albeit in a way that I think has become increasingly indiscriminate, and therefore the number of civilians being killed is getting more and more disproportionate to the original attack on them over a year ago.
I have three responses to what you said. First of all, we all know, and we've described that on your program.
The path to victory for Hamas is over. Shut down, closed. As an analyst, I should just be dispassionate about that. But as somebody who had committed to a Hamas victory, it becomes an emotional moment. And so you lash out at, who to blame. And because nobody predicted the fall of Assad, you can't say, well, it's their fault, their fault, their fault. But you turn to the people who are cheering this outcome. And I look at them and I say, who the hell are you to cheer this outcome? Do you understand what you're doing to the cause of the Palestinian people? Do you understand that the sacrifices that the Palestinian people have made since October 7, 2023 have been nullified by this? And you're cheering? You're cheering? And I'm furious. I'm still furious at them. If you're cheering this outcome, you've betrayed the Palestinian people. That's my heartfelt assessment. If you cheer the downfall of Assad, I don't care what your justification is. And we had a conversation last night, and there's much justification for that on certain elements. But if you're doing that, you've turned your back on the Palestinian people, and you will never convince me otherwise. You will never convince me otherwise, because it is over now. Hamas cannot win. There is not a path to victory. And those people who said, well, you can't predict the outcome, even last night in our discussion, people said the Palestinian cause has been set back 3 or 4 generations was one of the things put out there. 3 or 4 generations. That means that Hind Rajab didn't have to die, did she? Shouldn't have died. If you're willing to set back the cause of Palestinian statehood 3 or 4 generations, then why did she die? Why did tens of thousands of other women and children die? Why? Why? If you weren't going to support this 100%, you shouldn't have crossed the line of departure. That's the operator in me. If you aren't going to commit to the victory, if you're not going to go 100% full-time all the time, then don't start it. And then I have to take a step back and say, who am I to be more Palestinian than the Palestinians? I'm not a Palestinian. I'm a guy who bought into this cause. I believe sincerely that there needs to be a free and independent Palestine, but it's gone. It isn't going to recover from this. No one can convince me otherwise. It is a death knell for Hamas. And you see, Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, came out today and said, it's over, Hamas. You might as well pick a ceasefire right now because it's done. And it is done. The United States is now negotiating with Iran. Going to pull Iran. The Ansarallah is going to be isolated. Those brave Yemenis.
The operator in him,
out of nowhere,
stood up
and took on the United States Navy and beat them.
Operator.
And strangled Israel nearly to death. They're going to be isolated.
Operates.
And Hezbollah is finished. The way this is probably going to end for Hezbollah is that their militia is going to be converted, turned over to the Lebanese army, restructured, and fall in. They'll maintain some sort of military structure, but it'll come under the command of the Lebanese armed forces. And the political party will become one of several political parties of the Lebanese government.
So there's a lot to unpack here. I understand where you're coming from, and I'll say actually for me as well, I was also hoping, and I guess to some extent you could say I was committed to believing that this strategy post-October 7th by Hezbollah and Hamas would lead to a political defeat and would achieve the things that you were describing. But I think as soon as Hezbollah agreed to a ceasefire, I realized it was not going to happen. And I think regardless of whether Assad fell in Syria or not, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I think the axis of resistance, while they were able to accomplish a lot in the last year, applying economic pressure through the Red Sea, Hezbollah firing on the northern territories, forcing these settlers to move down into the south, they put a tremendous amount of pressure on Israeli society, but it just wasn't the same as the pressure the Israelis were putting on both Lebanon and in Gaza. I mean, they were dropping, 2,000-pound bombs on apartment buildings on the regular. There was just no way I think that the Israelis were going to back down. I think they legitimately treated October 7th as an existential threat, and they acted accordingly, and they whipped out, every tool and resource they had, from the media space to the military. I mean, using everything in their arsenal except for a nuclear weapon to achieve victory. And I think, so while the Axis of Resistance accomplished a lot, I think it was a tall order. And we talked yesterday, I was sharing with you that I don't believe October 7th was a plan that the Axis of Resistance as a whole collectively agreed on and came up with and then executed. Hamas carried this out, from what I understand. I haven't seen anything proving otherwise, but Hamas carried this out almost in an act of desperation, that they felt there was no other option. Normalization was about to take place. And so they decided to do this without informing Iran, without informing Hezbollah, without getting their consent. And they put them in a position where they had to essentially make good on their rhetoric, because their rhetoric was the Axis of Resistance exists, if not primarily, partially, to resist the state of Israel and hopefully free Palestine. So they were put in a position, and I believe they're authentic in doing so. I think when Hezbollah decided to stand in solidarity with Hamas, they did so out of an authentic desire to do so. I don't think it was performative or fake, but I think they had no other choice. And for a long time, Hassan Nasrallah in the beginning had Hezbollah engage in the war but not escalate it. They were not targeting civilians. They were mainly focusing on these border installations like radars and cameras, and it was effective and it was harassing the Israelis. But I think the threat that the Israelis were really worried about wasn't, these cheap rockets that they're firing, which we know the majority of them are 1980s or 1990s cheap rockets produced that are unguided, that come from Iran. That is dangerous, of course, but the Israelis, that's not what they were really worried about, I think. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that what they were concerned about is they couldn't tell if Hezbollah was actually informed of October 7th or not, and if they were they also planning a cross-border raid? And I think that's why they were so insistent on pushing these settlers further south, because they did not want to give Hezbollah an opportunity to cross the border and capture more soldiers and civilians as well. And I think that's probably what they were afraid of. Once they assessed that, okay, these guys, this was not a plan, they don't know what they're doing, they're adapting on the fly, and Iran is not really interested in escalating with us, so we can take over, we can take the initiative, and we can go on the offensive. And all of that is to say that I think, as hopeful as I was that the Axis could achieve what you're describing, I don't think it was an actual possibility. And we'll talk more about this when we discuss Hillary Clinton and the WikiLeaks cable and how she described Iran's strategy with the proxies and a nuclear weapon. We'll discuss that in further detail later on, but that's how I feel about it. And so while I was disappointed to, I guess, get confirmation that this strategy was not going to work, I personally felt relief that at least, Bashar al-Assad fell in Syria, because I have many Syrian friends who are close to me who are anti-Assad, who for years, even prior to the revolution in 2011, informed me of their perspective, and it was something that I could relate to, being from Iraq. I knew what Saddam Hussein did to my own family members, and I know what Bashar al-Assad did to the people of Syria, and many other authoritarian dictators in the region did the same as well. And so obviously I don't want to see Syria as a whole weakened. I think Bashar al-Assad as the leader had the obligation to at least respond to the uprising and the revolution in a way that made room for some expression, political expression, legitimate frustrations, and try to cede power at some point in time in a way that satisfied the majority of the people who clearly were against them, as we've seen, right? But he didn't do so. And I think to hang on for an extra decade, he ultimately destroyed all of Syria. And I think this just confirms the perspective or the interpretation that many people had of him who were against him, that this guy's a selfish, corrupt dictator who's not really interested in the interests of the Syrian people. He's interested in his own well-being and the well-being of his regime. So it is a setback for the Axis, but I think on the one hand, I'm relieved for my Syrian brothers and sisters who are grateful that Assad is finally gone. And at the same time, I am disappointed that, you know, the Axis fell short and that their position is now threatened because they no longer will have access to Syria. But I don't believe that that was necessarily the most effective method to achieve independence for Palestine. And I definitely don't think it's the only one. Time will tell.
Let me push back a little bit.
Go ahead.
Crappy PDB. You're pushing back all the way back, Scott.
I think, first of all, we have to understand that nobody supports the creation of a Palestinian state outside of some Palestinians, not all, some, and the Axis of Resistance. Outside of that, nobody supports the creation of a Palestinian state. That's a statement of fact. You can't contradict it. And the reason why I say some Palestinians is I take a look at the Palestinian cause, and outside of Hamas and a few other offshoots, you take a look at the Fatah and you take a look at the Palestinian Authority. They are de facto agents of the Israeli government who are paid to suppress Palestinian statehood aspirations. Straight up statement of fact. Cannot be disproved. The Israelis pay Palestinians to suppress Palestinians. They pay Palestinians to kill Palestinians. And they do this all the while Israel is engaged in a policy of eliminating any potential infrastructure that could be used to create a Palestinian state. The Abraham Accords was a disaster for the Palestinian cause. It greenlighted Israel's continued acquisition of Palestinian lands in the West Bank. And so if you're somebody who believes in the creation of a Palestinian state, to be honest, prior to October 7th, 2023, my position was if the Palestinians aren't willing to fight for it, why should I care about it? It doesn't matter how justified they are. It doesn't matter what history. It doesn't matter about the Nakba. It doesn't matter about any of it. If the Palestinians aren't willing to fight for it, then why should I care? Why should I care about this? This is how, when people say we're going to Gaza, we're going on a flotilla to Gaza, I say, why? Why are you caring so much about something that it seems the majority of Palestinians don't?
But Scott, Palestinians have been fighting for Palestine for decades. I mean,
then why did they surrender?
When?
Why did the Palestinian Authority take CIA money, take Israeli money, and surrender to
the Palestinian Authority is, you know, a collective of a very small minority of individuals who, you know, are essentially, you know, the elite. And just like the elite of any other country will sell out the majority, you know, so that they benefit the most. I mean, Palestinians themselves do not appreciate or like the Palestinian Authority.
Then why did they overthrow them?
Well,
where's that revolution? If you're going to sit here and tell me you can fucking overthrow Bashar al-Assad, you better goddamn throw over Abbas.
Yeah.
All right?
Well,
don't sit here and tell me it's so wonderful to get rid of Assad, but for the Palestinians, you can't get rid of Abbas. You're going to let that son of a bitch sit there since 2005, not have an election, oppress you, sell you out to the Israelis, and allow the United States and Israel to take you down a path where every avenue for Palestinian statehood would be shut. You do know that if Israel had normalized relations with Saudi Arabia in October or November of 2023, as they were preparing to do, that was it, game, set, match. There would never be a Palestinian state because it was all over. That's why Hamas did what it did. Hamas did what it did because nobody else in the Palestinian side was fighting for him. That's a statement of fact. And I'm tired of hearing about people saying, well, there's elites this, elites that. You can't sit here and talk about getting rid of Bashar al-Assad and tolerate Abbas's corrupt rule since 2005. That's my perspective as an outsider. And I'm sorry. I just don't buy into any apologies about, or people trying to apologize. Well, we couldn't do it because of this, because of that, because of this. Bullshit. A bullet through the head solves every problem. Every problem. Why didn't you do it? Why didn't the Palestinian people rise up and get rid of the man who sold you out to the Israelis?
These things take time, Scott.
You don't have time. You ran out of time. The calendar ended.
The Palestinians have been running out of time, they've been told, since 1948. For the reason why many Palestinians are supportive of the fall of Bashar al-Assad is because they've learned to be patient. And I'm not saying that they should continue to live under the conditions they do so.
Old
but
man.
if you listen to,
Man
I
nigger.
don't know the exact numbers, but
That's
if
what the
you
kids are
see
calling them.
the expressions of solidarity from many Palestinians, even the ones in Gaza suffering a genocide, and no one on earth is in more of a hurry to end the current state of oppression than the people suffering a genocide in Gaza, and they themselves are congratulating the Syrian people for saying, congratulating them for the fall of Bashar al-Assad, and they're congratulating the people of Lebanon, saying, even though you promised us a ceasefire, we're glad that you got it because we don't want you to go through what we're going through.
But let me push
they
back
understand
for a
it's a lot more complex and complicated. And when it comes to the Palestinian Authority, there have been moments of protest and resistance. They get violently shut down. No one is happy about Mahmoud Abbas. People hate him. They hate the Palestinian Authority. But the Palestinians, for decades, have tried armed resistance, then they've tried negotiations. And they swing back and forth because whatever they try falls short. But they believe devoutly that at some point in time,
It's more like, why didn't they overthrow the leader of their concentration camp?
Somehow, some way, Israel will
their
fail
elected
and they will
representative,
receive their
they're
justice.
appointed.
That's faith-based.
It's
as
like the
opposed to
trustee at
fact-based.
the
What are the
prison.
people when again? This is me as an outsider. I don't want to pretend to tell people who live in the
works
region
with the
their
guards.
history. But what in
Basically
God's
what it
name
is.
are you saying is good about Lebanon?
You work with the guards to
We're
suppress the
grateful
rest
for
of the
what?
inmates.
That the French-based system of carving Lebanon up into fiefdoms, permanent fiefdoms, that gives the presidency to a Maronite,
these guys
gives the
regretting
Speaker of the
having
Parliament
Ritter on.
No,
to
I was speaking
a
about.
Sunni.
I was speaking about. They were happy for the Lebanese people who were being bombed by Israel, because of the fact they were showing solidarity with Gaza.
So Israel wins again.
Unfortunately,
and the Lebanese lose again.
Unfortunately, so in the short term, if history ended today, which it hasn't, and it won't, if history ended today, then yes, Israel has killed hundreds of thousands of people, and they've weakened Syria, and they've taken more strategic land in the Golan Heights. But history has not ended today, and these struggles are generational.
This is a
If you
different
talk
point
to
he's making.
Palestinians who are much older, even in
Mahmoud
this
Abbas
situation, they
is
still
like,
see hope, they still see light,
you know.
because they've lived through it. Their parents.
Supposedly, they have they're supposed to have democratic control over his office, right? And he suspended elections for decades. It's not as asinine a point as you're saying it is. It's still an asinine point, though. What did you fight for, bro? You can't even do BDS right.
Lived through it. Their grandparents lived through it, but they understand these struggles are generational, especially when you're dealing with an incredibly wealthy and militarily advanced and superior nation that's backed by the most advanced and most wealthy superpower in the history of the world.
The Taliban beat us. The Taliban beat us. The South Vietnamese lost. The North Vietnamese won. The Iraqis' resistance kicked us out of their country. Don't give me this America can't be beaten. We get beaten by the people that have the willpower to beat us. But if you're going to surrender because America's the all great power, then you're losers. And I'm sorry, that's the way. And Syria, let's just set the record straight. What is Syria? It's a fake nation. I don't want to hear about Syria. What is it? It was part of the Ottoman Empire. Mm-hmm. And then at the end of World War I, you had the Treaty of Lausanne was 2023, Sèvres 2020. A French goddamn mandate came in and carved it up out of nothing. And the British and the French sat there and played games, trying to create something that wasn't. A Syrian nation that never existed. Never existed. And then what happens? In 1946, Syria becomes a republic, but what is it? They don't know who they are. Meanwhile, the Turks are up there saying, nah, we don't agree with anything that's happened. You belong to us still. And then you get the Ba'athist revolt because Syria was dysfunctional. You have Nasserites. You have the Muslim Brotherhood. You have another group, the Syrian communists or socialists or whatever, and it's dysfunctional, and it plays upon old, landowner, oppressed working class relationships. And the Baathists come in and say, if we're going to have a Syrian nation, we have to get rid of this artificiality. We have to impose something because Syria isn't a nation. It's like Iraq. Iraq was never a nation. The British made Iraq. They put Faisal in there, a Hashemite from Saudi Arabia, to rule over them because there's nobody there to rule them. What is it? You empower a Sunni majority to suppress the Shia, or a Sunni minority to suppress the Shia minority. The Kurds are always played off against each other. Fake nation. The Baathists came in and said, we're going to define what this nation is. And they made an effort. In both cases, they have fallen. But I don't buy into this that Assad and the Baathists are evil. Because what is the alternative? There is no Syrian nation. Who are the people rising up today? Muslim Brotherhood? They were made illegal in the 60s for a reason, because they didn't do good things for Syria. And then they continued to operate. And then in 1982, they rose up. It wasn't that Hafez al-Assad said, hey, this morning I'm going to go in and slaughter the citizens of Hama. They rose up and they attacked a military academy. They began a conflict, and Assad broke their back and drove them out of, and now they festered in Turkey, and now they've come back. You know, that's what we're talking about. That's not Syrian nation. That's the Muslim Brotherhood. What about the Nasrites, the Syrian nationalists that fled? They've come back too, but they don't know how to work with each other.
They should have just let them do
They don't have a history of working with each other. And you know what's happened? Just this morning, I think this morning or yesterday, Recep Erdogan, the new Sultan of Turkey, has said, yeah, we're taking it all. We're taking Aleppo, we're taking Idlib, we're taking Raqqa, and we're taking Damascus.
Can you be specific about his quote? I think you're paraphrasing it. What exactly did he say? Because I didn't see it.
He spoke to the AKP, and he said that Turkey is going to bring back the provinces it lost at the end of World War I. Now we get back to the Treaty of Sèvres and the Treaty of Lausanne and how important those were. Turkey felt betrayed by the French and the British when it came to Aleppo, when it came to Mosul. And now Erdogan said, we're going to reverse that mistake of history. So what is the Syrian nation now? You're going back to be an Ottoman. You're going to be an extension of a modern Ottoman Empire.
So let's try to refocus the conversation, because we've covered a lot of ground.
But I think this is imperative to say, because people come at me as if I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
No,
and I know the history better apparently than some Syrians know their history, because they forget inconvenient things. They forget what dysfunction existed in Syria prior to the Ba'athist revolt. They forget what the Ba'athists were trying to achieve. And they forget the pressures they were put on the Ba'athists. I don't defend the Ba'athist tactics, but to say that Bashar al-Assad woke up out of nowhere and said, my job is to oppress the Syrian people, is garbage. The people that opposed Bashar al-Assad were people that opposed the Ba'athist vision of a Syrian nation state that never existed.
So let me ask you this. Who consented to this Ba'athist vision?
They carried out a revolution.
The Hafez al-Assad carried out a revolution.
Before Hafez al-Assad, the Ba'athists carried out a revolution.
But how did Hafez al-Assad come to power?
Okay, the Ba'athists came in, and what happened is they took over, and then there were counter-revolutions, and the Syrian military was taken over by the military wing of the Ba'athist party in order to make themselves coup-proof, kicked out everybody but the Alawites. And so the Alawites took over.
So they took power through military coup.
Correct.
A mostly bloodless military coup. But they took power through a military coup, and then they purged the government, and they filled it with one minority group. That's
purged
not the
government
consent of the Syrian people. I think, look, I appreciate your passion.
There were no Syrian people. Let's stop. When you say the Syrian people, what are you talking about?
We're talking in the modern context, the Syrian people who live in Syria. Those are the Syrian people. I understand what the point that you're trying to make, but let's step back a little bit. I think when we're trying to analyze the situation geopolitically broadly, we forget about the actual human beings on the ground. You just mentioned to me earlier that you don't believe Bashar al-Assad was evil. I disagree with you on that. You're more than welcome to have that opinion. But let me just describe for you an example, and this is something I had to do for myself, because as I zoomed out and I was so committed to, we need to defeat Israel and we need to improve the situation for the Palestinian people, I started to forget many of the reasons why people hated Bashar al-Assad, actual everyday Syrians who live there, who have family members there. Now, you mentioned the situation in Hama, but in general, if you expressed opposition to Bashar al-Assad, even if it was just a joke, you'd be arrested and beaten. And I've seen these videos, and if I can show them to you later, I can show them to you now.
There's probably a little more going on.
These thugs, the secret police who worked for Bashar
al-Assad,
a little
more going on there.
They arrest people, put them in jail, and they start slapping their face slapping the shit out of them, humiliating them, telling them, who's your God? In Arabic, min rabbak, who's your God? Say Bashar is your God. These people violently oppressed, beaten, tortured, innocent human beings, teenagers,
now they're getting
kids,
their heads chopped off, man.
and told them, who's your God? They want them to commit blasphemy, which for Muslims, as you know, to declare anyone as God other than the one God.
It's better than getting your head chopped off.
It's worse than death. It's a betrayal of your own
I'd
values
rather do that
and beliefs.
than get my head
and Bashar
chopped off.
al-Assad's thugs would do that on his behalf to sustain his regime that his father stole through military coup. And then he purged other people in the government and had one minority come in where they take the resources for themselves and they pool it at the top and they say it's better if we're in power because we have a better vision. Well, it's not better for the Syrian people. And even though I want to see a strong Syrian state and the axis of resistance have the strength to try and liberate Palestine, to echo what Palestinians are saying, we can't prioritize the alleviating of suffering for the Palestinians at the expense of the Syrians, who for decades
make one of those, like,
suffered
Billy
under
Carson style.
this regime. Bashar al-Assad, in my opinion, is a
propaganda
dictator,
code
thug,
over.
criminal, who was only in power because of
Totally
nepotism.
exposed.
We talked about this last night. He wasn't even he didn't even have a political career. He wasn't dedicated to any vision. His older brother died, and they decided we need to pass power like a dynasty in a supposed government with elections, and this is a presidency, to my son, to my blood, to maintain this regime that we have going on. And for decades, they claimed they were part of resistance to Israel. In 50 years,
sure they had prisons,
did they take back an
but,
inch of the Golan Heights? No. And as we're seeing now, as we're hearing more and more reports come out about Bashar al-Assad, when Russia and Iran gave him an opportunity, hey, let us reform your military, let the Axis play more of a role in Syria, he would turn them down. And he would say he felt that his position was strengthened if he did more business with Saudi Arabia and UAE, which demonstrates what? That he was not committed to the interests of the Syrian people. He was not committed to the axis of resistance. He was committed to himself staying in power. It was seesaw diplomacy. He was playing political games at the expense of everyone else. He destroyed Syria in the process. Bashar al-Assad was evil.
I'm not going to forget evil. Really? Now we want to get into evilness. A fucking head chopper is in charge of Syria today. That's evil. Jolani is evil. And the fact that people ignore this and don't call it out is absurd and it's mind-boggling.
Fair, but that's whataboutism.
But now
that is whataboutism.
Okay, but now let's go to other whataboutisms, okay? I'm not going to defend the Assad regime. Everything you said was true.
But you understand why I said that.
I know why you said that. But let me tell you,
you don't want to defend him, but you just defended him earlier when you said he wasn't evil.
What do you want me to defend the other people, the people going up against him? How can I defend people who take CIA money? How can I defend people who take
this
Turkish
is an excellent
intelligence
question.
money?
You pose a great question.
Yeah.
You pose an excellent question. And this is what
this is
one of the questions I want to ask. This is what I want to talk about. Okay. In the modern context, modern warfare today, can any group of people on Earth fight for, quote unquote, their freedom, which I know is a cringe term, but can any group of people on Earth fight for their interests without the involvement of any foreign power?
Taliban did a hell of a job.
They didn't take any support?
Of course they did, but they did a hell of a job.
From who?
Taliban took support from Saudi Arabia, from Pakistan. Some people would say from India.
Okay, did they do that out of the kindness of their hearts, or did they do so out of some type of geopolitical interest? There was an alignment between the interests of Saudi Arabia and India and the Taliban, and they happened to align on that issue, and only that issue, because you know the Taliban doesn't agree with them on many
I would just say this, that the Taliban knew damn well who they were. They knew they were Pashtun tribes. They understood their history, and they never betrayed their history once. They didn't take money and become something that they weren't. Okay, they were something. They took
now, over 60% of the American people think they're personally better off than they were before.
No, they don't.
But they think the economy is worse off overall. They think the country's worse off.
But the thing that I think is, because I'm wrestling with that same question, Mr. President, I know you are too. Why are people still feeling an unease about an economy that clearly has macroeconomic indicators improving?
It's just beginning to sink in.
For an interview
I
with
think
Fez?
that it's hard to tell someone about the hundreds of thousands of jobs that are created with the CHIPS and Science Act when they haven't seen it yet.
As debates rage about Joe Biden's economic legacy, I wanted to sit down with the president himself to understand it. What was the vision behind Joe Biden's agenda? What did it deliver for working class Americans? And where does the president himself feel like it didn't go far enough? Mr. President, over the period of your life, I feel like there's been a change in CEO culture. I'm wondering about your observations because I feel like, you know, when you were growing up, my impression is that if you were a major business leader, you cared more about your workers, but we've gotten to a place that it feels that this shareholder profit being the only be-all, end-all in the stock price is the way in which CEOs think about businesses. And I wonder if, you know, from your observation dealing with CEOs a lot, what do you have to say about CEO culture in America?
Well, that's how they get compensated. As stock price goes up, their salary goes up. I think the compensation culture is off. And I also think we're moving back, though. That's why fundamentally I wanted to change the dynamic.
Mr. President, you came into the Senate in 1972. People didn't follow stock trades, and you could have, if you wanted to get wealthy. You could have gone in early on Google and Boeing and Microsoft and NVIDIA and Amazon. You could have been an early investor. You didn't, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't own any stocks for that whole period of time. When nobody was looking, there was no stock act, nobody was checking you. Why?
I'm just a man of principle.
Look,
it's Grand Joe. I made some mistakes.
For 36 years,
I was too busy investing in burritos.
I was listed as the poorest man in the Senate. Not a joke. You know that listing they had? I mean, in the Congress, not the Senate, House and Senate. I never thought I was poor. I had a salary that a senator made. But, you know, I don't know how you look your constituents in the eye and know because the job they gave you an inside track to make more money. I think we should be changing the law that we have to, but we abide by at the federal level, that nobody in the Congress.
You need for him to say now that he's like
retiring while they're in the Congress. Everything I've done in my career has been designed to change the trickle-down economic theory to a theory that talked about how we're going to deal with benefiting people.
The exact opposite of that has happened.
By buying American, by selling products that are made in America, et cetera.
Mr. Career then, bro.
You grew up in a generation that I think we've moved a little bit away from, where the people would check the back of their the tags on the back of their shirts. And what were they looking for? Made in America.
Yep.
They look at the VIN, the vehicle identification number on cars. What were they looking for? Made in America. That seems to mean something to you.
There used to be a situation where we made it in America, but what happened? Corporate America got greedy. What they decided to do was find the cheapest labor in the world, send the product they were going to make to that state, that place, that nation, and import the product back. And so, not my watch. What we do is we're making sure we make it here. It gives people a real shot. I really mean this. It sounds corny, but everybody deserves a chance. So when I got in office as president, I tried to do what I used to work with Bernie doing too and others, well, not all the years I was in the Senate. That is, give people an even shot. And the way you do that is you provide for an opportunity to build the economy not from the top down.
So you're saying the line, man.
Come
on, dude.
So that's why I worked so hard to pass some of the early legislation.
President Biden passed 3 major laws investing trillions of dollars in American manufacturing and infrastructure. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
We used to make those little computer chips about the size of the end of my little finger here. Well, we used to make 40%. We invented them. We made 40% of them. We made virtually none anymore. So what happened was when the pandemic came and those factories in Asia closed down that were making these chips, guess what? A new automobile needs 300 of them.
They closed down for like 5 minutes.
Computers, cell phones, a whole range of things. We didn't have them. So what happened? Price of automobiles skyrocketed. There's 60, 70, 80 billion dollars in computer chip manufacturing occurring here in the United States now. We're virtually gone. But the problem is, we knew it's going to take a while for the shovels in the ground and get it moving, so I haven't seen it yet. But you don't need a college degree to make it. You know what the average salary is? $103,000. And it goes into all the construction going on. The skilled craftsman.
And the next guy, obviously, he has thoughts on pull tariffs and all kinds of things he wants to do. But correct me if I'm wrong, but you have a vision too of targeted tariffs in which you think for the preservation of American jobs and communities, they can be useful. Help educate people. How should we think about tariffs, Mr. President?
If we allow a country, China for example, to flood the market with a product where they're paying the equivalent of 1/3 we're paying.
I mean, they're properly structuring their economy so the subsidies go to the workers and not the fucking company.
That's different than saying every product we import from a country, we're going to add a tariff to, because that just increases Americans' cost. And so what we want to do is we want to change the behavior of countries. So I had what they call a come to the Lord meeting, a little other phrase, with Xi Jinping.
Yeah, we saw the
He said,
readout from that,
so
bud.
tough on us? I said, real simple. You say you can't invest in China, a business, unless a Chinese entity owns 51% of the business. How's that fair trade? So we're going to do the same thing with you. And wait. There's certain things that relate to fair trade where you break the international rules of competition in ways that are just unfair. It should be dealt with.
The rules of
Conversely,
capitalism.
if you say no matter what you import to the United States, there's going to be a tariff on it, who pays the tariff? The middle class.
I asked the president about his other efforts to bring down costs for the middle class and whether they ultimately went far enough.
I was finally, after all these years, with the help of guys like Bernie and others on the floor, allow Medicare to negotiate how much they'll pay for a drug that they're being paid for Medicare. Well, they fought that for years. Well, guess what?
Damn right I wanted to send that message. Fucking
Now for
Brandon.
the first time,
I can't believe this.
Medicare is able to negotiate these prices. Guess what
He's
it's
sucking
doing?
himself off.
Saving the taxpayer $160 billion. So instead of paying $400 for that medicine, they're paying $35. So the point is that corporate greed got out of hand, in my view.
Fez is just trying to show the DNC he's willing to play ball.
Starting to change. Is that
Like, watch me
you go to a
fucking
grocery
fluff this
store,
asshole.
dozen eggs, a gallon of milk, a pound of bacon, still costs more than it did before the pandemic. That's a lot of money for people. It's taken time to change that.
What do
So
you change it,
there's
dude?
reason for
Raise our
frustration,
fucking
but
wages.
there's gigantic change been made.
But the thing that I think is, because I'm wrestling with that same question, Mr. President, I know you are too. Why are people still feeling an unease about an economy that clearly has macroeconomic indicators improving? And at least from my impression, the math is getting harder for some middle class families to make it. That if you look at affording college right now, it takes up a higher
He's gonna be
percentage
so
of
mad
middle
about
class
this.
income. The big picture stuff,
Jack.
owning a car, child care, some of the biggest items
Jack,
in people's lives when they think about generational wealth and having their next kids grow up. I think the math just shows it's harder now.
It is. That's why I forgave billions of dollars in student loans. Billions. It's good for America. It helps America.
This guy.
And they can then go buy the home. They pushed very hard, as others have. We didn't get it done for child care tax credit. That increases economic growth. The woman can go to work knowing her child's going to be okay, knowing things are going to work, increasing productivity.
You might be in the wrong spot,
across the
dude.
board. And it's just beginning to
Everyone,
sink
I
in.
really don't say
I
that
think
too often,
that,
but
it's hard to tell someone about the hundreds of thousands of jobs we created with the CHIPS and Science Act when they haven't seen it yet.
You put tough cops on the beat to investigate and go after things like big oil collusion, fight the Kroger-Albertsons merger, which, by the way, a judge, agreed with your FTC today on, the junk fees and the late fees. My impression is people didn't know that your administration was going after corporate greed in certain ways, and yet you made these decisions to put people in charge
Weekend at Bernie's.
as regulatory watchdogs. Why?
National Labor Relations Board is supposed to accommodate labor. They're putting people on the boards that are against unions. Ridiculous. We changed that. We changed that, but it takes time for it to sink in. It takes time for it to take root. And one last thing. The fact is that there are a lot of junk fees out there. You bounce a check, pay $35. I change that, it's $5. For someone making $100,000 with 3 kids, $35 is a lot of money. You want to take your kid on a plane ride with you. You have all these hidden fees. You have hidden fees and overdrafts for your credit card, hidden fees. And we want to get rid of all that because it saves people hundreds of dollars.
What is your reaction to the fact that you see a lot of the billionaires coming in? I mean, you didn't have any billionaires, right? And here we got, I think, somewhere up to 14, 15 billionaires running the United States government.
We have 1,000 billionaires, man. You know what their average tax they pay?
This is so horrible.
Average federal tax?
Oh my God,
8.2%.
this is so sad. Oh,
8.2%. If you're working in a diner, you're paying a hell of a lot higher federal tax than that. So look, I just think that Americans are beginning to catch on to what's going on. And I think that's why you're going to see a lot of what we've been able to get done.
Threatening CEOs?
I don't think you're going to see the Republicans get rid of it. They're going to figure out the public's not going to like them getting rid of it. For example, last time this guy was president, he created the largest deficit than any president in modern history, number one. And number two, he and Herbert Hoover, the only two people ever came in with more jobs than they went out with. They lost more jobs. I mean, the system isn't working, but we're going to see what happens. See how he responds.
This was something I heard repeatedly over the course of our conversation. Biden is frustrated that a lot of the foundation he has laid for reindustrializing America
this guy showed up at your house to work on
hasn't
HVAC.
fully happened yet, which means that it's now in Trump's hands to decide. Do I want to repeal these investments, or do I want to go to ribbon cuttings and try to take credit for them?
So I think we're going to have a comeuppance now. We have a real contrast to be made. What I did in 4 years, what's going to happen in the next 4 years? They're going to create more jobs like I did or fewer jobs? Is inflation going to go up or is it going to go down? Or are we going to keep the unemployment
the Plasmoids
rate
are going to rip him to
is
shreds.
going to go up? Are we going to find ourselves with a higher deficit or a lower deficit? Are we going to have to cut so badly in order to get what they want done in terms of tax cuts for the super wealthy that we lose Medicare? So we have drastically cut Medicare, Social Security, and other programs that people count on. Well, we're about to have our comeuppance. We're going to find pretty soon.
Thanks for what you're doing.
It's going to be comeuppance for people like you, crazy
I
cat.
hope this was useful. I hope I answered your question.
We know your radical friends.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe to see more videos like this one.
Radical MAGA actions. American people are starting to see, Jack. They're going to kill so many CEOs. It's not even going to be funny. They're going to be dead CEOs by the bushel. Bottom up, ground out. Bottom out. Deep state. I made the deep state, Jack. That was me. I did that. Another guy tried to take credit for that. I did the deep state. I did that.
We've seen a lot of kind of dying empire flailing in the past few weeks. A lot of people are a bit despondent and frightened, and with good reason. So in late November, in Romania, there was a presidential election. Now, Romania is not typically on the Western news agenda, but because in late November, this individual named Chalin Georgescu nearly won the presidential. This is a guy who stood on an explicit mandate of ending Romania's support for the proxy war, ending sanctions against Russia, nationalization of key industry, but he's also a kind of rabid quote unquote conspiracy theorist who has some rather bizarre and indeed unsavory views on many topics. He won the first round of Romania's presidential election. So in a completely extraordinary and perverse development, Romania's top court just annulled the election
Russian-style booster campaign.
And subsequent to this, Romania's intelligence services issued a series of documents. Alex has now got up on the screen this Politico article. Romania's intelligence services issued these reports claiming that Georgescu benefited from a quote-unquote Russia-style booster campaign on social media. Now, a lot of their claims are like really, really, really frighteningly hollow. So they claim, well, videos featuring Georgescu got millions of views on TikTok. This either means that there was a bot network falsely boosting them, or if these views were legitimate, then it translated directly into votes. So a video seen 2 million times got him 2 million votes, and that was illegitimate and wrong.
That's the kind of thing that they do.
Has its cake in it. It has it. This is like the bullshit from 2016 with the Internet
Yeah,
Research
exactly.
Agency and all
That's
this
the
other
kind of
rubbish,
logic they apply.
Just reheated again.
It's so thin. I can't believe they get away with it.
There was an article published in the BBC which was like pretty extraordinary.
It's like that Edward Gregorian
in terms
thing
of its verbal and intellectual gymnasm, whereby this
they just
as I say,
assert that
Romania,
he's
not
Russian.
typically a subject of interest for the Western media.
Not only
Suddenly
that he's
became,
Russian.
it made headlines across the English language media. There was an article in the BBC.
Oops, shit.
Well, Donald Trump's appointment.
Not only that he's Russian, but that he's like from the Russian state. Like he's like Putin's official guy. Just with nothing. They don't even try. Oh, look at that. New Hakeem. What?
Cops.
Dude. Really? You guys are trying to fucking blame the left, like, for the dog shit candidate you replaced with another dog shit candidate who literally, like, just... I don't know, are you sure you weren't trying to lose? It looked like y'all were trying to lose. Honestly. It looked like you had, like, some fucking tech guy who was like, don't worry about it. And then they just, like, fucking took a seat. Like, it was fucking Bill Clinton and they sent him to Michigan. Like, man.
Are not your friends. The modern police force in the US, like all police forces in the current socioeconomic order, weren't created to protect people. It was built to protect power. From southern slave patrols designed to terrorize black communities and return slaves to their masters, to northern police forces breaking strikes and crushing organized labor, police have always served the interests of the rich and powerful. Today, the same system thrives on violence, corruption, and fear, targeting the most vulnerable while shielding police from accountability. If you want real safety, we need to stop asking how to reform the police and start imagining a world without them. Prepare for a US-centric episode. Addendum. You say this, but what would you do if you really needed the police? Well, the same thing I've always done. Call them, wait several hours for them to show up incredibly late and ill-tempered, if they bother showing up at all, give a statement so they submit a report, and then nothing happens. Sound off in the comments if similar things have happened to you. The modern police force in the United States has its origins mostly in the South, where the earliest organized policing efforts took the form of slave patrols, with the rest coming from the North. Slave patrols were established in 1704 in the Carolina colony, which were tasked with chasing down runaway slaves, terrorizing enslaved people in order to prevent rebellion, and enforcing plantation discipline. These early patrol groups were, to slavers, a vital tool to maintain slavery and dehumanize black people. The methods they used were brutal. Bloodhounds trained to quote-unquote hunt escaped slaves, called packs of Negro dogs, were used along with armed patrols to instill terror and force total obedience. This use of dogs has persisted long after the Civil War and the passage of the 13th Amendment to the present day. It's important to note that I did not say after the US abolished slavery because it didn't and still hasn't. It was simply relegated to the status of being a punishment for crime. This is still supported by a worrying percentage of the American population, scarily enough. Regardless, from the Emancipation Proclamation onwards, police forces evolved to enforce segregation and economic subjugation through Jim Crow laws. In the North, the development of policing followed a different but no less reactionary trajectory. The North, being more urbanized, focused on maintaining social control, built around protecting businesses and private property, but to be clear, it was still very racist. The informal systems that existed before proved inadequate for urban environments, and the capitalist class wanted centralized police forces that were primarily concerned with enforcing a rigid and very racist social order, not public safety. There are a lot of ways to describe the police in its infancy, but I like historian Dr. Samuel Walker's description. Delegated vigilantes, whose job was to control the quote-unquote dangerous classes, meaning the poor, immigrants, racial minorities, and organized labor. Early police forces in the United States were as notorious for their corruption as their brutality, which is, oddly enough, not much different than today. They took bribes to allow everything from illegal gambling, drinking during Prohibition, and prostitution. Police were active, and in some cases crucial, participants in organized crime, trading immunity for kickbacks or information. In the mid-19th century, as industrialization took hold, the use of police to crush labor movements skyrocketed. They were routinely deployed to break strikes and did so with reckless abandon. These strikes were not riots as they'd been claimed, just ordinary workers organizing to demand better conditions and higher wages. The repression took two forms: overt violence to disperse demonstrations and preemptive arrests, quote-unquote, of workers under vague public order laws to prevent organizing altogether. So much for innocent until proven guilty and the freedom of assembly. By the end of the century, cities like New York and Chicago saw thousands of strikes involving millions of workers, with police acting as the private security forces of the capitalist class. Around the mid-20th century, police began to themselves unionize. It wasn't for better wages and working conditions, no, they were doing it to evade accountability for all the violence and corruption they do. Police unions, or fraternal orders as they call them, merely serve as a PR firm and a financial cover for officers when they're accused of misconduct, be it brutality or corruption. When this is added to the qualified immunity given to them by the state, it makes police almost completely unaccountable. In the 1970s, police strikes began popping up across the US. These strikes and slowdowns were like those of any other. Police withheld their labor unless their demands were met. But their demands were less oversight, softer punishments for police brutality, and more leeway to use force. And because capital really wants the taxpayers to foot the bill for the security forces they need to protect their interests, the police got what they want: more power and less accountability.
I told him the aliens are watching, and Santa's watching, and the elves are watching, and Uncle Sam is watching, and President Brandon and Mayor Brandon are watching, and Lord knows who else. That's what I said.
America's policing system is designed to escalate violence for a variety of reasons, as we'll see. But at the base, the ideology they follow prioritizes officer survival above all else. Sorry, survival makes their job sound more dangerous than it really is. Their training focuses on officer safety and can be easily summed up as shoot first and ask questions later. They terrorize new recruits with rare scenarios that emphasize sudden, violent threats and greatly exaggerate their frequency. It conditions officers to believe that literally any interaction can turn deadly in an instant. I emphasize any because of the murder of Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old with a toy gun, and of John Crawford, who was carrying a toy air gun he was planning to buy in an Ohio Walmart. Crawford was shot on sight without warning, despite open carry laws in the state, and it being a toy gun that was sold in the same store to children. It's really hard to overstate their trigger happiness, and even if you follow an officer's direction, they'll often still murder you. Sadly, a man in South Carolina found this out when he was shot by a state trooper while attempting to retrieve his license from his car like he was told to. The officer's training to respond to unexpected movement, like getting a driver's license, with lethal force overrode any effort to assess the fact he was in fact complying. Standard police training emphasizes dominance and control. Officers are taught to assert authority through body language, commands, and quick responses to perceived threats. These tactics often escalate situations quickly, particularly when dealing with individuals experiencing mental health crises, where aggression frequently leads to tragic outcomes. People having mental breakdowns, or those who are for whatever reason not in their right mind, do not respond well to threats, commands, or yelling, all the things cops do. And since police are taught to shoot at anything that even mildly startles them, many innocent people end up killed. Moving on. The SWAT team was a concept developed in the 1970s to deal with extreme, rare situations like armed confrontations and barricaded suspects. It's now nothing more than the logical outcome of all the worst tendencies towards violence and militarization. Nowadays, SWAT teams mainly serve warrants, often to the wrong address, where they violate people's rights, kill and maim people and their pets, all brutal violence to deliver a piece of paper. And before you talk about de-escalation training, everything I've discussed today is in spite of them receiving de-escalation training. Standard protocols often result in harm or death. American police are so eager to shoot people, in fact, that it has led to a phenomenon called suicide by cop, where suicidal individuals provoke these trigger-happy police into killing them. Police have absolutely no business being involved in these situations and would be better addressed by actual mental health professionals without handheld death cannons. We can actually describe that officer safety stuff from earlier a bit better. It's more accurate in terms of understanding how police operate to describe this mentality not in terms of safety or survival, but in terms of war. They have what they call a warrior mentality, incredibly cringe, and it, more than anything, underpins modern policing. It frames officers as soldiers in an endless war against crime. Training companies like Trojan Securities specialize in teaching military-style tactics to both police and military personnel and emphasize combat readiness over community safety, warfare over being fair. Police departments showcase SWAT teams wielding assault rifles, storming buildings and engaging in sniper drills. One recruitment video for a SWAT team declared, "The rules of engagement of SWAT are simple. Defeat the enemy any way you can."
Rules of engagement of SWAT are simple. Defeat the enemy any way you can.
And if you are still skeptical about the purpose of this training, these people have done you the favor of erasing all doubt. One of the most popular programs of this type is called Killology, that is a bastardized term for the study of killing. They use an ironically fitting metaphor in this course, of course. Nothing more really needs to be said. And besides the rare violent moments they're taught to fear, they're also taught to see themselves as targets, with training videos showing graphic footage of officer deaths caused by ambushes and other targeted killings. This is brainwashing with trauma, plain and simple. It aligns with the warrior mentality of being under siege at all times because you're operating in enemy territory, as fucked up a concept as that is. It causes officers to treat every single encounter, no matter how mundane, as life-threatening. Despite the claims in these trauma campaigns, policing is statistically safer than many other, more important professions, such as construction and agriculture and even pizza delivery.
Where's their plaque, motherfucker? Like, thank your pizza delivery boy for his service next time.
The thin crust line flag.
Police unions amplify this false victim narrative to resist even the mildest reforms. They claim that any legislative efforts to increase accountability represent an existential threat to law enforcement and the public alike. So, in response, they lobbied for legislation that would protect cops specifically, as if their entire system isn't already built to shield them from accountability. What more protections could they possibly want? I'm going to tell you, but be warned, it's very stupid. So-called Blue Lives Matter laws categorize attacks on officers as hate crimes. Yes, hate crimes. They are attempting to be protected as if they were a persecuted group, and legislators are of course falling for it. In a similar vein, Marsy's laws, which are intended to protect victims of violent crimes, are weaponized by police to shield themselves from accountability. The police invoke these laws to conceal their identities in use of force cases by claiming they were a victim in the altercation. And when the police aren't busy avoiding responsibility and accountability, the Supreme Court made the common police mission statement to protect and serve a mere PR slogan. Ruling in Warren v. District of Columbia, the court determined that police have no constitutional duty to protect individuals, even in emergencies. The arguments being, if the police had to do so, then every public official would also have to do the same, an illogical and stupid train of thought. Already in this video, I've mentioned instances of American police needlessly murdering citizens at the slightest provocation, for lack of a better term. It should be no surprise then that American police kill more civilians than any other so-called developed nation's law enforcement. Between 2014 and 2016 alone, over 1,000 police killings were reported annually, with Black Americans disproportionately represented among the victims. So much so, in fact, that getting killed by police is a leading cause of death for young Black men in America. This isn't an aberration, as I've talked about in my 1350% video here. Black people are treated like an occupied colonial population within the US. Just to give you an idea of how bad the problem is in a single statistic, Black teenagers are 21 times more likely than their white peers to be killed by police. Remind me again, who has a target on their back? It's definitely not the cops. These killings occur within the broader context of mass incarceration, which I also touched on in the previous video mentioned, so I'll just highlight some statistics. The United States currently imprisons 2 million people, more people than in any other country, and 25% of the world's incarcerated population, despite only being 4% of the global population. The US incarceration rate is 629 per 100,000 people. China, with well over 4 times the population, incarcerates approximately 1.69 million people. This means China's incarceration rate is 119 per 100,000. Russia, another US enemy accused of unconstrained authoritarianism, holds 433,000. Russia's incarceration rate is 450 per 100,000.
Just because he disappears them in his
Speaking of prisons,
camps.
policies like the war on drugs have been central to the explosion of America's incarcerated population. Between 1985 and 2000, sentences for non-violent drug offenses nearly doubled, contributing to a 66% increase in the state prison population, likewise a boon for private prisons. By 2000, over 1 million Black adolescents had a parent in a prison. All of this sounds like institutional racism, right? Well, that's because it is. It's the other major defining feature of American policing. Black and brown communities are overpoliced and subjugated to invasive, often violent encounters, something else I've covered in depth in my 1350% video. There's sadly a lot of overlap that just tends to happen with intersectional problems. Since you see more detail in that video, I want to highlight something I didn't mention there. Even those of higher class positions, prominent figures like Harvard professor Henry Louis Gates Jr. have been a victim of this insanity. The man was arrested in his own home after being reported by a neighbor as a burglar, despite proving via his driver's license that it was his house. The cops didn't believe him because he was black. But what about so-called the diverse police forces? Do they do better? The short answer is no. Departments with diverse personnel continue to enforce policies like stop and frisk and aggressive drug enforcement, which disproportionately targets non-white communities. This proves, or at least strongly supports, the idea that there is a broader systemic ideology that views poor and otherwise marginalized populations as threats to be controlled instead of people to be helped.
The institution of
Let's
policing.
talk about the non-lethal corruption the police get up to. Legal theft by police, aka civil asset forfeiture, is a predatory state-sponsored practice that is pretty popular within US law enforcement. The US publishes reports about all this theft, and I took a look at just two categories for the most recent data available, which is last year. Here it is. Police seized 76,800 items valued at $6 billion, with an additional $106 million in forfeited property. This brought the total value of seized and forfeited property to over $6.1 billion.
Later, Bob. Thanks for coming by.
It's almost certainly worse than this, but even this is a staggering amount. These assets are often taken from individuals who are never charged with a crime and disproportionately affect working class and marginalized communities.
You don't even
yes,
get it
there's
back
the
when the
occasional
case is
drug
dismissed.
kingpin bust or whatever, but these are rare. In many cases, seized property includes cash, vehicles, and even homes, forcing people into expensive legal battles to reclaim their belongings. Though legal theft isn't the only crime the police get up to. In the Los Angeles County, they've taken organized police crime to the next level.
They pretty much only solve the crimes that they absolutely have to, for whatever reason. You know, some like pressure, like political pressure, or you need to get like stats. You need to get like you gotta like pad your stats or whatever. Like they do not. I mean, I'm sorry. They do crime. They do policing, but that's just like harassing black teenagers and fucking threatening people. In terms of like solving crime, that people actually like actual crimes. It's like unless the insurance company leans on them, I don't think they do anything. What was I gonna say? The came up earlier. Oh, I'll remember it.
Gangs. I don't mean gang units, as in groups of police assigned to specifically deal with gang violence. I mean gangs of police that have a structure and purpose similar to those on the outside of the law, so to speak. LA County has at least 10 known deputy gangs with names like the Reapers, Regulators, Jump Out Boys, Executioners, Banditos, and the Vikings. Incredibly stupid names. These gangs have operated within the sheriff's department for at least 50 years. These gangs enforce illegal arrest quotas, retaliate against officers who refuse to comply, and celebrate violence they commit with tattoos and parties. For example, Deputy Miguel Vega fatally shot 18-year-old Andres Guardado while allegedly attempting to impress the executioners and earn their signature skeleton tattoo. Since 2010, so-called misconduct, meaning violent crime, linked to these deputy gangs have cost Los Angeles over $21 million in settlements. Whistleblowers have testified about the gang's extensive influence, but oversight bodies report continued failures to investigate, discipline, or fire members. Sexual misconduct, mostly rape, unfortunately, is of course another pervasive issue within policing, and victims are more often than not under 18. Not that it makes it okay had they been over 18, but I'm making a point. Between 2005 and 2007 alone, 548 officers were arrested for sex-related crimes, with 56% of these offenses occurring on duty, so basically citizens paid cops to rape kids. 37% of the victims were between 13 and 15 years old, and 12% were 12 or younger. According to an investigation by the Washington Post,
I was thinking it was like prisoners trying to get out of the charge. Like they like suck their dicks and still got arrested.
From 2005 and 2022, 1,800 officers were charged with crimes involving child sexual abuse. Many avoided punishment due to botched investigations, reduced charges, and lenient plea deals. Domestic violence among police officers also reflects the culture of unchecked aggression. Surveys of police officers themselves show that 40% of them admitted to physically abusing their spouses in the past year at the time of the survey, with
40%
8% acknowledging
admit to it?
severe
Oh.
violence such as choking or beating. These rates are significantly higher than those observed in civilian families, where only 11% reported minor violence and 3% reported severe violence. Divorce and separation significantly
Pretty much
increases
can't
these
believe
rates,
the single thing
with
they say
66% of divorced or
whatsoever.
separated officers reporting some form of violence in their relationships. When the police aren't stealing, selling drugs, murdering people, raping kids, and beating their spouses, they are framing
really
people,
bad.
fabricating evidence, and most famously, test-lying. The official term is procedural perjury, but test-lying is better. It is estimated to occur in 20% to 50% of suppression hearings, particularly in drug and weapons cases. In one instance, during the Rampart scandal
I wonder what
within
it
the
is,
LA
like,
County
literally.
Police that mirrors the experience of many black and brown people in LA, officers planted drugs on 2 individuals and fabricated a confession, leading to wrongful convictions and prison sentences. Over 200 convictions were overturned as a result of the scandal. So how do these assholes keep getting away with murder? I'll discuss 2 of the major factors, but these are by no means the only 2. The first is qualified immunity, a clumsy term for a legal doctrine introduced in 1967 designed to protect government officials acting in good faith from civil liability. In 1982, the US Supreme Court expanded the scope
not
of the
true.
doctrine by removing the subjective
No.
good faith requirement, arguing that litigating an officer's intentions created excessive costs.
There's plenty of evidence that like people can be psychos latently and then never turn full psycho. Like if it's like say it's like schizophrenia or something. Right? It's like a it's probably not even. Like they're already psychos. Like they can go their whole lives working in the shoe store and never snap. But you give them a gun and a badge, it's like guaranteed snapping every day. I mean, even if somebody's like always going to be a psycho, there's still ways to manage that. You have to, find a. And like we normalize the behavior by having the cops like this, right? Like we tell people people's assumption is this is like normal, acceptable behavior. If the cops are doing it, it must be appropriate. You know, it's not. Some I don't think it should be that way, but it's the same way that like the mainstream media is involved with like constructing reality for people. I don't think that should be the case, but it nevertheless is the case. You know? That's why we need to like rip it up and do something different. We need to have like a, like more appropriate. Like we need to have the flexibility to not send armed cops everywhere. We need to be able to send like cops and social workers and nurses and shit all need to be in the same fucking general. They need to like work together. Like, and most of the time the fucking cops sit at the police station playing cards. But like needs to be like a scale of like intervention. You can't just send armed psychos everywhere.
And distracted officers from their duties. How is never really explained, just a vibe, I guess. This objective standard allows officers to avoid liability unless their actions violate clearly established constitutional rights, a term defined so narrowly that the courts often grant immunity even in cases of severe misconduct. For instance, a social worker accused of sexual harassment was granted immunity because,
like all institutions, the cops and the cop unions are resistant to any kind of change. They want to, defend every scrap of the ground that they have now,
and I swear I'm not making this up, the court reasoned that the plaintiff's 14th Amendment right to be free from sexual harassment by a social worker was not clearly established at the time of the alleged misconduct. This is in spite of the fact that sexual harassment was also against the department's internal policy and the law. The doctrine's impact is staggering. Between 1982 and 2018, the Supreme Court upheld qualified immunity in 28 of 30 cases, reversing most lower court decisions that denied immunity. As a result, fewer than 1% of victims pursue lawsuits since early dismissal is all but guaranteed. Even in the rare cases they reach the Supreme Court, victims rarely succeed, with decisions consistently favoring officers and their so-called judgment. Courts, on this matter at least, are the biggest impediment to meaningful change in the legal system. While qualified immunity provides legal cover for misconduct, the blue wall of silence, as it's known, ensures cultural protection by discouraging officers from snitching on their fellow officers. They frequently describe their relationships as familial, emphasizing loyalty to their brothers in blue. Again, more cringe. I'm not sure I could do a better job explaining that than some graffiti at the NYPD Academy. The commissioner is the mayor's puppet. The mayor doesn't care for us. The media puts us down and the public hates us. All we have is each other. Stick together. Loyalty is not just expected amongst peers, but also directed upwards, with officers refraining from actions that could harm their superiors' interests. This, of course, strengthens the culture of silence, which creates a feedback loop where misconduct is protected, normalized, and perpetuated. The consequences of breaking the silence are severe and far-reaching. Whistleblowers face ostracism, harassment, and retaliation, including undesirable assignments, fabricated misconduct charges, stalled career progression, or even violence. Physical and psychological intimidation, such as property damage and stress-induced health issues, further discourage officers from speaking out. In some cases, whistleblowers face the prospect of backup being withdrawn in life-threatening situations, even.
It's like killing Caesar. Everyone's guilty.
Okay, so what's the alternative? Just get rid of the police? Well, as they're currently constructed, yeah, a gradual dissolution of the current structure is required. Public safety, as it is traditionally understood, narrowly focuses on preventing violent crime and property damage, primarily through police, a liberal approach. This framework ignores the broader and more complete idea of safety, which includes access to safe housing, food, healthcare, and education. People living on the streets, scavenging for food, or suffering from untreated illnesses need direct help aimed at their core issues, not a gun in their face. The status quo's reactionary punitive measures absolves the government of seriously addressing these fundamental needs. Investments in public services such as education, healthcare, and employment have proven far more effective at reducing crime than policing ever has. The failure to invest in these areas not only limits public safety, but actively perpetuates harm by criminalizing poverty and inequality, deepening both in a vicious feedback loop.
It's like with Israel and Iron Dome. You know, they do the kind of attacks that a normal country wouldn't do because they know they can retreat behind their fucking thing. I'm just saying, it exacerbates the violence. It makes them do more violent things. You know, they're all bad. There are no good cops. If you go to a fucking lunch table and there's a fucking handful of Nazis on one end, and you lie for them, and you're complicit.
Also intentional. Refer to these two videos for a deeper dive. Beyond policing, carceral logic, the belief that societal issues can be resolved through punishment, has infiltrated numerous aspects of governance. Prison abolition activist Mariam Kaba points out that things like mandatory drug testing for food stamp applications, restrictions on voting rights for individuals with felony records, and the presence of police in schools are clear evidence of this infiltration, and I would agree. These policies normalize treating poverty and other problems as offenses at the expense of effective, supportive alternatives like counselors, social workers, and robust social safety infrastructure. Police walking around with the power of life and death on their hips are not substitutes for mental health professionals or educators, and positioning them as such has been disastrous. And I understand that completely transforming public safety requires eliminating the structures that perpetuate carceral logic, which is a huge problem in and of itself. Defunding the police should be a goal of this process, but not the ultimate goal. Instead, resources must be redirected towards creating alternative systems that prioritize equity, empathy, and the provision of basic needs. A solid housing plan, government-mandated debt management and elimination, mental health support, and employment will go far further than anything else the US has tried.
I think it matters how long training is if you get out.
A good start for your reading journey is The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander.
It's just like the way that the incentives are structured is like there's no... It just is going to get these psychos in charge, and the the absolute worst tendencies, like they're all corrupt. I mean, you go to there for 4 years of training, and then you get out and you go and you're a bunch of scumbags like training day. What are you gonna do? Doesn't matter how much training you have.
Are Prisons Obsolete by Angela Davis, Who Do You Serve, Who Do You Protect? Police Violence and Resistance in the United States, and The End of Policing by Alex Vitale. That's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon, it really does help. I'd like to thank my patrons, so thank you to Nitro Dubs, Kenny, Thomas Roberts, Nicholas, Owen Baker, T. Wood, Dr.
Alright. Hmm. I guess we can wait out for the new chode. Hmm. Hmm. What's this? Hmm. Tesla's lost prototype. Stupid Dolan. Streamer all talking about. Oh, that's one. Ooh. Wait a minute.
How many different civilizations, and thus different builders, have actually been and gone, only to be ignored by an academia wishing...
Like, sheriffs are different. Like, they're, you know, in some jurisdictions they have, like, you know, real power, and other ones they don't. It all just depends. I'm not really sure.
...for their remnants to simply erode away. These remnants, many of which still existing ancient ruins, are visited by billions of people every year.
You can't stay so long.
Each attributed to a convenient imposter, a lie which conveniently ties in with previously printed, condoned, and currently preserved paradigms by superior influences, not only ill-informing the world's young population, but attempting to rob us all of our own personal histories.
Never understood it.
However, thankfully, some things do not lie, cannot be hidden, and will never go away. We share many ancient, out-of-place artifacts on our channel, some more perplexing than others, yet our next artifacts might be the most puzzling yet. Found in Kosovo, upon the Shar Planina mountain range,
What is this thing?
an ancient advanced artifact that has been explained
fuck
as
is that?
having once been some kind of transformer.
Wow.
Found by photographer and researcher Ismet Smiley. He subsequently donated a sample for scientific
Unreal.
examination. It was found that the artifact is no
Yeah, they
less
serve
than
warrants, right?
20,000 years old. In addition to the stone,
They
coil,
serve-
and copper wires, the artifact amazingly contains some form of ancient insulator, whose composition differs from the surrounding material. Although not tested, it appears to have mysterious convex bands fused into a stone. Parallel to these are 4 symmetrically located openings, which have been postulated to have been entry points for wires, these once collecting energy from the transformer. What is this mystifying object? What was it once used for? Who made it? And with dating results of over 20,000 years, just how much older could it possibly be? Could these objects have once been a common occurrence amongst this ancient civilization? Similar to the clearly advanced metal clamps previously covered and found upon numerous ancient block-built buildings throughout antiquity. Due to the sheer number of clamps used, although they are clearly a remnant left by a lost civilization, far older than academia would ever attribute the buildings to, many of the clamps have survived the eons to be tested, examined, and displayed in numerous different museums as more modern artifacts. Is this how this transformer survived? Was it due to the sheer number of them once in existence? Or is it possibly a very special rarity? Unfortunately, regardless of alternative advice, Ismet intends to donate it to academically funded scientists for, quote, further studies.
Don't do it.
We feel there is a
they're
high
gonna
probability
Smithsonian
that
that
the
shit.
artifact may be lost or stolen.
Never see it again.
Regardless, it was thankfully photographed and is undoubtedly a very remarkable object. We often encounter a variety of techniques used by individuals and academic bodies who are attempting to stem the flow of true historical knowledge. Indeed, many of the most controversial and compelling artifacts are often stolen, conveniently lost, or simply sold on by their original discoverer, never to be seen again. However, sometimes these artifacts successfully make it into the public domain, photographed and studied by reliable figures before these vanishing acts can occur. And our next artifact is no exception. Predictably, the tactic that is seemingly chosen for these particular smoking guns is for the academic and scientific worlds to simply ignore such objects as if they do not exist, or, as with this particular OOPArt, to dismiss it, to look away, and claim it is simply impossible. Known as the Nampa doll, it is a small figurine confirmed beyond doubt as having once been crafted by the hands of man.
Wow.
It was discovered in 1889 by a group of
Look how tiny
workers
that
who were
is.
searching for water near the town of Nampa in southwestern Idaho. They were attempting to create a well, drilling a borehole down to a depth of 295 feet, at which point they began to bring up strange cuts of clay. Amongst them was a unique projectile, a tiny clay figure in the shape of a woman. Professor Albert A. Wright of Oberlin College officiated the figure's authenticity in 1979, making academia's attempts to vanish the out-of-place figure near impossible. Quote, "It was not the product of a small child or amateur, but was made by a true artist. Though badly battered by time, the doll's appearance is still distinct. It has a bulbous head, with barely discernible mouth and eyes, broad shoulders, short thick arms, and long legs. There are also faint geometric markings on the figure, which represent either clothing patterns or jewelry. They are found mostly on the chest or around the neck, arms, and wrists. The doll is the image of a person of a high civilization, artistically attired. We find his conclusion of it being of a person of high civilization as the most compelling, further supporting our belief that the doll is a leftover remnant of a now lost civilization. And due to academia's dismissive attitude towards the stonework, it is lost as a result of their conspiratorial ignorance. Furthermore, and an additionally intriguing reality, is the dating of the artifact. The geological strata it was discovered amongst is known as the Glens Ferry Formation, that, according to the same entities that deny the artifact's existence, was created approximately 2 million years ago during the Pliocene-Pleistocene transition. Additionally, before the mass cover-up of artifacts, research, and indeed evidence from the public domain, George Frederick Wright, a geologist from the Boston Society of Natural History, also confirmed this astonishing object's authenticity. Quote, "There is no ground to question the fact that this image came up in the sand pump from the depth reported. In visiting the locality in 1890, I took special pains while on the ground to compare the discoloration of the oxide upon the image with that upon the clay balls still found among the debris, and ascertained it to be as nearly identical as it is possible to be. These confirmation evidences, in connection with the very satisfactory character of the evidence furnished by the parties who made the discovery, confirmed by Mr. G.M. Gumming of Boston, who was the superintendent of that division and who knew all the parties, placed the genuineness of the discovery, in my mind, beyond reasonable doubt." End quote. How could a figurine, dated at 2 million years old, identified as having come from a technologically advanced civilization, exist? Authenticated by a number of official and highly trained individuals, if indeed there has never been another technologically advanced civilization to have flourished here upon our planet. We find the fact that academia is simply attempting to dismiss its existence proof of their concealment of this truth, making the Nampa figurine undoubtedly highly compelling.
There are many enigmatic, unexplained ancient mysteries which we have covered here on our channel. Many mysterious ruins which are slowly revealing their secrets to us. However, what must be the most intriguing of the historical subcategories has to be the OOPArts, out-of-place artifacts that have been found all over Earth. These mystifying items are the only subject within the field which can shed their own very unique lights upon the distant past, and sometimes hard-to-believe possibilities attached to their ages. The island of Samos within Greece is home to a number of these particular artifacts. 1.5 kilometers off the coast of Turkey, This small island has a big history. Within the island's capital museum is a wide range of very impressive artifacts. The most interesting among the collection is undoubtedly the strange bronze artifact, which according to academia, merely depicts a strange form of unknown carriage that would have once been pulled by horses. However, some also believe that the strange animals are actually depicting a form of periscope, and that the entire artifact is actually that of an ancient submarine. Additionally, there also exists another amazing artifact that we felt was worth a mention, found within private collection. Originally a religious idol, what do you think this wooden artifact is depicting? Could it actually be that of modern-day paragliders, somehow sent back in time, seen and depicted by this once ancient people as a religious vision? It's an incredible, if rather imaginative thought, but it is testament to such artifacts' intriguing nature. There are many incredible out-of-place artifacts that can be found all over Earth, each one just waiting to spark our interests. Thanks for watching, guys, and until next time, take care.
The chronological dating of our technological development and capabilities within antiquity are often correlated and judged upon the developments within heat management of metal refinery. For example, one of our strongest arguments against the modern-day attested view that ancient Egyptians were the builders of the Sphinx, the pyramids, the tombs, etc., is partly based upon their lack of ability in heating a furnace to a sufficient enough temperature to create the hardened metal tools needed to penetrate and carve such hard stones. The Nanjing Belt is an extremely rare find that has unsurprisingly vanished from public view, preventing any further analysis, although the existence of these artifacts was officially noted in several places and was indeed analyzed by several specialists. What is amazing regarding the Nanjing Belt is its age, but most importantly, what it is made of. In 1952, 2 tombs were found within Yixing City in China. One of the tombs also had a clear date inscribed upon its inside. It stated that they were buried on the 20th of September of the 7th year of Yuan Kang, the late general of Zhao, 1700 years ago. When the belt was initially retrieved, it was sent for analysis at the chemistry department of Nanjing University. The results were astonishing: 10% copper, 5% manganese, and the remaining was 85% pure aluminum. However, the development of aluminum is a very modern achievement, requiring extreme heats to smelt, heats that we believe were impossible to manage at the time. Alumina is dissolved in molten cryolite at 1000 degrees C, with a melting point of pure alumina being 2054 degrees Celsius. So, the question persists: how could such an artifact exist? A question once taken up in the West by 3 scholars, Butler, Glidewell, and Pritchard, at St. Andrews University. The abstract sums up their work, quote, "Pieces of aluminum, supposedly parts of a set of belt ornaments, were found in a Jing Dynasty tomb during excavations in the 1950s. The authenticity of these finds was questioned at the time in view of the technology required to isolate aluminum from its ore. Examination of the thermodynamic requirement for this process demonstrates unequivocally that the temperature required for this process is greatly in excess of that possible with Jing Dynasty technology, and so the finds cannot be authentic. Unfortunately, again, we find ourselves in familiar waters. So-called scholars, 3 in fact, with a conclusion based solely upon historical assumptions. Unfortunately, the artifact was seemingly too controversial for some, and it has disappeared, sadly, quite possibly forever." During a previous video titled Secret Missions into the Great Pyramid, in which we covered the most bizarre of artifacts once found in a seemingly inaccessible shaft, eventually discovered to be an entry shaft into the now-named Queen's Chamber. Just how this bronze ball, hook, and several bizarre fragments of wood found their way into the pyramids is unknown. We shared the fact that the wood had become conveniently lost, thus preventing any future dating of the artifacts or indeed this possible attempt to have once penetrated the pyramid far before the Spanish invasion of Egypt, their modern rediscovery, or indeed before the entrance to the pyramid was located. However, in a rather strange yet fortunate twist of fate, sitting within a collection of ancient Asian relics within Scotland, an Egyptian archaeologist was shocked to rediscover these cedar fragments, once mislabeled and thus never classified, lost for almost 70 years, yet refound within an old cigar box. One has to wonder, with our prior hypothesis, and indeed the convenience of the wood somehow becoming lost, was this a deliberate act by someone? Possibly someone who realized the controversy attached to this artifact. What we find most compelling, however, and a possible motive to hide such an artifact, are the now realized result of modern carbon dating, showing that the wood dates to somewhere between 3341 and 3094 BC, long before the claimed construction of the pyramid. Furthermore, although many have claimed that counterweights and timber structures were utilized in the construction of the pyramids, this wood not only predates the claimed date of their creation, but does so by some 1,000 to 2,000 years. So any mainstream explanation for this dating anomaly is severely lacking. However, it fits perfectly with our original hypothesis and is indicative not only of a far earlier date of construction, but could indeed have been a possible successful attempt at penetrating the pyramid's deepest inner chambers, simply due to the mysterious yet impressive location in which these enigmatic artifacts were found and subsequently retrieved from. Curatorial assistant Abir Aladani found the fragments of wood as she perused the Asia section of the archives of the University of Aberdeen. Quote, "Once I looked into the numbers of our Egypt records, I instantly knew what it was, and that it had effectively been hidden in plain sight in the wrong collection. I'm an archaeologist and have worked on digs in Egypt, but I never imagined it would be here in northeast Scotland that I'd find something so important to the heritage of my own country." End quote. As you can imagine, we find the wooden artifacts highly compelling. We have come to a point in the age of our civilization, thanks to the efforts of countless individuals who, in the pursuit of truth, specifically the reality of a lost past, a lost civilization once possessing now lost technologies, has finally arrived on the main stage of debate. It has come to a point of critical mass, either having been made aware of their existence, or indeed realizing or stumbling upon this hidden truth independently. Regardless, we have uncovered an immense array of proof to not only confirm their existence, but a proof now all but overwhelming to argue with. The entire planet, literally littered with impossible remnants, left by what we believe was not only one, but part of an array of lost civilizations, several of which being past global superpowers. Yet I digress. The artifacts found throughout Giza, for example, demonstrate a seemingly impossible ability to move and carve stones, with the tools mainstream academics would put in the builder's hands, making such creations impossible. There exists within the museum's archives themselves a smorgasbord of vases and stone cores, lay for all to see. Each suggest that they were not only the result of some form of advanced lathe work, but other far superior and powerful tools far ahead of that of the copper chisel, which to claim was the culprit, we feel is now nothing more than an offense to one's intelligence, when the evidence to suggest otherwise is in front of one's face at the same time. We have previously covered the vases supposedly made using nothing but copper in the past, specifically the tri-lobe disc. Yet the many other members of the collection, known as the Saqqara vases, not only demonstrate a mastery of lathe work, but some are so impossibly delicate that when attempted to be explained with modern paradigm, one is left utterly baffled. What lost technologies or techniques were used in the creation of these vases? Article 99 from the Anorthosite Nice catalog, but one example of this extraordinary ability to either cut or possibly mold these stone vases. with wafer-thin edges and a shape formed with the lip, demonstrating they would be impossible to recreate even with the advanced technology of a lathe. Who made these seemingly impossible artifacts, along with the unmissable Great Pyramids, highly compelling?
I let my guard down. No, we're going. Okay. Thanks for coming in. Don't let anybody fucking stigma cuck you. That's my new sign off. They'll come along. It's okay if